Yes, hello. Habari ya wadau. Yeah, this is really a quick one. Yeah, I appreciate kwa kuningoja. So, yes, tarehe 27. I think 4 days to the end month. Well, tuseme nini isipokuwa kusema mambo ni mingi jijini la Kenya ama taifani la mwa Kenya, and there is a lot which has been happening. Kenyan opposition, they're really fighting hard, especially fighting the abductions. So we are watching it. Kalonzo Musyoka, I saw him, he spoke today, and he concurred with what Gachagua said the other day. So the opposition seems to have some spine. They are giving those pressers. I don't know if pressers is the best way to react, or we now need some maandamano of a sort. So ningetaka pia muniambie, like, do you think pressers are effective ways of communicating? I saw Gachagua yesterday, he called for the international community. So that is something we will have to see the reaction moving forward. Yeah. So the kicker is that Kalonzo Musyoka spoke today. I have been speaking with a number of people. Kuna watu wameniambia, this time around, Kalonzo will be a bit hard. So we should not expect Kalonzo to be a watermelon this time around. So somebody was telling me that Kalonzo will be a tough cookie moving forward. He sees his odds are also very good. He is also a person who is it looks maybe Kalonzo could stand the test of time for the first time now. And in any case, I think Kalonzo has truncated and he feels that Ruto government has nothing. For sure, I believe that joining Ruto government, Sahi, is actually wasting your leverage. Yeah, you will get nothing there, and you destroy your name forever. I think people like Kalonzo are already aware that Ruto is a damaged good. So there's no need ya kushinda ukishikana na Ruto. I get them. Yeah, I get them. So based on that, I feel Kalonzo could make the right decision this time around, and he could stand with us all through. And it will be very good. Kalonzo standing with us all through, it will be powerful. Yeah, it's one of the many things which we hope to see these leaders doing. They have to stand with us. Yes, they have to stand with us. So ukiingia kwa kituo, salimia watu, and we continue vibrating hapa pole pole. Niweke link. I know it's a bit late, so yule ambaye anataka kujoin unaweza ingia kwa link mara moja, lakini wacha niweke what they said today. That is Kalonzo Musyoka and his peers. Let's see if it will play. Yeah, Kalonzo Musyoka and his peers. Let's see the presser.
JB's coming. So you let us know when you're ready.
Anyway, I think the best thing, let me just play it directly from the computer. Nisiwasumbue sana. Just give me a moment. Where is YouTube? Yeah, nisiwasumbue sana. I think the best thing is to do it in YouTube direct. Na musikae sana kama mjakuja. Tafadhali you need to encourage me. Sio rahisi kukua hapa peke yako. So, but there are salvos which are happening, salvos. So, Kalonzo Musyoka, sorry. So there are salvos which are happening for sure. Yeah, there's Kalonzo Musyoka and Eugene. Kalonzo Musyoka and Eugene Wamarwa. Eugene Wamarwa statement in current hospital. Then vile kitu inaudhi ati they are still saying ni self abductions. Okay. Anyway, but when people turn to be insensitive, that is what they say. Yes, Ann, karibu sana. Nimewasili. Leo najua nimewaeka vibaya sana. Amuamini nimewachelewesha hivyo. But ni sawa. Let's see. Niwagonge sauti kabisa kwa hii. Let me put 92. Tusikilize kwanza. Oh, sorry. Ann, hakuna voice? Hey, let me know if you are listening to me and there is no voice anywhere. Can you hear me now? Hey, that one would be shocking. My computer doesn't have voice. Let me. Oh, kuna sauti. Okay. Yeah. I was getting shocked. Anyway, let's listen to what vile hawa Kereketo walisema, and then we dive to it. I think you can see there is Wamarwa there. There is Mithika Linturi. Hawa ni wale watu wametokana na Ruto. I think now Mithika Linturi has agreed that he has lost Ruto. Lakini akikuja pande yetu, story ya kutolewa kwa mabedroom hatutaki ovyo. So we need people of good character. So wewe Mithika Linturi wewe. So hii story ya kupatikana na mabibi za wenyewe hatutaki. So you have to be a serious human being. So ukikuja kwetu na behave, we need a corrected human being, okay? Okay, Mithika Linturi. Ile story tulikuwa naonanga na huko sijui Meru hapo sijui nini ndio inatendeka hapo. Uko umejifunga towel hapo. Usitulete hiyo story. When you are ready. Wearing Gideon's color. Yes. Oh, we can start. Yes, I think he'll join us. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen of the press. We have a press statement here by the United Opposition on the escalating human rights violations and political intolerance in Kenya and the region. We, the United Opposition, stand before the people of Kenya and the international community, gravely alarmed by the heightened descent of our beloved nation into a state of repression, lawlessness, and political persecution. Despite our persistent calls to end arbitrary arrests, abductions, gross violation of human rights, and extrajudicial killings, the Ruto administration seems to be on a race to the bottom, that is to anarchy. In recent days, the country has been plunged into a disturbing pattern of political repression and targeted violence. Most shocking was the brazen abduction of the Honorable Member of Parliament for Juja constituency, the Honorable George Koimburi, whom we have visited this morning, and who was forcibly taken by unidentified assailants on a Sunday
he had gone to church, only to be later found tortured and dumped in a coffee plantation somewhere in Kiambu, literally fighting for his life. The horrifying incident is not isolated. It's part of a chilling trend where elected leaders and citizens, particularly Gen Zs, aligned with the opposition, are being systematically targeted to silence any dissent against this regime. In Kakamega, what was meant to be a peaceful homecoming for our colleague, Honorable Cleophas Malala and the supporters of the DCP party, was quickly turned into a war zone as police deployed excessive force, including live ammunition, to disperse opposition supporters. A few days before, the same cruel pattern faced innocent, peaceful citizens in Bungoma protesting against the grabbing of the Nzoia Sugar Company. This use of disproportionate force on unarmed civilians is not only unlawful, but represents a dangerous erosion of the right to assemble as enshrined in Article 37 of the Constitution of Kenya. Moreover, we have repeatedly raised the alarm over the state-enabled culture of impunity, where political hooligans are mobilized to disrupt opposition events violently. These criminal gangs operate openly, often shielded or even escorted by state security forces. From Busia to Kisumu, Nairobi to Nyeri, opposition meetings have been ambushed, tents destroyed, sound systems and cars vandalized, and citizens assaulted. While the police stand by or worse, collaborate in this chaos, this is no doubt a state-sponsored political terrorism. We also condemn in the strongest terms possible the murder of two Catholic priests, Father John Maina, who had just recently hosted the second deputy president. We also condemn the death and murder of Father Alois Cheriot Bet, who had also been paid a visit by DCI officers, only to be murdered shortly thereafter. We are in solidarity with the Catholic Church in demand for justice and holding to account those responsible for these heinous crimes. These violations are not only gross violation of the Kenyan Constitution, but also a violation of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and other international rights statutes, including the Universal Declaration of Human Rights 1948, to which Kenya is a signatory, the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights, ratified by Kenya as far back as 1972, the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which enshrines the right to liberty, assembly, and freedom of expression. These legally binding instruments obligate the state to protect, not to persecute, any of its citizens without exception. We are deeply disturbed by the growing role of private sector enablers in this crackdown. We call out telecommunication companies, in particular Safaricom, which may have turned a blind eye, or worse, actively collaborated with the regime in surveilling, tracing, aiding, and abducting of these citizens. We demand that they publicly account for the data they provide to security agencies and affirm their commitment to protecting the rights and privacy of their customers. We equally put on notice all political and business elites, those who fund the goon squads, those who lobby for the maintenance of tyranny, and those in the diplomatic community who remain silent as Kenya burns. History will remember your complicity. To the Kenyan people, we say, do not be silenced. The repression we face today is not just about politics. It's about the very soul of our nation. When voices are muted through fear, when leaders are abducted in broad daylight, and when bullets are fired at peaceful gatherings, the silence of one becomes the silence of all. We urge every citizen, civil society groups, religious leaders, and international allies to stand in solidarity with us in demanding, one, an immediate cessation of politically motivated violence, and abductions, enforced disappearances, and extrajudicial killings. 2, accountability for the telecos and private actors, enabling illegal surveillance, tracking, and data breaches. 3, an end to state-backed disruption of peaceful political assemblies. 4, the protection of constitutional rights, including the freedom of assembly, association, expression, and political participation. We would like to remind Mr. Ruto that he is not immune from prosecution for crimes against humanity, which includes abductions, torture, enforced disappearances, murders, gender-based violence, and other crimes. This is not a partisan issue. It's a matter of a national concern and international concern as well. In fact, we want to declare it a national emergency. We will not relent until justice and the rule of law is restored and every Kenyan can live and speak without fear in this country. That's the end of our statement. Thank you very much.
Any questions? I think it's very clear. It's a very clear statement. In fact, if you just carry it as it is, none of us here, because it's what we have discussed this morning, and those of us who have mothers just been here, Rigi G sent his apology. In fact, he was also here last night, and all the other friends are in solidarity with this statement. So I really think we shouldn't add anything unless it's something. A question. Oh, great. Tumemwona, sauti imeanza kurudi pole pole. And his wife is beside him. And we thank Karen Hospital for taking excellent care of him. You know, when you hear stories like Mheshimiwa abducted himself, you really want to pray for those people because they are evil. You see the tattered clothes and things. He's lucky to be alive. And so we have one instrument, Constitution of Kenya 2010. And all public officers, from William Ruto to the police constables, must know that be held accountable under the Constitution. Those rights are so clearly elaborated. And so we want to say shame on anybody who thinks a Mheshimiwa like this can abduct himself. And you want us police to believe your story? So I don't want to add.
What do you speak to the National Police Service saying they are unaware of the abduction and they are investigating the video circulating online?
And to add on that,
They are investigating themselves.
he's even called for a presser.
Who?
2 p.m.
Who?
Douglas Kanja, the IG.
Oh,
He's
poor
likely to
guy.
repeat the same-
Poor guy. If he repeats it, it's unfortunate. Yeah, there's an abduction squad. We go by what Rigathi Gachagua said last night. Special squad, you know, designed to make sure that there will be no opposition in Kenya. So let him issue a statement. But who will believe a policeman like Kanja today? Where his own people say, oh, Mheshimiwa abducted himself. And the man was almost dead. Okay, so, well, this is where it is. And we are not, by the way, Kenyans are very clear. Nothing will stop them from sending these people home. Are they not even on record saying, afadhali wajitetee because they know they'll go to prison? Well, the former Attorney General is here with us, immediate former. It's really, JB is with us. And these things, we're investigating, we tooth comb with ICJ. Remember, you are dealing with very senior, some of us, very senior members of the profession and members of the International Law Society of Kenya, East African Law Society. And we repeat that when we went for integration of the region, we really were for the rights of establishment. So Mother Karua can practice in Uganda. I can open an office in Dar es Salaam, in Kigali, in Bujumbura. This is the spirit of cooperation. And therefore, we are all subject to the same values and standards. So we are going to make sure that this region is called to order when it comes to human rights, which are universal under those statutes that have been elaborated.
How do you speak to comments made by the Tanzanian MPs yesterday about?
We don't want to comment about
No.
Tanzanian MPs.
I think let's stick to the
Yeah.
Kenyan situation
Yeah,
about abductions.
yeah.
Our own president, just a few days ago, told the Finnish president there will be no more abductions.
Yeah.
We have come here because of the latest abductee, an honorable member of parliament. And we have here the former attorney general whose own son was abducted. Probably should say a word
Yes.
about abductions that he has
so.
called for an end to.
JB.
Please.
Thank you, my colleagues. I've always called for an end to abductions, and we thought when President Ruto, in answer to a question from a foreign journalist, saying that they have all come to an end, and all those that have been abducted and safely been returned to their homes and reunited with their families. Only, unfortunately, to see this latest one of Honorable Koimburi. And just to answer a simple question, on Friday last week, the police who are looking for Honorable Koimburi did not get him. He managed to escape. The police continued to look for him. They arrested his driver. His vehicle is still at the Bodaiga police station. That was Friday. And then on Sunday, he said Trokes has to know the people that were hunting for Koimburi on Friday are the same ones who are looking for him on Sunday. It's a simple thing. So, IG Kaja, please you can tell that story to the bands, not to Kenyans. It doesn't make sense. Abductions and all forms of extrajudicial processes must come to an end in this country. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Picking up former Speaker of the National Assembly, what is the silence? We are not getting anything from Parliament, the current Speaker.
Current Parliament. It was.
I'm told they are resuming their sitting today. That is the National Assembly. So let me not say beyond that, but Kenyans are watching very carefully what Parliament is doing.
And just to ask you a question. When the Attorney General has spoken, are you still keen on listening to Kanja? It's a waste of time. Yeah. I just wanted. Yeah. Yeah, we want to hear what they're going to say.
They are resuming today. So
Let's hear what they're going to say.
we naturally we will expect that the National Assembly is sitting this afternoon.
We'll move a motion of adjournment.
Yes, move a motion of adjournment to discuss, because it's a serious case of insecurity. It's just the other day that another member was shot and killed. Now again, yesterday or Sunday, another one is kidnapped, abducted, left for the dead. Surely, we expect no less than the House adjourning to discuss the matter of rising insecurity.
Some of them, by the way, are here. The Honorable Mule, and who else is there? Mawade is here. Understanding order number 20, move a motion of adjournment to discuss.
Whose own son was abducted. Probably should say a word about abductions that he has called for an end to.
JB.
Please.
Thank you, my colleagues. I've always called for an end to abductions, and we thought when President Ruto, in answer to a question from a foreign journalist, saying that they have all come to an end, and all those that have been abducted and safely been returned to their homes and reunited with their families. Only, unfortunately, to see this latest one of Honorable Koimburi. And just to answer a simple question, on Friday last week, the police who are looking for Honorable Koimburi did not get him. He managed to escape. The police continued to look for him. They arrested his driver. His vehicle is still at the Bodaiga police station. That was Friday. And then on Sunday, he said Trokes has to know the people that were hunting for Koimburi on Friday are the same ones who are looking for him on Sunday. It's a simple thing. So, IG Kaja, please you can tell that story to the bands, not to Kenyans. It doesn't make sense. Abductions and all forms of extrajudicial processes must come to an end in this country. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Picking up former Speaker of the National Assembly, what is the silence? We are not getting anything from parliament, the current speaker.
Current parliament. It was.
I'm told they are resuming their sitting today. That is the National Assembly. So let me not say beyond that, but Kenyans are watching very carefully what Parliament is doing.
And just to ask you a question, when the Attorney General has spoken, are you still keen on listening to Kanja? It's a waste of time.
The speaker is
Yeah. I just wanted, yeah. Yeah, we want to hear what they're going to say.
They are resuming today. So
Let's hear what they're going to say.
we naturally, we will expect that the National Assembly sitting this afternoon.
We'll move a motion of adjournment.
Yes, move a motion of adjournment to discuss, because it's a serious case of insecurity. It's just the other day that another member was shot and killed. Now again, yesterday or Sunday, another one is kidnapped, abducted, left for the dead. Surely, we expect no less than the House adjourning to discuss the matter of rising insecurity.
Some of them, by the way, are here. The Honorable Mule, and who else is there? Mawathe is here. Understanding order number 20, move a motion of adjournment to discuss an urgent matter of national importance. So we expect that. And I think our members now, we give you instructions to do so. And let us see how many others, remainder of what was state captured, hear what they're going to say. They're going to defend this gangsterism by the state. Asanteni.
Yeah. So, student Yoyo, let me just remove the video. Abduction stories. That is all that old story is about. Reaction to Koimburi, who the stupid government is saying he abducted himself. I don't know what would be the benefit or the leverage of abducting yourself. Unajua saa zingine, even when somebody is trying to build a narrative, ask yourself, what is Gachagua? What is Kalonzo Musyoka? So, like, what are the benefits of abducting yourself? Ruto is not a competitive man. You need gimmicks to destroy Ruto's name. You don't need gimmicks. So, on a very repressive and bad presidency, you cannot say that these people are abducting themselves. You don't need to destroy Ruto's name. Ruto's name has already been destroyed. Ako huko chini kabisa. So, in terms of that, you know, this is how politics operates. If Ruto was a competitive man, we could say now the opposition is trying to play hide and seek, trying to, if Ruto was competitive. Lakini Ruto ako huko chini. So why would you even abduct yourself or on a injured presidency? Maybe Anne, you can tell me that. Why would Ruto presidency is in tatters? Why would you pray very hard at Munanzia? Don't need to do it. So those idiots, ama faratu wanasema ati ni self-abduction, I think they don't know, they don't understand the politics. That's all what I would say. Personally, I know that one cannot be self-abduction. Why would you abduct yourself in a worse regime? Why would you abduct yourself in a worse regime? Ana anatuambia ati watu wasirudi Kenya. JM anasema ati Ruto needs to abduct himself to Sugoi farm. That is why I'm asking myself, why would somebody abduct himself? Ni jina gani? Like, Ruto is not competitive. Ruto asha like, Kenyans don't want him. Why should even somebody think of abducting himself? Ni jina gani unataka kutengeneza? And this person, even the mosquito, is doing better than him. So that one is lack of feelings. Mtu anaumia alafu tunaanzia kusema hivyo. It's impossible. Those guys, I don't think Gachagua, when he is talking about that killer squad, I don't think he is speaking from a mere propaganda, because, you know, he is also standing on a pedestal where his words are mentioned. Akisema there is a killer squad which has been designed from the Nandi community. He knows what he is saying, because actually that is something which, if it is not truth, it can actually be taken in a court of law to substantiate. But I don't think Rigathi Gachagua can come out and say that there is a killer squad from Nandi ethnic community, 20 people, ama alisema ni watu 1,000 ama ni wangapi, na ikuwe ni uongo. Wacha niingize the new bridegroom in town. Ona ametoka. Wewe sasa shida ni nini? Yaani Kipuri unaenda kugonga nini hivi, alafu tu unachua unaruka. Haya, next time nitakuweka hapo for 2 hours. Ati unataka kuona nikio. Ati sasa unajua ati Kipuri unataka kunitesa ati nikae hapa peke yangu. Najua sana. Okay, wacha nikuingize. Haya Kipuri, how are you? So, let me ask you a question. Let me begin from there. Rigathi Gachagua talked of a killer squad designed from the Nandi ethnic community. That was one. And then number 2, self-abduction. That is how the government is responding, that hawa watu ni wao wenyewe wanajishika mateka. Then mimi najiuliza swali, why would you abduct yourself on a collapsing government? Kiprir, can you respond to that? And maybe to what Mr. Kalonzo Musyoka? These days I no longer call Kalonzo Musyoka watermelon. Mimi naona ni kama akona stamina siku hizi.
Watermelon.
No. Kalonzo is not watermelon. Raila Odinga ndiye watermelon. By the way, they flipped, eh? So Raila Odinga ndiye, so watermelon ni Raila Odinga siku hizi. So Kalonzo Musyoka it looks like he can finish the race. He can finish the race. I think he has analyzed that. I think Kalonzo Musyoka, even himself, he knows there is much to lose joining Ruto. Si anaona vile Raila ako kwa nini kwa cliff pale. Unajua Raila ako kwa ile mteremko pale na kuna jua pale. Unajua unaweza angalia
baridi. Raila ako baridi pale. I'm telling you, the only thing that Raila is going to be doing is saving his legacy, which is ODM. Nothing else. There's nothing else there.
In fact, even that ODM will be a carcass very soon. Can you imagine? Unaona vile Raila Odinga pale anateremka. I don't know, like maybe wacha niulize people from Mlima mnajua there is something we call mwenyewe in my language, eh? Ni hiki kitu watoto wana ya matope, una slide na mguu hivi. We call it mwenyewe in my language. Unajua hiyo kitu una slide kwa matope hivyo. Mnaita aje kwa Kikale? Kipuri?
Tulikuwa tumefanya hizo vitu bana, lakini nilirudi
sasa ndio hiyo sasa umeienda hiyo kitu kwa mteremko sasa. So wewe unaona Raila Odinga ameteremka kwa hiyo kitu sasa, na pale chini kuna jua inaenda kugonga yeye. Alafu sasa na unataka kuanzia pia uende. No, Kalonzo sio mjinga. Kalonzo ashaona bana. Unajua already Raila Odinga ashagongwa kichwa na imepasuka. Hawezi.
But to me I just think politicians are stupid. What? Have you ever been in a battle rap? Unajua battle rap ni nini?
Explain to me. Unajua mimi vitu zingine sijui.
Battle rap ni kama one rapper disses another one. Mwingine ana diss, sema ni kumbafu, mwingine anasema ni kumbafu. Mwingine anasema mamako, mwingine anasema so all politicians in Kenya are just battle rappers. Hakuna action, ni kuja tu every day. Kuna mtu mama kama 200 zimeshika mapua za watu coming to tell us what as wananchi. So wanataka tufanye nini? What do you want us to do as the wananchi? Tuliwaletea maandamano, mko kuja. So what do you want us to do? First of all, you don't protect your own. Let me ask you a question. In the US, I'm going to talk about the US because it happens in the UK. Nikwambia kitu moja, nikuulize siku moja. House of Rep moja kidnapiwa ama uliwe, ama senator uliwe, What will happen?
It will be extremes, like forensic studies to be involved there, police,
FBI,
like it will be a total. It will
state
be a total
police, wataweka task force, you state
yeah,
police wataingia, FBI.
Whatever will happen, it will be unimaginable. It will be unimaginable. Like even
there are certain
okay,
people.
let me give you an example. What
No, I've given a bad example. There are certain people you don't touch in the US.
What hata nikupea a good example, something which you can relate to.
Usishike priest, usishike pastor, usishike police, usishike any politician, hata district attorney. Wao wakiuliwa tu mysteriously. Even gangsters know that. You know that even gangsters wanajua there are things you don't touch.
Yeah, Kipril, even remember the day of even those they were businessmen, but I want you to see the efforts which the US government went. Unakumbuka wale majamu walianguka na Titan? Kale kakitu kalikuwa kanaenda kwa maji. Unakumbuka kale kakitu kaliua wale watu watano, those 5 billionaires? Kale kakitu yes. Like kale kakitu kaliimplode kwa maji.
Ile ilienda huko chini.
Yes. Were you seeing that they were for the 5 days of searches, after every 3 hours kuna update, after every 3 hours kuna majamaa wanatokezea hapo nyuma wakisema now how far the search is until the wreck, the remaining wreck of that thing was brought hapo kwa nini, so that now they can have a closer look at that. These were businessmen who the media to some extent walisema they were on a death mission because they did not observe the safety rules. But regardless of that, because they were humans and they were citizens of that country, look, I want people to go and do any disaster, by the way, especially in the West. Go and look at any disaster in the West. They piece everything together. For instance, Bwana Kipril, Kenya, go and look at, that's why to some extent I appreciate these people, and I think that's why they get, many jobs are created. Can you have you seen that these people, they recreate all air accidents? All air accidents, they recreate them. Tuseme kuna ndege imeanguka pale France ama imeanguka Germany, they recreate for you everything, how it happened. It's like they even dramatize it for you, every accident. Have you seen that? Ama ni mimi naelezea vitu.
No, mi kitu moja nimeadmire na US. I know what you mean. The amount of resources that is going to be thrown hata vitu zenye zilikuwa kwa county yenye nafaa kuchungwa ama kwa whether county is a very small region in the US. People should understand. They will pour all the resources for that county and state kumwaga tu kutafuta nani aliua huyo mtu. They will find out within 24 hours. Itakuwa kwa CNN, itakuwa kwa Fox, and for the first time all news anchors watashikana pamoja. Jeru knows that. Watashikana pamoja wajue ni nini ilifanyika. Yet our leaders don't understand. An MP is actually a representative. Huyo MP, huyo wajuja alichaguliwa na watu wa Juja. Don't they understand how serious that is? Hiyo ni kuguza mtu, umekuza mmoja wao. Hey, I don't know how to explain to them. Inge kwa kichwa. And it's taken as a joke. The so-called government is saying these guys have abducted themselves. Sijui IG wamefanya sijui forensics. For the first time I'm hearing forensics in Kenya. Forensics. Ati wamekuja kuchukua
wote ni wafurahisha bana. Kipril, leo nitakufurahisha bana. That's why I stopped listening to the police. I lost my uncle in 1992 June. Aliwawa, he used to be
pole sana.
Aliwawa tu kwa shule. He was a watchman. He was a guard. So unajua kama guard wa primary school. So my uncle was a guard wa primary school. So aliwawa. So asubuhi I was very small that time. I was in a lower class. That is, I was in either class 2 ama class 3 because hata mimi sikuwa nikielewa hiyo story vizuri. So sasa siku ya mazishi siku ya mazishi serikali yote iko hapo. Serikali yote iko hapo. Hawa watu walifanya hii kitu. We will make sure that we will go to the bottom of it. Bro, hadi saa hii bana, hatujaijua.
How many years?
I'm telling you from 1992 to today. Ni miaka ngapi?
That is 30 years ago.
Siku ya mazishi
2 years ago.
Ile story ilipigwa hapo. Na mapolisi hata wamevaa ma uniform hapo. Let me tell you. We are jokers bwana. We are jokers.
I'm telling you, these are just battle rappers. Because if you have 2 days, let's take this seriously. 2 days from now, your story ya MP ku abductio itaisha. They'll forget about it. Like nothing happened. On both sides, by them, I'm just saying on both sides. Those who find that is unfair, those who find that man should not have been abducted, will move on. Alafu, on the other side, propaganda ya hawa watu itakuwa imeendelea mpaka tuchoke, we move on to the next thing. Because this is a very serious thing. Ona sasa, watu wamesahau two priests had died. Another MP was killed the other day. See, watu wa ODM walifanya nini? Walilalamika. Mushike. Oh, hey, how can you do this? We have to find the bottom of it. Si imeisha. Wamenyamaza. Have we gotten to the bottom of it?
Na Kipril, hiyo sarakasi nimeiona. Mazishi yote ambayo mtu ameuawa. Ile ufala au majamaa wanakujanga. You see, I don't know why our Kenyan police and our administrators they come to lie to people. Musijali. Watu wanasema musijali. Hebu sikia vile wanasema musijali. Hawa watu wametenda hii kitendo hii. Tutawatafuta na tutawakamata. Hiyo wakati mwili kiteremsho na majamaa warudi. Hiyo story imeisha hivyo.
Let me tell you, the best justice, the best justice. I'll give an example of my village. The best justice ni ile wananchi wanafanya wenyewe. I'll tell you, in my village, tukiona mwizi and we find him and we've warned them, tunaua.
Of course, even in our communities, wezi wanauawa. Hiyo tu wanawekangwa taya. No, that is now that one has now
no,
become.
But do you understand? Do you understand the irony of that?
No, because people know police will not do anything.
We are the ones. We as the community. We look. I'm not condoning it, by the way, because I've seen it. I'm just saying the community does the investigation. Na mzee wa mchi wanapata ni nani, and they know exactly when he came. They even have evidence ya ukweli. Wanaenda kwa chief, wanaonesha chief, akikataa hiyo story yao, chief anawapatia warning. You actually excommunicated from there. Kijana, nikiai kuona hapa ni wewe, you're done. And the next time you step foot on that specific ward, you're gone. You're gone. But this thing of politicians coming to tell us what? What are they telling us? First of all, 2 MPs. It's like from the citizens to the MPs were absolutely useless. Imata maisha ya MP ni nothing. Where are we going as Kenya, honestly? Huh?
No, of course, that's my MP.
Yusuf Njeru is married bana. Hujui. Unasema nini bana? This man is a married man. Atafute bibi gani?
Yeah, of course.
Hizo ni matusi zinafaa ku be directed at me, not Njeru. Hawajui?
No, because what is important here is me as a personality. Hiyo mambo ingine muachane nayo.
Yeah.
Hapa ni Kasongo, hey. Mwana Kasongo, hey. Oh, that's all what we do. Kasongo, hey.
Njeru ako exile.
So let me tell you something, Bwana Kipril. Now, mi naona unjaji ya Zakayo imeisha. Because with with abductions, and now they are now being fought by some of these senior people, ama watu wako na maso kidogo. Unajua pia maso ni tofauti. Now, what else is Ruto going to do? Because to me, I still believe that
actually
you try to push Kenyans to like support him. Atafanya nini sasa?
He's bracing for the finance bill, that's all. That's why apigi kelele. Anangojea finance bill ikuje. Kuja tufinye vizuri. Unasikia sasa ati kwamba
ona huyo vile amekuchongoa hapo ati semeni exiled ministers of politics and analysis. ati mnapiga nduru mkuu mbali, kujeni hapa ati Kipril ati mdomo ni kubwa sababu uko pahali iko na coolant, umerelax tu hapo.
Tunakula breeze.
Sasa umefungulia fan unagonga na kaupepo hapo, alafu sasa Ruto must go. By the way, they think you are crazy.
No. Lakini unaona mandugu zetu wa Tanzania wamechapwa tani. It's still going on, right?
No, hiyo vita yake. By the wewe, hebu nitawekea hiyo clip. Mnakumbuka nani Pastor Magogo ama ni Mugogo, Pastor Mugogo akisema mtu wa class 4 Kenya ni mtu wa university Tanzania. Nitawekea hiyo Pastor Mugogo msikie.
Alisema tutawachukulia Sudi awafundishe. Ati mjinga yetu aende awafundishe.
Nitawekea Mugogo usikie akisema nini wa Kenya ati class sijui gapi ya Kenya ni university huko. I will find it and you will not believe. Mugogo lakini nitawatafutia Mugogo. I will find him.
You're messing with us. I did not know it was this serious. I don't know how true it is. I'm yet to confirm. Ati nasikia kuna majenzi walihack. Wacha iko hack X account yao. Kuna mmoja aliba 2.8 billion Kenya shillings. Alafu a US man known only as Njiru has also allegedly hacked the Bank of Tanzania. Where Njeru?
Tulia. Kenya
tu ni form 6. Hata kama hujawahi kukanyaga shule. Yaani kukaa tu Kenya kuzaliwa form 6 tayari. Unajua kuishi Kenya tu ni form 6. Hata kama hujawahi kukanyaga shule. Yaani kukaa tu Kenya kuzaliwa form 6 tayari. Kwa hiyo kama utaendelea na masomo, unaendelea kutoka form 6 na kuendelea. Ndio maana kuna vijana wa standard 8 lakini kichwa yake inawaka moto kuliko wa university. Kwa sababu kuzaliwa Kenya tu ni form 6. Na Kenya mna akili nyingi. Unajua kuishi Kenya tu ni form 6. Hata kama hujawahi kukanyaga shule. Yaani kukaa tu Kenya kuzaliwa form 6 tayari. Kwa hiyo kama utaendelea na masomo, unaendelea kutoka form 6 na kuendelea. Ndio maana kuna vijana wa standard 8 lakini kichwa yake inawaka moto kuliko wa university. Kwa sababu kuzaliwa Kenya tu ni form 6. Na Kenya mna akili nyingi.
Kadiri yak to Mugogo. Kadiri yak to Mugogo bwana Kipril. Huyu anaitwa Pastor Mugogo ni wa TZ. Ati kuzaliwa Kenya tu ni form 6. Kwani Mugogo ni nini hiyo ni mstua ya Kenya? Mugogo lazima kuna kitu ya Kenya ilimfanya hapana.
Wame request turudi kwa hiyo story abduction bana huko kwa comments. Wataki kusikia. Ama umetoka Tanzania, Mr. TV. Taki to
No, Teyanike, we are getting back. Neither we were trying to react to that. We are getting back to abductions. But sasa unajua sasa we are reacting to some. Saa zingine maybe Teyanik TV. Sometimes we veer off kidogo tunarudi. When
Tunarudi.
we veer off tunarudi.
we have to hit we have to hit the Tanzanians. They can't disrespect us like that. Honestly, lazima tukanyage hao. We have to. Ama unaona aje Mato? Kenyan with love.
So
Wametuzoea.
mnataka kusema yule mtoto wangu hajaenda shule tayari yako form 6.
Wewe ako form 6 huko Tanzania bana. Anaweza enda kuwafunza. Anaweza enda kuwafunza.
There must be a scary thing aliona na hii Kenya yetu. What? Hey. Maybe Teyanik TV you need to tell us. Kuzaliwa Kenya tayari form 6. Kwa hivyo kumaanisha akina Wande mko na masters 5. If we get you with Tanzania based on Mugogo nini information on indoctrination.
Kuna Wakenya wengine kwa TikTok walisema kwamba ati hata tunaweza watumia Sudi wawafundishe. Mjinga yetu. Our village fool is the brightest man in Tanzania.
Then nilisikia ati mwingine ati akisema ati wezi wa Kenya ati wezi wa Kenya hata TZ wahitaji kujificha huko tu ni kupora tu.
Nasikia, because of the which is going to happen to Kenya soon. Huyu Suluhu, huyu mjinga huyu Suluhu na Watanzania wote walikataa kulipa madawa ya polio. So there's a lot of on the streets of Nairobi, there's a lot of people with polio. Viwete. Wakenya wamesema kuja mchukue watu wenu. Kenya. Hakuna utu bana.
ati Kenya is not for light-hearted. It's punishment. And that's why all hustle starts the day you are born. Alafu kuna mwingine nisikia akisema
Kenya is not for beginners bana. Those people don't understand. Kenya is not for beginners.
Kuna mwingine alikuwa anauliza ama Kenya ndio hell. Nile hatujaambiwa. Ama Kenya it will be the final destination for man. Wale ambao wako na madhambi watatupwa Kenya. Sasa huko ndiko shetani atakuja sasa, ataambua sasa hii Kenya sijui kama Kiburu ama Kenya ndio hell, yani like maybe Kenya is the sample.
Kenyans are truly the giant of Africa bana, na uchokozi bana. Kuna siku tulikanyaga ma Nigerians hapo. Somebody tell Nigeria.
Wewe na venye walikuwa wametulia wasichana, wewe tuliwakanyaga aje?
Tuliwakanyaga mpaka siku hizo wanatulianga tu. Pana, don't mess with Kenya. South Africa wakakuja kutuletea unyenyenyenye hivi. Nyagawa. Na Tanzania walinyamaza huku. Let me tell you something, yeah. I like what I think it was Kalonzo said. We have, because of the East African community, yeah, Martha Karua had the right to go practice as a senior counsel. Alienda huko kusaidia mtu. What did Uganda do? Walijaribu kufanya makelele. She later did her work, na story ilisha hivyo. Na ati nasikia ati mpaka X account imesuspendiwa huko Tanzania for a while. It's been blocked kidogo. Kwa sababu wao walishikwa vizuri bana.
I know. Let me tell you Kipri, unajua pia TZ some few back. I hear all countries within East Africa they fear Kenya because ati wanasemanga ati Kenya will make it akuchukue na even ground. So like watu wa Tanzania hawataki kufanya biashara na wa Kenya because watu wa Tanzania they know that Kenyans will mill them. Ati there will be no reciprocal ground. Ati wa Kenya like ati kukiwe like policies in Tanzania and the policies in Kenya are equal. They claim that Kenyans will overrun them. So wanataka wa Kenya wakaushiwe kabisa. That's what like they don't want like ati Kenyans having the same rights which they have even in their country. Wanataka yani Mkenya yani mambo yake ifanywe ngumu kidogo. They feel like Kenyans will navigate through the system. I don't know how true it is, but kuna vile hizo manchi zingine they don't feel they can compete with the Kenyans. They feel like Kenyans are on another level.
You know, actually, Njeru, Suluhu is worse than Ruto. Do you know that? Ask
Of
me
course,
how.
na in fact leo nimeona, have you seen Nani has been nominated as vice chairman of a very serious organization in the world ama in Africa. Huyo Tindurusu anafungwa akiwa tu jera, nitawasomea. He was nominated as vice chairman of a very serious organization. So, but we understand that Suluhu is a dictator because he doesn't even want competition.
No,
Yeah,
when I saw,
mm-hmm.
no, when I saw, when I started speaking to Tanzanians, nikajua kwa nini Tanzania is backwards. Suluhu is one of the most corrupt leaders in Africa, man. She has fleeced that country. See, Tanzanianite was protected as a product of Tanzania. What was the name of the late president who aliuliwa na US? The one that Suluhu took over from.
Who? Suluhu is in Magufuli.
Yeah, Magufuli.
Yeah.
Magufuli stopped all foreign companies from mining Tanzanianite. Akafukuza wote, ikakuwa ni mahali ya Tanzania, ni mahali ya watu wa Tanzania ama Tanganyika. Then this witch came in and allowed foreign companies to come in.
Ona nani Teyani kanasema ati kama ni kugonga TZ tuigonge vizuri. In fact kuna huyo mama alikuwa na, nitatafuta video yake, yule mama ati alikuwa anasema ati tulifanya vibaya sana hapa. Huyo madhakaro alikuwa anafaa kutolewa hapa na machela. Umeona hiyo video ya huyo mama wa TZ ambaye amesema ati madhakaro wako anafaa kutolewa huko akiwa anatembea.
Mwana majibu za majenzi kwa huyo mama. Wamemweka kama umbwa. Like a dog barking everywhere. Alafu kulikuwa na video ingine hapo ilinifurahisha. Mjamaa anachukua mic, mkale. Chukua mic. Anaenda kwa donkey. Anafanya video na donkey. Ati sasa mwenye habari niambie juu ya nini that the donkey they imitate the voice is put, the voice of that MP is put on the donkey. Then alafu anasema acha tusikie kwa Suluhu na mama yake, again another pair of donkeys. That is how creative Kenyans are. Ati Suluhu sikuwa na sijaijua vile sijaijua ati good morning Madam Suluhu, unafanana matako yangu. Sijaijua vile matako yangu inaonekana, lakini nimeiona leo. Kenyans. One day, what's wrong with you? Huyu rafiki yako one day sijui shida yake ni nini? Mwambie kuja hadi tusi hapa. It's fine. Come to the show. What are you doing?
Najaribu kutafuta huyo mama alikuwa anasema mama agongo kabisa. Huyo alikuwa anasema huyo madhakaro tungemtoa hapa. Alikuwa amefanywa, kwani hatuna jeshi?
I sent you the clip.
Sawa, hebu nione kwako. Hadi mama anasema kwani hatuna jeshi. What can we say? Wacha nitafute huyo mama. Naona ulinitumia pia Gathoni wa Mushomba. I don't know Yeah, Gathoni wa Mushomba.
That's a good. That one for Gadon is actually a very good clip. It's something that you need to send to the rest of Kenyans.
Wacha kwanza nione
That's a very
ya
good
mama huyu, kwani uko mbali aje? Suluhu.
Maybe sikukutumia. Wachana nayo. Let's talk about other things, but bro.
No, kuna huyo TV ni kama anataka kusikia tukiongea. Send me that clip kama uko nayo basi. You can share with me maybe anyway, lakini I don't know why what is that they felt to fight a very small battle with Kenya, because that Madhakarua issue was a very small issue. I don't know why airport it was a very explosive thing to them. I don't know. And in any case, I know the reason why Tanzanians and Ugandans, because they know they don't have that proper expertise in which can actually take their people to Kenya. Maloya wa TZ na maloya wa UG wakikuja Kenya hata wataweza kuongea. They will represent no one. So they know we have that competitiveness. Maloya wetu wanaenda mpaka ICC bana. What does it mean? So at least I have seen Kenyan lawyers doing international law. Many of them. How what is that na huko nini Uganda? Bure kabisa.
The problem with Tanzania, you know, at least they respect UG. Yeah? UG at least fight. At least Ugandans fight. Ugandans at least try to fight Museveni. You can see it. But UG, Tanzania, they are with a dictator and they are okay with it. You can see they are content. Most of them wasema, mandugu zetu wa Kenya, sijui nini, mnafaa kutuonesha heshima, mpende rais wenu. You're so content as a nation with a dictator. You kitu sielewi. I don't understand. You can see at least our people are trying. We know it's difficult, but we are trying to get rid of a dictator. We made a mistake and allowed it to happen. But you can see with Tanzanians, their wealth is being I think they're daft people. Me no Tanzanian or Pumbafu. How can you not see that the poverty of your country is because of your leaders? How can you have a bigger coastline? No, budi patia logic hapa. How can you have a bigger coastline than Kenya, yet we dominate them? Why do other landlocked countries outside East Africa ferry their goods through Kenya, not Tanzania? And yet they have got a bigger port. They have got a bigger coastline. I think Tanzanians are daft. They have no sense of self-respect.
And Nanikuulize, do you want to tell me that Tanzania, they are so comfortable with Chama cha Mapinduzi forever? Mnataka kuniambia hiyo Chama cha Mapinduzi ni chama bingwa kabisa? It's the best party. That's they right. Cannot change it.
It's as old as Kanu, I think.
And why don't they feel the audacity to replace it and bring another political party? Why Chama cha Mapinduzi forever?
Why don't you change the habits of that party?
No, I don't think the habits of that party can be changed, because now it's a perennial party. It's a party which is over 60 years. It needs to collapse. So I don't believe Tanzania can claim to have democracy with only one political power, with only one political party which has only held power from independence. I don't think that is democracy.
Now they're refusing to do elections, and that is what we're coming to help them with. Wamekataa kwenda uchaguzi. They're just stuck with this dictatorial woman that has not brought any development in that country ever since she took power. The only achievement is just being the first female president of Tanzania. That's it.
Uone vile Joseph Baidas ameanzia kukua mtukutu hapa live on air.
Nimepata hiyo video yako by the way, nikutumia.
Ona vile huyu jamaa Joseph Baidas anasema. TZ walikataa dollars. So wanatumia gani? So they don't have dollars.
Now one Kenya shilling is 20 Tanzanian shillings. Oh.
At the Excel anasema Tanzania are just lazy people like Zambia and other place. Ama
Yusuf, what is Yusuf saying? Kipril have tasted.
Ona sasa ile mambo sasa watu wanaanzia kusema hapa sasa. Sasa hata watu wameanzia kwenda sasa kwa sampling ya wasichana wa TZ sasa sure.
Sampling. Wachaga.
Ona one day na Joseph Baidas sasa wameanzia sasa kwenda kwingine sasa. Wameanzia mpaka kudescribe wewe nyinyi one day muokoke. Mwachana na mafunzo. Wacha tusikie huyu mama alikuwa anasema Martha Karua angegongwa abebwe na machera. You know, Kipril, you need to know that this is your general who was being fought, eh?
I know. That's why do you think I'm dissing them?
Alienda kunajisi mpaka bunge lao nchi gani ile? Eti alafu mtu anakuambia tukasome kwao. Tukasome nini? Kipi tukasome? Sisi hatuna cha kusoma kwa Wakenya isipokuwa Wakenya watoke kule waje wajifunze kwetu. Waje watalii kwenye nchi yetu waone. Wafundishe namna siasa inavyofanya.
Nilikuwa nikitaka uweke yani hapo alikuwa anasema Martha Karua gongo kabisa. But mama ndiye huyu. Mshenzi sana. Ati
labda mume yake amfanyii kazi jioni.
No, anyway, I don't know. By the Kipril, you need to update us. What was Martha Karua going to do in Tanzania?
She was going to defend, I forget the name of the person. She was just coming to, she's a senior advocate in East Africa.
And she gotten a license? Like the same way she had done
there's an agreement in East Africa that you can practice law across the three countries. You can practice law if you have been accepted to the bar. Martha Karua has in all three.
Okay.
So is you know this
guy senior counsel?
The senior counsel. It's like this other guy. What's his name? This guy who talks a lot. Lumumba. Lumumba can also practice in Tanzania and Uganda.
I have my friends from Ghana. I hear wanapea Lumumba jina kubwa. Hadi nashangaa watu shida yao ni nini?
Empty debe.
Another guy from Ghana was telling me, but Lumumba president.
No, thank you.
Nilicheka nasema kweli yeah, foreigners don't know issues. But the guy speaks. Kamwambia bana wewe. Ati Lumumba president bana. Mtu Kasongo mweke Lumumba. The guy big English.
Lumumba alishindwa kazi ya EACC. Remember he was given that job for anti-corruption?
No, in fact hata Lumumba bana si hiyo job ili he was poked with 100,000. Poked. He was poked na 1,100. Whether that's where I discredited him, whether it was a poke or not. A government senior officer of that level kuangushwa na 1,100. Mimi hata sisikilizangi yeye by the way. Oh, I know Barire, they used the Barire, actually they used our governor in Embu. They used the Barire to poke him, but that collapse was 1,100 manzi.
100,000.
Inakufanya you lose a job worth 2.4 million. Ama anakuwa analipa ngapi ama ni 1 million? Hiyo EACC chairman.
He was bribed 100,000 only.
Yeah. Lumumba aligongwa 1,100 na Barire. Na hiyo ndio pesa ilimuua.
Okay, hebu ni explain alipatiwa ama nini liape?
No, this is what happened. I don't know if it was a donation or what, but wewe jua Mbarire alimpelekea 1,100. Alafu sasa hiyo pesa sasa because ilikuwa mtego, because unajua niyo they needed a more evidence. Sasa hiyo 1,100 wakaenda kule bunge discussion haraka sijui corrupt sijui nini. Jamaa shangolewa.
100,000.
Lumumba died professionally because of 100,000. It is
At least even I don't say a million, you know, at least wake a million. 100,000.
No, but
how much is 100,000? How much is 100,000 in dollars? That's about
around $900.
$800. Shika $800 hapo, weka $800.
That's the day niliona Kiprira, Mungu akusaidie upatapate tu pesa. Hebu sikia. Kiprira, Mungu akusaidie upatapate tu pesa, usikuwe na hiyo njaa mingi. Yani hata ukikolapse tunashtuka bana. Yani Kiprira, Mungu akusaidie tu upate tu pesa, tusisikiange uliangushwa na tu vitu ndogo ndogo. I'm not saying that you need to corrupt and you steal money, but it is so shameful that we are discussing stories of 100,000 ati ndio inakuangusha for lack of integrity. Hiyo kitu ni bo. Hiyo kitu ni bo. That's why by the way, I cannot listen to Lumumba. Lumumba aliharibu bana, aliharibu profession.
Does he still come to KTN?
Unasema nini bana, na anaenda huko Magana wapi? Wewe jamaa, unajua ngambo hawajui kile kilitendeka. Unajua huko hao asiwagana hawana habari mzito alipokea 100,000. Hawana habari. Wao tu wanaonanga tu kizungu kubwa. Unaelewa? Kipriro. Hawajui mimi mzee
najua Africa, in the hearts of Africa. We saw in the paka unaboeka bana.
Haya, tulia sasa, mama ndiye huyu. Acha niwaekee sasa. Ati huyu alikuwa rudi na mitungi ya gasi. We Kipriro bana, nimekuja kujua bana, you are not a serious human being. Wewe hata sisikii ukisema bana, natokezea huko Tanzania niwaoneshe defend your mom.
Yule alikuwa apigwa rudi na mitungi ya gesi kule kwao. Najisikia huzuni sana ninavyoingia kwenye mitandao ya kijamii na kuona yanayoendelea. Eti Samia anafananishwa ni kama kikatuni fulani tu hivi, mara anatokea mtu anakifinya. Kweli? Na sisi tupo tu. Si kwamba hatuwezi kusema, tunawaangalia nyinyi mnatupeleka wapi. Na kama akipewa ruhusa kila mtu aseme hapa, wasemaji wanaotoka nje na ndani ya nchi watatafuta pa kwenda. Hii kazi tunaiweza sana. Mheshimiwa Waziri, tumechoka. Kuna msemo wa Kiswahili unasema, ukicheka na nyani utavuna mabua. Hatutaki sisi tuje tuvune mabua. Huu sio muda tena wa kucheka na nyani. Nasema haya na uzuri mama yangu Taska yuko pale. Anasikia. Hizi wizara mbili, nyinyi sahihi macho yetu, sisi tunawaangalia nyinyi. Na mimi nikwambia Mheshimiwa Waziri, niungane na wenzangu waliopita katika kuchangia. Tulikosea kweli yule Martha Karua kumrejesha kule. Na hili kosa lisitokee tena hapa. Hivi mtu anatoka huko analeta ujinga wake hapa, halafu eti anarejeshwa nzima salama salimini kweli? Na yule anayesema anadai kapigwa eti anashuka kwenye gari anajichetemeza kweli? Yule alikuwa apigwa rudi na mitungi ya gesi kule kwao. Anafumulia gesi. Wengejua Tanzania. Wengeona makali ya jeshi la Tanzania. Lakini eti leo mtu anadai kapigwa, anazungumza tu kule, anaendelea kuzungumza. Tumemwacha Martha Karua anaendelea kuzungumza akiwa Kenya kule. Mheshimiwa Waziri, hili lisitokee tena. Anayekuja kwetu tutamalizana naye hapa. Anaingia ndani ya 18 zetu tumalizane naye hapa. Wanavyotaka tunataka. Sisi hatujashindwa na sisi hatuwaogopi. Wasifikirie kama walivyoweza kufanya kule kwao watakuja kuchochea Tanzania iwe hivyo. Tanzania ni nchi tunayoheshimiana. Tanzania ni nchi ambayo tunaishi kwa urafiki na udugu. Sisi tunaheshimu sheria zetu. Wao tuliwaona kule, walienda kunajisi mpaka bunge lao. Nchi gani ile? Eti alafu mtu anakuambia tukasome kwao. Tukasome nini? Kipi tukasome? Sisi hatuna cha kusoma kwa Wakenya, isipokuwa Wakenya watoke kule waje wajifunze kwetu, waje watalii kwenye nchi yetu, waone, wafundishe namna siasa inavyofanya. Baada ya hayo machache, Mheshimiwa Naibu Waziri, unaona Mheshimiwa Naibu Spika ananiangalia sana.
Ati angerudi wewe bwana Kipril na umenyamaza hapo bwana. Unasikia
Tanzanians, I've told you several times.
Angerudi na mitungi ya gesi,
Where Belfast, the country of your birth has really embarrassed us, huh? Belfast. Unajua Belfast alizalia huko. Really?
Lakini Tanzania wanajisikiaje? Yani Watanzania wanaangalia hivi tu wanaona yani like they are more progressive than Kenyans.
They are not.
Is this woman serious?
Bunch of idiots. How can you disrespect Martha Karua like that? Na huo ni msichana mdogo anaongea.
Ana amekugonga, Kipril ana amekugonga. Activist ni puppet wa beberu.
Achana na Anne is trying to get a rise from me. And I divorced you a long time ago, my dear.
Si useme kule huko. Unajua gari ambayo ina namba ni ya mwizi bana. Si useme uko wapi?
Namba ni ya mwizi.
Gari haina namba ni ya mwizi. That's all what we say in my language. Gari bila namba ni ya mwizi. Sema namba yako.
Number 1.
Aya. We will label our readers. Okay, hebu tusikie huyu neutral wa Belfast anasema namna gani. Na sijui kama ametoka kwa feri.
Alitoka kwa feri, unajua. Hapana, saa kwa Tanzania naenda kutetea watu wake.
Leave the people of Tanzania alone. They don't come to Kenya to disturb us. So, now, the politics we have is rough. Ni tu kama yetu pia wale watu wa Tanzania. In fact, what Martha and Kina Boniface did by going there, it has sensitized the people of Tanzania. So let's be neutral about this. There's pros and cons about what has just happened. And I think that we can congratulate Martha Karua for the trip she made to try and defend Tindilisu, the opposition leader, and the drama that accompanied Mr. Boniface Mwangi and the Ugandan journalists. You know, very unfair. What happened to them, if it happened at all? But I believe it did happen. It's no different from what happens in Kenya. The only thing is that Tanzanians now, they are beginning to show their true colors. You see, these are not the days of Mwalimu Julius Nyerere and Magufuli, or even Mwinyi, all those leaders. But I think it's very unfair for Kenyans to decide that the people of Tanzania are a big problem. No, they're not. You know, when we band ourselves at tunaongea Kizungu at Kiingereza na hao sijui hiyo si lugha, yani, what are we saying? Are we saying that we're more superior than them? It doesn't make sense. I think what we should do is we should celebrate the efforts that Tanzania is making. They're doing a lot which we are not doing in terms of progress. You know, if you look at their transport system, infrastructure, those guys are flying. We're joking around in Kenya. And it's there, you can see it physically when you visit Tanzania. I think that the hiccup that we have is a lot to do with the kind of leader we have in Kenya, William Ruto. You know, because you know how much this person has annoyed many countries around the region. And the fact that Kina Boniface Mwangi or Martha Karua have done what they've done is not the only thing. These people are actually angry about Mr. William Ruto more than these other guys who went to do their activism and legal adventures there. They know that Ruto is not the legitimate leader of Kenya as per the elections of 2022. But they have to deal with him. You see, they know that we had dictators like Moi, but there was civility in that dictatorship when you look at regional, affairs. So I think that we have to be fair to the people of Tanzania. Yes, I was born there. I have no apologies, no regrets about that. People don't decide where they're born or which color they bear on their skin. So I think that, and so I'm not
Umenitoa
disloyal
white
to
hapo.
Kenya. Ati
Umenitoa white hapo. Umenitoa white hapo.
vipi? No. Kitu nasema mimi sina. My patriotism is for Africa. These regions are just created by Wazungu. That someone is born in. We have many people in Kenya who are born in different places: Uganda, Tanzania. Lupita Nyong'o, she was born in Mexico. All those people, they still profess to be Kenyans. So, but sometimes, let me be honest with you, I feel like I just want to be 100% Tanzanian because of the things that we do in Kenya. Yani, you cross the border as soon as unatoka kule Isibania unaingia kule TZ, you just feel that there is a different place there. You'll not be going at the wewe nataka chai. They will not serve you. That's nonsense. They don't agree with that. These people are well schooled. We might talk about our academic, thing, in comparison to them as a country. But these people, they are well schooled. They've got the upper, the superior culture compared to us in terms of tolerance, in terms of even saying greetings. They are polite people. I am here to say that I am actually shocked that the Tanzanian MPs could speak the way they spoke. There's one even said that Ati CG Martha Karua should just pass Isibania into Tarime, and by the time she gets there, he would have impregnated her because Kenyans have failed to give her a baby. When did Tanzanians start speaking like that? But I think it just shows that in our regional politics, even beyond, yani, we are not sensitive at all in the way our leaders. This thing has shown me that even leaders of Tanzania, yani, they're just like our leaders. This is what it has proven to me. Because of the shocking statements you heard from the Tanzanian parliament. So this is me trying to be neutral and balanced. But hii Mudavadi, I saw a film that the Gen Zs have made. Bwana Kipril, I don't know if you have watched it. It's shocking. They've digitized the thing between Mudavadi and Suluhu. Umeona hiyo?
Able to me, so you have my number for it.
It is. Ukiona hiyo haki, I think they will do something tomorrow. Nasikia Suluhu has already amefunga WhatsApp na Twitter.
Kwa sababu zimesambazwa kila mahali. I think she's
Kwanza
a
hiyo
evil woman. I think she's very evil. I believe she's the one who's causing. What was your former president called? The former president of Tanzania. I'm going to forgetting his name.
Yupi Nyerere, Mwalimu Julius. Ama ule Mwinyi. Magufuli.
Magufuli did very well for Tanzania. He brought a lot of development to Tanzania. Tanzania was coming up till he was killed by the United States. There's always this jealousy with the US when an African leader actually rises.
Yes.
So they like to replace a good leader with a goon like him, because the minerals of Tanzania are just like, there are so many Eastern and Western countries that are so parasitic on Tanzania, even more than Kenya. There's so much
Yeah,
parasitic behavior that is happening in Tanzania that it's disgusting. Tanzania should be richer than Kenya.
Nimetuambia Mudavadi na Suluhu ni nini kimewatendekea. Mwache
And
kuongea
atavoid your video.
Yeah, so you are saying like they want to Suluhu want to come and follow it up. Lazima Kenya hiyo vitu lazima itendeke. They cannot stop it. It's unfortunate.
You can't. No, the way those parliamentary people spoke, it has caused a fire in Kenya. I know Kenyans don't take things lying down. That's the one thing. I know neutral. I actually respect what you said. It's very good. That was very balanced. But unfortunately, I am very angry. First of all, how they spoke of Martha Karua and how they spoke of the rest of the nation. The way those MPs talked about us was a direct attack to our sovereignty and to our people. They slung mud at us. There was nothing wrong with what Boniface Mwangi went and did. There was nothing wrong with what Martha Karua had gone and done. There is this relationship that we have as an East African community where we can, with a license, we can practice some of this. We have some of these privileges to do what Martha Karua was going to do. So it was an insult. It was an insult to our, what do you call it? It was an insult to our partnership as nations. And I believe it's down to Suluhu and her goons of politicians. That was very disrespectful. They need to apologize, neutral. They need to apologize to Martha Karua. That is a senior, respectable politician in East Africa, not just Kenya, East Africa. Bana, acha madharau. Suluhu ni vampire. Sikujua Anna anapenda Suluhu. Naona Anna's a Tanzanian husband. Huyu ana mume wa Tanzania huyu.
Anne feels that we are not analyzing it fully. She feels that Martha Karua and Boniface Mwangi were being used by somebody. And she feels that, according to Anne, she feels that
I disagree.
Tanzania acted accordingly. If I analyze Anne, what is it? So Anne is like trying to say, Wakenya ndio waliweka Tanzania vidole. So
there's nothing like that.
They met people who are minding their own business, and then we decided. So I don't know why Anne is speaking that way, and already there is an arrested. Kuna mtu wa Tandem. Anne, are you aware of that guy who is called Tindurisu? There is a guy who has already been arrested. Tindurusu.
Anyway, thanks Bwana Kipril na Mwaura. Sasa unaona, what we always do to Tanzanian brothers and sisters, I think Kenyans are always doing some good things to them in terms of when they have big issues affecting their country. Now, let's even take, for example, their political leaders. Wanakuja Kenya, ule Tindulisu, when he was shot 16 times, he ended up in Kenya before he was flown over to Europe. There are rumors, and these rumors are very, very well verified, that Magufuli was flown to Kenya on 8th of March, on the year that he died. These are things that are carried in various sources, the BBC, whatever. Tindulisu, when he spoke about this, they threatened him because Magufuli's death, just like Kenyatta's death, Jomo Kenyatta could not be broadcasted for a couple of hours. So Magufuli's being flown into Kenya and then flown back on life support back to Tanzania. The man actually literally died in Kenya, but they claimed that he was returned to Tanzania on life support. You see, what I'm trying to imply here is that Kenya has gone, Kenyan people, not just the political class, they've even kept these things secret in order to protect the nation that is Tanzania, its sovereignty. You know, we know that during that so-called COVID, Magufuli was suffering in a hospital in Kenya. That's where he had his last few hours before he was flown back to Tanzania.
It's bad. That is bad,
And
because I'll tell you one thing.
go
For
ahead.
me, I believe Magufuli was a great leader for East Africa. Kama alifanyia hiyo tendo huko Kenya, whoever did that needs to pay attention, because I believed in that man. I used to follow him. That man was changing Tanzania. That man was doing a lot of things for Tanzania.
Yes, and then they claimed that he had cardiac and respiratory issues, and you know, during COVID, they always connected those. Sorry, go ahead.
But Belfast, hold on. Belfast, how can a whole president not afford?
No, unajua it started this way kidogo Kiprile. Tuliambiwa ati alipelekwa Muhimbili. There's a hospital called Muhimbili ama ni nini? If I recall. There is like a hospital huko Dar es Salaam huko. Sijui alipelekwa Muhimbili, sijui kutoka Muhimbili akaletwa Nairobi Hospital, sijui akakaa Nairobi Hospital kidogo, then from Nairobi Hospital akapelekwa Muhimbili tena, then
yes, that's what happened. Yes,
took a week. The whole process took a week, and within Muhimbili, Nairobi, and Muhimbili again, in any of those two destinations, kuna pahali alikufia, but they kept those news mum for almost 7 days.
But that needs to be investigated
to do that. I don't know why. Like, is Tanzania this fragile that mtu akikufa leo hawezi ambiwa kesho?
No, but like that's a thing we ourselves in Kenya we have done in the past. You know, when Jomo Kenyatta died, I think it was 21st of August 1978, but they did not want to announce his death. Alikufa kwa choo. They kept it a state secret for many hours until, you know, the next day, within 24 hours, they released the information. It is a thing that many African countries were doing to seal the death of a leader. But it looks like it's at Magufuli's they did the same thing many years later after those things that we used to do, a standard of African, you know, the exit of a leader, you know. But like Magufuli died while he was being treated in Kenya. These people might actually have a gripe with us because their leader was supposed to come out alive from Kenya, you know, because what is contained in the information that Tindulisu gave, you know, he said those things. He has never been prosecuted for making those claims.
That is defamation, right?
Yes, but they never touched him for saying those things.
Yeah.
You know, when he came back from Belgium or wherever he was living in Europe, hawakumsumbua kwa hiyo swala kwa sababu they knew it was the truth.
It is exactly the same thing they're trying to do with Gachagua here. They're trying to tell Gachagua to parliament today to try and tell Gachagua he needs to keep his mouth shut. I don't know how they're going to stop that.
So the Tanzanians, they know that you know, the Kenyan state is more you know, pro-West than Tanzania itself. This is a problem. They can't, you know, they don't like this. Of course, in terms of business, as you said, with the minerals in Tanzania, Canada has been stealing from Tanzania. You know, there's a company there called Barrick Gold. I remember in 2000 and 2003 to 2006, when I was doing some work in Nairobi with an organization that used to promote corporate responsibility. And one of the things that I used to do was to interview so-called corporate executives, small and big. And I interviewed the CEO of Barrick Gold. I can provide the newsletter, including the digital version of the interview. And these people, they were championing for Canada. This has never changed. Do you know that Canada, the Barrick Gold Company, owns nearly 60% of Tanzanian gold?
Jesus.
Tanzanian gold, nearly 60%. Today, they still own it. And Canada produces gold, yes. But Canada also, because of its advantage of processing gold and being industrial in that sector, I've always had a big share in African gold. Those Canadian companies like Barrick Gold, And when I visited that country, the last time I was there in Tanzania, I could not believe it that this country, which produces a specific type of gold, right, which in the market is quite of high value, this country is that poor. So I think Magufuli was trying to change things like this. I think this is where Magufuli was coming in and saying, enough is enough. In fact, even Barrick Gold, they were affected by Magufuli's new policies. At first I was thinking, Bwana Mwaura, that this thing about this conspiracy about Magufuli's death could not be proven. But when you look at the things that he was doing, like trying to nationalize the resources of Tanzania in the same way Traore is doing, these people, they had to get rid of him. And unfortunately, it included people within Tanzania that had to be involved in getting rid of Magufuli. You see? So, but Tanzania, I think, has a lot of resources that can overpower Kenya by far. It's just by far. It's just that you find that the Kenyan corporate system is stronger than Tanzania. Many Kenyans are directors or CEOs of companies in Tanzania, and Tanzanians, they can't stand that. I saw that with my, I saw their reaction when they were telling you about how Wakenya sijui ndio wana control hizi benki za hapa sijui nini. And it's true, but they feel that Kenyans are overloading on their space, and now it's becoming digital. So they are genuinely afraid, as a nation. But Njiru, let me tell you something. I would rather, and please bear with me if this sounds, if it sounds bad. But from the experience of our history in Africa in the last 20 years, I would rather have a peaceful, stable Tanzania with a so-called dictator than a thing that the Western countries have coined and called it democracy for Africa. This, I would rather have stability. And that's why even now, when I see our drama in Kenya, since 2010, the constitution means nothing now. It means nothing. If you have a constitution that tells you, Njiru, that there is a thing called Chapter 6, and this Chapter 6 is like, it's almost like the holiest part of our constitution. Yani, hiyo chapter, ukivuka hiyo, I'm telling you, then that constitution means nothing. Because Chapter 6 is the sanctity of our constitution. So if we have that and we pretend that we have democracy, what's the point? So me, I'd rather die for a stable country, right? Si ati tunafinywa saa zote na damu ndio hiyo, sijui mtu anatushoot watu kwa jela, lakini it is like peaceful in the same way you see Tanzania, right? You know, this that has happened in Tanzania is a hiccup. I don't think it's like a national trend, a national policy for the Tanzanian leadership to
Belfast umepotea. Is it me who has lost you? Maybe as I wait for Belfast, let me give some update. Belfast kidogo, let me give some update of ya vitu zimetendeka, and then you come back just for point of information. Mnakumbuka huyu jamaa Belfast? Do you remember that guy?
huyo nani sasa? Hiyo picha sioni vizuri.
Anaitwa Joseph.
Ule mkora aliua huyo msichana wa Sudan, alitoka huyo mwanabiashara huyu
Joseph Irongo alias Joey, among 57 prisoners pardoned by President Ruto under the law and under the Power of Mercy Act. He was sentenced to death in February 2024, meaning that amekaa jela like 1 year 3 months for murder of businesswoman Monica Kimani. Unakaa jela mwaka moja na unapewa pardon. This is illegal.
Huyu Joy, huyu boyfriend wa Jackie Maribe.
I don't know, but how do
si alikuwa
is there a power of mercy which can be given within 1 year?
Bwana, si unajua constitution ya Kenya, a person called a president akona executive orders.
Kidogo Ruto, no, it's not about executive order. Ruto knows something. Power of mercy, within 1 year, power of mercy is given, like, because it was a life death sentence, which in Kenya we do it as life sentence. It means that you have served a considerable amount of time. They have monitored you. You seem to be somebody who is on the reform trajectory. Lakini uwezi kuwa umefungwa maisha na upewe power of mercy within 1 year. That is stupidity.
But now you're talking as if you've only discovered who Ruto is.
I was just trying to discredit it. In other words, that's what I'm trying to do.
So he's been released, yeah? Is this one of the Madaraka Day power of mercy things that is happening this week?
Yeah, so Anna ananiambia sina full story.
Hiyo ulitoa wapi, kwa source gani hiyo?
Yeah, I have seen it. Many people have posted. I've seen it in Alfred. I've seen it like in 10 pages. It looks like.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so going back to my point is that Kenyans, this thing that Martha Karua and Boniface Mwangi and the Ugandan journalists, what they've done, it is they've mobilized the region, and in fact it has actually opened a debate. But in terms of interfering, the so-called interfering with another country, I would just rather leave another country alone to solve their own problems, their own issues. That's just, I think that the West, they managed to divide our continent, and they are still neo-colonizing us through the same borders. And we must fashion ourselves in a different way, the way those guys in West Africa are doing. We must do substantive things. So this hiccup that happened the other day, for me, it's just a small thing. It's not a big thing. I am very sorry to hear that Boniface Mangi and the lady, they were tortured in Tanzania. That's a very unfortunate thing. But these are fighters, I respect Boniface Mwangi for always trying to put his life on the line. People find it easy to criticize him because people can't do what he's doing. Even last year when he sent he put a post on social media, Facebook and other social media, that he has had enough. It is time to go. And people were laughing at him, ati uende ukakufe huko kama unataka kujinyonga. You see, that's the reactionary thing that we do instead of looking at substantive things, what is happening to our country. If Boniface Mwangi wanted to join Mwaura, Ruto's camp, ama hata ile ya Uhuru Kenyatta, si angeingia? Because he's a popular man. So hizo zote amekataa, na watu kila saa wanasema ati yeye amechukua pesa ya wazungu sijui nini. The man must earn a living. So if he's part of an NGO or whatever he's doing in terms of sensitizing people, where do they think he's going to get the money? Kenyans don't want to give him. Back in the day, NGOs were very strong. In the 1990s and the 1980s, but more so in the 1990s. NGOs were very strong and they had resources. They collaborated with the trade unions. In fact, trade unions even chipped in to make the NGOs afloat. But now NGOs are not strong. They're useless. I heard you and Kipril speaking about this Lumumba, PLO Lumumba. You never find me listening to PLO Lumumba. There is nothing inspiring about PLO Lumumba's speech. The guy is a con man. If you want a definition of a con man, that's him. Because PLO Lumumba, he was one of those people, when elections were being rigged, just for him to earn that legal place and be part of that court system representing IEBC, PLO Lumumba, he couldn't even defend IEBC as per his qualifications. He sounded like a joker. But PLO Lumumba has always so-called defended democracy, and when it comes to practical things, when Kenyans are in pain, things are happening, that's not him. But in fact, PLO Lumumba is known to have been a snitch during Daniel Arap Moi's time when he was a student at Nairobi University. He was a government snitch. It is known, So he was at the university with some of the leaders now who pretend to be so democratic. And PLO Lumumba has always been accused also of plagiarism, in his academic life. But that's besides the point. If we have a social and political elite, the so-called intelligentsia, who behave like PLO Lumumba, honestly, this is part of the problem that we have. Because before we fix the nation, we have to decide in the next election, if you are interested in voting, these are the people you don't want to listen to. These are the people you switch your TV off, or these are the people you blank out. These are the people you must sabotage. And they include people like PLO Lumumba, people like Atwoli, then the politicians like Sudi, Ichungwa, and many others in both ODM and Kenya Kwanza. But most of these the guys who conform to the status quo, they're all over the place. You see them every time in the TV stations, purporting that they're representing the issues of people, what people want. It's nonsense. I remember Barack Muluka, he was one of them, but now he has come back to the fold. He saw the problems with Ruto. You have that Peter Kagwanja, huyo ni bwana huyu advisor wa Ruto, anaitwa sijui Amina Juma, who served in Uhuru Kenyatta's government as a CS. And you find that when this guy was supporting Uhuru through and through, and Ruto through and through, but because his wife was in Azimio through Uhuru Kenyatta, he changed his spots. These people, let me tell you, the political elites that the Kenyans watch on TV and on our radio, those guys are part of the problem that is facing the Kenyan nation. Me, I just hope that before 2027, there will be some people, not one person, but some people who will be ready to do what has happened in Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. They don't have to be military leaders. They can just be people whose mission is to change the country, in such a way that we've never seen before. And that's why on this platform I've said that Mr. Gachagua, despite his inadequacies, I think Mr. Gachagua has a lot of strength in telling the people what we don't know that is happening. This guy has information that I don't think he has even expended with 5% of what he knows. He is a treasure trove for the country, Mr. Gachagua. So I think we should give him some space. We should not look at him as that person who was impeached. We are saying that he's not perfect, but there are things this person can do to drive the revolution forward. Thank you.
Sawa, Belfast ni asante. Ana anasema ati nimekuwa deflated. I don't think that is the case. I try to follow things naturally and asking myself many questions. So where Ana usitake pia ni kuamini sana. I look at things with a microscopic eye. So Belfast, you have not commented anything about abductions which are still continuing in Kenya. What do you take of it now that the government is still persisting the self-abductions, and that is what Kanja came and is speaking? To what extent could these Kenyans have abducted themselves, according to you?
But you see, when you're in power, you have the instruments of power. So if I tell you that you need to stop abducting people, you just laugh it off because you have the instruments of power. That's all that's happening. So they make it difficult for Kenyans to ascertain whether Mr. Kiumbiru, the MP who was abducted the other day, is saying the truth or not. You saw that IG Kanja said yesterday that it's a lot of nonsense. They were looking for him, for this MP, because he has a case to answer about corruption. He switched off his phone, what. I was particularly interested in this case more than many other issues happening in the country, because I was looking at the trajectory. If this is happening now, then it's possible that many political leaders might suffer the same fate, and they will use that thing of we're taking you to court and you are running away, and then you're claiming we're abducting you, because that's what Kanja was saying. IG Kanja was saying that even his family has refused to comply when they want the family to speak, that it does not make sense, the story that Mr. Rigathi Gachagua was saying. So you see, these guys have managed to confuse Kenyans again because they've got the instruments of power. Who is more believable? This is the joke that they are playing for Kenyans. We even say that, let's say that the family or this MP is lying to Kenyans, right? How far does the state engage in such an affair when already they have said that this person is not speaking the truth? You see, there is an incredible problem there, because that makes it easy for any vulnerable person who just naive just says, I will believe the state because it is the state. IG Kanja goes up there and speaks on behalf of the state and say, look, this story is false, you know? But they have not explained exactly what has happened to this MP. They're giving Rigathi Gachagua the upper hand because Rigathi Gachagua seems to be giving, point by point, a chronology of what happened, even if it is fake. But the things he said, a lot of them made a lot of sense. And I can't believe that these people were in the same political party only 2-3 years ago, barely 2 years ago. It's unbelievable. These people went into an election, these guys who are now fighting each other, and they so-called elected Ruto. And this is what Ruto is doing to them, one by one. It's a very, very difficult thing to believe, but it's actually happening, But if you look at, for example, the leaders of Coast Province, the one who is accused of dealing in drugs, you know him. I don't want to mention names here because I don't want Maura to be in trouble. But you know him, the one who is often, even the US government said a few years ago, he was one of the 4 MPs who were alleged to be involved in massive trafficking of drugs, making Kenya the hub of drug trafficking. You know him. That one there was speaking today in State House and saying things that he would not have said about Ruto 5 years ago, 4 years ago even. He made Ruto look like a saint. I can't believe that this is the same person who used to say those things against William Ruto. And now, this person is saying unbelievable. It's unbelievable. So this is why I'm saying that our political leaders, actually, Kenyans must find a way to vacate them kabisa off of office, because these people are quite strange. It's easy to change. Someone said that 365 days is too much for politics in Kenya. You can find a day and things can change within a day. And actually, that is what I'm seeing. But then, if we become afraid, shy, or we keep saying cynical things that change cannot happen, it will not happen. If we say change cannot happen, it will not happen. But if we say, for example, that statement I advised yesterday that the youth revolution must be maintained, and then something should happen in terms of commemorating this on 25th of June. I'm not suggesting violence. I'm saying that there has to be a commemoration. Anniversary must happen. It should take place in all constituencies, because all constituencies have the youth. It should be properly organized. This thing it doesn't cost money. You know, to tell people to remember the youth who were killed in parliament does not cost money. But more important is, how is it that we're going to encourage our, our state police and other armed forces to join up with people, to not shoot people, to just let people peacefully demonstrate? Because, that Somali guy, Aden Duale, said that he, not Aden Duale, the other guy who was deputy speaker, Fala Mahalim, said that if it was him, ange shoot karibu 5,000 people. We should be able to, man ourselves up and say that we're defending the country by doing a memorial for the youth who were persecuted, the ones who were beaten up, some are still injured, the ones who died, the ones who have never gone back to their homes. Some are still afraid today. Yani, kuna watu wamekimbia, wametoka nchi yetu ya Kenya na wameogopa kurudi, wameenda neighboring countries. Unaona? So that's a very important question, Jiru, that you're asking, that whether these abductions are real or not, according to the government. Me, I believe that there is abductions that are being, that are happening, and there's a machine behind it. Like Rigathi Gachagua, he was in government. When Rigathi Gachagua is saying these things, whether we like him or not, one thing I know is that he was in government. He was in the top cabinet meetings. So how can we doubt him? Thank you.
Yeah, ni sawa. Bwana Belfast, today I'm not going to stay here, so I have an addition of another 30 minutes, unless maybe Mkenya Mkora kuja endelee. So Bwana Buru, go ahead. Yeah, but I hope your mic is more clear. Just speak.
Okay, mimi swali yangu ni kwa Belfast. Kuna swali kwa Belfast ni Belfast, unasikia? Belfast, unasikia?
Nakusikia sana ndugu yangu. Hiyo simu yako ina break sana. Njiru, can you hear me?
Buru, wewe usikika.
Hebu ongea sasa hivi tunakusikia.
Okay. Sasa nikuulize Belfast. Kuna kitu umesema hapo, umesema vitu mingi sana hapo kuhusu watu katika Karua anachapwa sijui nini. Nimekusikiza vizuri sana Belfast. Najua hii mambo yote. Mimi nakuuliza aje Belfast. Personally wewe ni shida gani unakuwa nayo na Wakikuyu? Wewe niambie tu. Nimekusikiza muda mrefu. Shida gani unakuwa nayo na Wakikuyu? Tuanze hapo. jibu hapo kwa Belfast. Nasikia.
Blue, why is it ngoja umeniuliza swali, wacha nikupatie jibu. Umenitambua kama niko na shida na Wakikuyu?
Sijakuuliza kama uko na shida.
Ndio nakuuliza. Just take my submission tonight. Just this one of tonight. And you mentioned Martha Karua. Sasa hapo niko na shida gani na Wakikuyu? Niambie.
Unajua umesema Martha Karua alienda huko Tanzania. Na ulikuwa umeanza kuguza yako kufanya kitu poa. Ndio. Mimi mwenyewe si mtoto wa Karua, lakini mimi Belfast nimekusikiza muda mrefu sana. Umeongea sana kuhusu watu wa Kikuyu, nafikiria Kenya ni yao. Si umesema hivyo muda mrefu sana.
Hapana, hakunielewa. Ngoja kwanza, si umeniuliza? Hapana, umeniuliza swali, wacha nikujibu sasa Wacha nikujibu. Kila saa ukiwa hapa hiyo ndio inakuanga mission yako. Ukiniona hapa Eli wa Kikuyu sijui nini. Haya, wacha nikujibu. Sasa Martha Karua went to Tanzania to represent the opposition leader. Vile tu vile alienda Uganda. Na mimi sioni ubaya hapo, hivyo hiyo ni kazi yake. Lakini kile ambacho nilisema, we should do our own thing. Tanzania does their own thing. Stability is important of a nation. Me, I don't give two monkeys about Western democracy. I used, I argued using, easy information that you can think of. I did not, anywhere did I mention a Kikuyu. I did not mention Mkamba, Meru. I said what I said about Martha Karua. In fact, I even attacked those MPs. Kuna mwingine hapo alisema sijui Martha Karua akivuka tu amepika sijui amefika kule Tarime, yeye atamchukua Martha Karua atambaka. They said that. That's where I say that. Yani Tanzanian MPs, have they become like our MPs? No, Tanzanian people, they used to be very polite. So hapo umenishika vibaya. Mimi sikusema ati simpendi Martha Karua, hapana, ama Wakikuyu, hapana, sijasema hivyo.
Hapo nilikuwa nimekosea. Mimi nakuuliza aje Belfast. Belfast, you are a very intelligent guy. Wewe umetembea hii dunia yote. Umeenda huko UK, umeenda. You are a very smart man. Wewe si mtu wa kudanganywa na Kiswahili ya udongo hivi, ati Kiswahili kidogo hivi. Mimi nakuuliza aje Belfast. Mimi nakuuliza aje Belfast. What makes you think hata wewe ni mkubwa kuniliko? Nikuulize aje, kwa nini unafikiria ati Wakikuyu wanajaribu kukonga kila mtu, ati wanajipenda? Unaona? Okay, wacha nikuulize. Umeongea sana ukasema ati hawa watu wa Mount Kenya wanafikiria kila mahali wakienda hawa ndio wanaongoza. Sasa lazima ati uongeleshwe, waambiwe vile kuko. Nimesikiza politics zako sana. Nikuulize aje, na sina ubaya. Wewe nini ya kufanya ufikirie Belfast ati Wakikuyu wako more powerful kuliko Mjaluo kama wewe? Yani mimi nimekushindia nini akili na umenishindia nini? Hebu niambie.
Hapana. Sikia, wacha tuongee tu nini. Umeniuliza maswali, mimi pia nitakujibu. I personally don't have a problem with the people from Central Province.
Yes.
I have no problem. The people of Central Province, they have a big problem with their leaders. They have been captured for a long time. You know, people say that Luos have been captured. Central Province, people there have been captured for a very long time. Jomo Kenyatta is the one who started it. Alifukuza watu kwa land ni yao, wamefukuzwa. Wamepelekwa sijui wapi. Wengine hata kule Mpeketoni. Sasa shida si ati ni vile mimi nimeona Wakikuyu. Hapana, Wakikuyu ndio wako na leaders ambao, yani selfish leaders. Hao watu wamewasumbua, wamewanyang'anya mali yenu, na saizi bado wamewakalia. Na you can say the same thing about Luo leaders in Nyanza. They have done the same to Luo people. You know, we are having a very mature discussion hapa. It's unfortunate that lazima tuongee about tribes. Kuna mtu hapa amekaa hapo, si yeye ni Mmeru. Sasa yeye amekaa hapa ameshangaa sana. Tunaongea ati maneno ya Kikuyu hapa, sijui kwa nini. Wacha nikwambie, ama wewe umetumwa na Itumbi. Unajua kuna wale watu wanatumwa kwa platforms ili waharibu debate. Njiru.
Atulie kidogo. He is not organized in his listening.
I think something wrong with his mic, with his phone.
Yeah, I know. Okay, you know, Buru needs to be organized.
Yes.
Buru, if you want to ask a question, you need to be organized, please. Don't just yeah, be organized. So
let's go back to where we were talking before you close.
Yeah.
So so mimi nilikuwa naona huyu Suluhu si ati akona shida, This is just a hiccup. Kenyans and Tanzanians, they will get back in good order. These guys are running very fast in terms of their economy compared to us. This is very unfortunate. Lakini uliona ile video ya Tundu Lissu na Mudavadi? Na si Tundu Lissu, Suluhu na Mudavadi, uliona? Bwana Njiru? Sijui kama unanisikia.
Yes, nakusikia.
Hiyo video ya Mudavadi na Suluhu umeona? It is one of the reasons why she has amefunga WhatsApp na Twitter.
Amefunga Twitter. Tanzania wasione.
Yeye na Mudavadi, they were having a good time. Majenzi wame produce video hapo. Lakini jenzi yake.
Hebu umenitumia?
Papa, na sija kutumia, nitakutumia, lakini
Kwani what is the video about?
The video
in a kind way. Just tell us.
Mudavadi amevaa suit. It looks very formal. Suluhu pia very formal. Lakini unajua hizi vitu za AI sijui nini. Hao watu wa majenzi wametengeneza video. They are kissing, they are doing everything. Mpaka huyu mama amefika climax. So wamekasirika sana, wamefunga WhatsApp na ile Twitter. Kabisa. Usicheze na majenzi.
No. Ebu mute kidogo, kidogo acha nikumute, mute kidogo. Tusiwe na echo. Let me tell one them, one them akona shida moja. One them you are not clear. Mtu anakusikia kama kelele. I couldn't remove you here. And then ile maswali nimesikia ukiulizana na neutral, they are not part of our subject. So when munaanzia kuulizana sijui unatuchukia unafanya nini, I don't see them making sense. I don't think neutral is a representative of the Luo community here. I don't want you to handle neutral like the Luo Council of Elder. I have never had him. I don't think neutral utawahi fika hiyo level ya kukua Luo Council of Elder. Anyway, sijasema kwa vibaya. Maybe in your 60s and 70s.
Wale mazinjanthropos wa Council of Elders. Hey, me, I disagree with those things.
Yeah, unajua sasa hao wazee wanaletangwa. Si unajua sasa wanaletangwa sasa hao ndio wanatoanga usemi wakati wa siasa. Hii wakati mwingine haonekani, lakini ile wakati sasa ati our community needs kutoa mwelekeo sasa wazee wanatokezea. Work hard ufike hapo. So lakini itabidi kwanza utoke kwa feli, alafu sasa ukuje sasa kwa hii itabidi utoke kwa maji. You are an alien.
Wewe unapenda kunichokoza tutoka kwa feli.
No, you can't become an elder. You cannot become an elder.
Baadaye daktari, unaona? Lazima unitumie thesis yako nione. Hata kama mimi si mtu wa masayansi, engineering nini, unitumie hata kama ni abstract. I want to see it.
No, my thesis is available online.
Is it?
Yeah, my thesis is online. Let me
I would like to see it, you know.
Let me just show you.
I have a brother who is an engineer. He was doing that. Alikuwa hapo anafundisha hapo Nairobi University. Akaona ukora mingi hapo, akatoka kwa hiyo University ya Nairobi hapo, akaanzisha tu kampuni yake.
Okay.
Engineering in Nairobi is a fallacy, like many other things, you know.
What are the
Yako ni mechanical.
Hapana,
aeronautical.
Civil engineer. Kwanza soma topic. Mute kwanza. Ili so that you can understand. So inaitwa seismic design and ductility evaluation of concrete filled thin walled steel tubular columns, modeling as bridge piers. It's a PhD dissertation. Forget about that. Au watu wote it's signed, hiyo ni kumaanisha unaona iko signed, PhD lazima isainiwe hivyo kama ni serious. PhD si umeona, sio imbo, imesainiwa. Wacha tuache mambo mingi. Anyway, I just want to give you a brief explanation of what is happening. Nataka tu nikupe tu brief explanation of what is happening so that you can appreciate a little bit. So anyway, I'm dealing with bridges. So what I'm doing, or what I was doing, I was generating something we call artificial data. Artificial data ni kumaanisha you are there is some data which has been generated. You have small data which has been generated in the lab, then you amplify it. That's what we call artificial data. So let me show you what I'm dealing with. This is what I'm dealing with. This is a bridge. Hii ya kwanza inaitwa rectangular. Hii column yake ni rectangular. Ya pili ni ile iko na circular column. Unajua you can have a rectangular column or circular. It's just shape. Length. Hii rectangular ni length times width. You know that area. Hii circular ni pi r squared. So here I'm trying to show, hapo unaona the yellow mark where I have done the yellow mark. That is where failure happens. Maybe when there is shaking in the ground, failure ina happen hapo. Just forget about that. I want to. So what there is, because you are using steel, and you are analyzing using steel. Unajua bridges are made from steel and concrete. That is the major material. So ili uweze kusimulate hiyo data, ili iweze kubehave kama data ya laboratory, ili iweze kubehave kama data ya laboratory, we call it mimicking. Mimicking is looking what happens in the ground and trying now to look at. So lazima utengeneze kitu inaitwa material model. What is a material model? Steel, lazima ujue kama strength ya steel inakaa aje, how so what is the tensile strength of steel, what is the strain of steel. Ukifika kwa concrete, what are the material properties of concrete, na ile grade ya concrete unataka kutumia. Do you want to use grade 30, grade 25? So grade 25 hivyo. So what there is you have to make your own material model, sababu hauna. So I made a model tunaitanga two surface model. That one should be patented. So forget about that. Is a model. So is how steel behaves. So you code it. You do some coding. So you have to code the steel behavior so that now you introduce it. So forget about that. So column inakaa hivyo. So in the skeletal version of a column, a circular column. Hapa chini hapo unaona nimefanya hivyo, hiyo inaitwa fixity. Fixity ni you assume it is fixed at the base. Fixed at the base ni kumaanisha iwezi ngoka. Then hapo juu unaoneshana hapo ndio ma forces are. So hiyo unaona imeandikwa force P hapo, hiyo tunaitanga weight of the structure, self weight. Kama unajuanga uzito wake yeye mwenyewe. So that is the weight of steel and concrete. Hiyo ingine unaona H ni external. Ile inaletwa sasa na upepo ama na earthquake. Hiyo ndio H. And it can be in one direction or two direction or tri-directional. So tri-directional ni kumaanisha inagonga na direction zote. In XY plane inafanya na the planes. So these are the parameters which determine it. So that one I cannot discuss. Forget about that. Forget about that. I just want to show you the catching areas. This is how I developed the material model. This is the steel behavior. Steel behavior, strength. So the way steel behaves ni steel inakuanga na a sharp increase, inafika a place of a place of small increase, alafu it fails. So this is how the steel behaves. Don't worry about that. Is steel behavior anyway. Forget about that. In a behavior, these are the models. Hiyo tu achana tunayo. Angalia hiyo equation hapo. Just look at that equation. Na hiyo inakaa kama doodling. Belfast hiyo siangalia. These are my own equations I developed mimi mwenyewe.
Ngoja. Nilikuomba abstract na sahii umenipatia the full thing.
Yeah,
let me tell you something. No, wait. Let me tell you something. You have created a superb model of you are questioning about weakness points of a bridge, and I think you showed something about the Kobe earthquake.
Yeah.
As your case study, sindio?
Yeah. So what I did.
Ngoja kwanza nikwambie. Unajua hiyo kitu umesema umepatent ama unaenda kupatent hiyo model. You are underselling yourself.
Why?
Shikana na Elon Musk huyo wa Donald Trump.
Sasa nitamtoa wapi?
Uache kupatent vitu. Uza kama Mkenya. Ukishauza kuja hapa utupatie shares.
Okay, let's think about it.
Don't patent this thing, bwana. If you get a great buyer of your idea, because
okay,
this is where we don't patent it. Just go and okay, you can patent it, you can protect it, but go for those big fish.
Okay, we are still mute kidogo, nataka kuonesha.
Haya, wacha nikusikie. Haya.
So there's another model I made. Hii model ya concrete. Hii hakuna. Because you have to look at how concrete behave, and then so that's another model. That's why it's called a PhD. A PhD means you are bringing new knowledge. You know that, eh? Yeah, you have to bring new knowledge into surface. This is how you break your bridge into small elements, eh? In the software you have to consume. So what you do when you are analyzing your bridge, lazima uvunja tu vitu kidogo kidogo. That's why hii sasa inaitwa finite element, eh? Let me show you where the load of the work is, eh? Nataka kukuonesha pale where the load is. So now hii table inaoneshana, these are 3 columns which were tested in Japan. Is the column. So I had data for this. So you need like so hizi columns zilikuwa zishafanywa experimentation. So I began by building this one in a software. I had full data, alafu sasa nika compare. Then once my model worked, sasa nikaanzia kugenerate a very big data set. So nitakuonesha, I will show you the comparisons here. Unaona, these are the comparisons, eh? You can see analysis and the test. So usiona, I was able to compare ya lab na ile na mimic. So nikapata the same information. Meaning that because I'm now getting the same information, I can now expand it now. So from this, you can actually like generate like 1 million columns now. You don't need now laboratory experimentation, because sasa unaona sasa you can see test ni ile ilikuwa imetestiwa huko Japan. Then analysis ni ile umedevelop. And now you can see you are getting the same data. Kumaanisha sasa you have been able to calibrate. Eh? You know what calibration means. Calibrating means reducing errors as you are trying to compare. Any machine has to be calibrated, you know that. Eh? That is, forget about that pushover. So in your comparison, kumaanisha your model is okay. So none as they behave the same. Eh? So once you see your model is behaving the same, you can see even your model is even behaving hii unaona imeandikwa C column na experiment, unaona zinafanana. Once you're able to compare, like even the visual behavior is the same, eh? You can now generate a data set. So unaendelea, forget about this, eh? Even these equations, you're even calculating the energy. You know, as your structure is receiving load, eh? It generates energy. So there is also a way of calculating energy. Energy is just the area, you know that, eh? Energy is the area is the area under the curve of the stress strain curve. So but that's because that's a strain curve yako inakaa funny. So the area which I'm calculating ni hii. Let me tell you, you have to calculate area hii in half cycles. There are ways of doing that. Don't worry about that. So let me show you the kicker, why some of the things which computation and the parametric standard. Using that you cannot be hizi sasa column hizi zote sasa ni column hizi zote unaona nimeziandika hivi sasa, all these columns are generated artificially. So using zile model umetengeneza na umecalibrate so these ones are artificial columns, unatengeneza artificial columns, all these are, na then those artificial columns then unakuja una generate equation hizo. So unakuwa sasa, let's forget about that. So hizi sasa una generate now using existing material model. Sasa utumii model yako. Then kutoka hapo sasa unakuja sasa, forget about this, okay, box column. Unakuja sasa hizi hii kitu unaona, hii ndio inaitangwa sasa earthquake ina behave hivyo, eh? Earthquake hiyo unaona inakaa m, hiyo ndio earthquake. Na earthquake inaendanga ikikuwa kubwa with the time, tunaitanga time series. So unachukua hiyo time series data unaweka hapo. Anyway, it's a lot. So this one is in another sort of validation. You are validating test and reality zinafanana tena. Hapa hakuna fakery, you have to do it. Hizi ni columns sasa. After ume make sure now the test and your computer model are aligning, now you can generate more columns. So nakuja na generate another 40 columns, ndizo hizi. So hizi ni artificial. If you decided to do this data experimentally, you can use 15 years and you still get the wrong results. But with a computer, it's very easy, but you have to make sure you have done. So that's how it goes. There's another. So hapa sasa ndio. Anyway, what there is in general, we have just come up with the formulas to design. Sasa ndio hii proposed design equation. So equations, now you don't need to do, as you're now going with the research, you don't need to do the experiment, and you don't need to do the software simulation. Now unaachana na hizo, sasa unakuja una generate your equation. So kazi yako inakuja ukiweka hizi parameter, you can now generate anything you want. You can generate road. Sasa hiyo kazi yote nimekuonesha. Sasa using this equation, now you can move backward. So everything we have done doesn't matter. So these equations now is all what you are looking for. So now you can work from this equation and you generate everything now. It is called tying up the research. You have to tie in a triangle. You have to move from front to back and back to front. You have to tie it. So ndio hii sasa una generate tena. Sasa hii sasa you are now moving backward now. Now we are moving backward to verify. And after we move backward to verify, tukaona we were able to move backward with an accuracy of 92 and 94. Yeah. So unakuja sasa unaingia hii nyingine, this one is another stop. Sasa hii unakuja sasa unaweka okay, forget about that one. Hii sasa ndio earthquake, unaweka earthquake yenyewe. This is Kobe earthquake in Japan. Takakodi. So unachukua ile earthquake iligonga nyumba, because again unataka pia you now want to test your equations against a real earthquake, uone if they are causing demolition. So unaweka real earthquake. Now this one is real earthquake. So you have to, again, this real earthquake, you have to get it from somewhere. Japanese stored it. So this one was given to me by Japanese. So Japanese have it. So you test it on real columns. This are so unakuja. You see how it is. So kazi yako ni hiyo, and then you compare. Ndio hii sasa unaona behavior. Sio kama unaona hii. Ele, hii sasa ndio behavior. Unaweza fikiria ni mtoto anachora upuzi hapo, but ile mambo iko. Anyway, then kutoka hapo sasa, you now propose how do you solve that. So how do you solve that? So to solve a collapse of the column. So this is my proposal. So for me to solve the collapse of columns, natumia kitu inaitwa energy dissipation. What is energy dissipation? Energy dissipation ni I introduce dampers and cables instead ya kuweka concrete, because they are a bit cheaper. So what I want is a damper is something which can absorb energy. You know that, Ni kama kitu ya kuabsorb something. So damper ni kumaanisha now
no, just 2 seconds. 2 seconds.
Okay.
Unaona hapo Ani ametype ako karibu kufaint.
Mbona?
Ani ako karibu kufaint.
Wewe ndio umeitika hii kitu ya wacha nikuonesha.
Ana faint.
So
endelea.
This is a damper. Unajua, when you are doing a bridge, and you don't want the bridge to collapse, you have to separate the ground and the column. So you want to make it free. You want it to make sure that it is not totally ijashikwa kabisa. So you have to release it. You are making it to a little bit oscillate, controlled oscillation. Ndio unaweka damper hapo na unaweka cable hapo. Again, serious calculation hapo, si ati cable tu unaleta. Equation ya cable ndio hiyo. Ndio hiyo equation ya cable tena, ndio hiyo equation ya cable tena. Aya, sasa then after kuintroduce cable na kudevelop equation, you now have to test it on real dimension. Sasa ukuje weke real dimension, na then you bring earthquake tena, ndio hiyo. Then from there you observe it, how it behaves, ndio hiyo. Hiyo inaitangwa imperfection. Imperfection is how the column is now absorbing load. Inakuwa hivyo. Then this is how it is behaving. So ukiweka cable, this is how now the forces are reducing. So hii line ya blue hapa, it is generating how the column is now absorbing the energy and releasing that energy. So unaona inatoka huko kutoka 1500 inakuja mpaka hapa chini kabisa. So now, and our conclusion is introduction of cable and dampers will actually prevent collapse. So that is the conclusion. And you have now been able to show it there. That's figure 52. And then you now put your conclusions there. You put your conclusion there. So hii conclusion yako yote sasa unaiweka hapa sasa, hii ni so your conclusion unasema equation 0 umedevelop, they are working on which range, unaoneshana hapo. Your model unaidescribe hapo, you give some summary, unapeana ma recommendation. Again, all these recommendations, if there is a Kenyan who want to do a PhD, recommendation 1 is 1 PhD project. Recommendation 2 is another PhD project. So already I have 2 PhD projects here. Kama kuna mtu anataka kukuja, somebody who feels like he can jog his mind a little bit. Limitation tu ni vitu ya kukuambia hii tunajaribu ku describe like what made you not work better. Future works hapa. Pia hapa ukisoma hii future work you can get, hata mtu ako University of Nairobi by the way, you can give him this umuulize kama anaweza jaribu. Yes, that's how simple it was.
Hey. Omera. So are you staying in America or you want to come back home? You know, you can change the country. You know, Margaret Thatcher, she was a chemist, a scientist.
No,
that Margaret Thatcher, the one prime minister. So don't be shy to usiingie kwa siasa, uingie kwa siasa. Lakini wewe
ngoja kidogo nikwambie. Wewe you ask me, you want to see my thesis. Me, I've just given you my thesis explanation kidogo tu. So you said you wanted to see, and I've not showed you people so that you can see how complex they should. I'm just trying to show you how a thesis should look like. And I can tell you now, you cannot be able now to account for the 4 years I've been doing that. You cannot be able to account. Na hiyo si vitu tunaweza fanywa na mtu. Na hiyo si
kama ile ya Ruto aliandikiwa.
And I can tell you for sure, neutral kidogo, I can tell you for sure that thing you cannot do it on a part time. I was other than maybe I was working close to 18 hours in a day for 4 years to achieve that. Sasa ndio tumeanzia kulala kidogo, but I worked for 18 hours in a day to achieve that. It's not a joke. Me, I can tell you, like, I always sympathize with the PhD students, especially in America and mostly in Western countries, whereby you have to produce real work, and that time you're also producing papers, and also that time, because you see, like, what there is before we pick a part kwa ile level ya defense, they need to see innovation. Neutral, you know that. And what does innovation mean? Innovation means you are not copying somebody's work. Anyway, that's why I'm telling you, in America and I think Europe, you have to be prepared to do PhD. You have to be prepared. Maybe in Kenya, they might be a little bit lenient, maybe because you see, like for me, everything was available. Hakuna kitu. Softwares are there, everything is there. So there's nothing like you are going to complain there are no resources. I don't know, neutral, if you understand that. Unajua, like in our country, you can go and tell the professor, you know, I didn't have this. Na unahurumiwa. I don't know, neutral, kama unanisikiliza.
I understand you very well, but you know what? I am impressed by your work.
No.
Let me give you some praise, bwana. Hey.
Wacha nijibu one dem kidogo. One dem, let me tell you, si ati story ya kusifu. Unajua, one dem anasema ati Njiro anaamini wazungu sana. Let me tell you, these people have developed systems you can see. I can tell you. Anyway, I don't want to say it, but just try this work in a university in Kenya, and you come and tell me what will happen.
You're making a very big point. The universities in Kenya, unaweza kupatiwa PhD kwa sababu your supervisor will be, will take advantage of you, and especially if it's a girl who is a student. This is, you get the degrees in Kenya because ati mtu anakutaka. Hapo umesema ukweli. In America, you do it, they will make you pass your PhD with remarkable results, you know, the same as the UK. Plagiarism is a no-no. And what I'm saying is, I'm impressed by your work, because, and I think it's fair to say that you're underselling yourself. You know who you remind me of? One Professor Hilary Ngweno, the guy who ended up in Kenya publishing the weekly review. And he was the only nuclear physicist in the whole of East Africa for a very, very long time. Hilary Ngweno alisoma huko America. I have met engineers, and the way you explained this thing about the concept of stability of structures and earthquakes and all that, many engineers would not have addressed it the way you did to a lay person. It was easy to understand. Wachana na hizo calculations, hizo formula, lakini what message you passed there was very comprehensible. It was easy to understand. Not many people in your field would do what you have just done there in the last, say, 15 minutes. I'm impressed, but pengine unaweza kutusave saa zile kuna ma-earthquakes kule Nakuru, kwa sababu najua pale kuna shida. Watu wakianza kujenga without planning, pengine wewe utakuwa the practical person with the solutions for that area. But I would beg you not to venture into Kenyan space of academia. They will waste your time, and they will undervalue your work. This is the truth. So when one of them says that unapenda kusikia wazungu, I don't think that's necessarily true. Because I think you have worked hard, and it's nothing to do with that wazungu. You have worked hard, and we must really congratulate you for this. Hey, Maura.
I will share with you. You can share with anyone you think. There is so much.
Yeah, please. Send to my WhatsApp.
Yeah. Let me just explain to you this. There is so much which can there is so much array which can be done in that. Like 5 PhDs can come out of that. So you can extend it through machine learning. So if you want to go full AI, you can actually, that data which is there is enough. Ni vile sikuwa na time, and I had also to you cannot be working forever on a research. So that your element AI is lacking. So without even doing further research, unachukua hiyo kitu na kuweka AI. So we see because what we want to know is between some of the things which we are doing through much human intervention and automation and full AI, how much time can we leverage? When I use the word leveraging, means saving. How much time do you save? Because at the end of the day, we want this analysis. Like this same work in 1970 by a guy called Dr. Pavlov, a Russian. He tried to attempt this work. They simulated that you needed 60 years. But I don't know if you are getting me. In 1970, they simulated that.
Yes, I'm here. I'm listening. Yeah.
To get such output, you needed like 60 years. So, but at least for us, we are a bit fortunate because at least the computer world has a little bit advanced to the level whereby you can these days what we are doing, we are saying is that you are co-working with a computer. You are the computer becomes your partner as you are working. So there is what the computer is doing, there is what you are doing, and most of what you are doing is interpretation and feeding. Hapo kitambo kidogo, 30 years ago, you didn't have a partner in the name of computer. So you had like to do much of the things by yourself. You had to monitor the things, how they are moving. So at least by that, we have now been able to save time. We now hope the same research can actually be done in 2 years if you bring AI, but somebody has to prove to us it is possible that way. So we want now to see what AI can do in it. We partially used AI, especially during the generation of equations, because we had a lot of data which you cannot actually put in Excel because you needed to. Anyway, watch and see there, but you know there's also a point where Excel becomes efficient. You have now to mirror one or two softwares. I think Belfast, with that you already know what I did here, so you sio lazima uelewe.
Thank you so much. Nitakuconnect na niece wangu hapa anasoma huko England. That is our part of our family, our Kikuyu family. My sister is married to a Kikuyu man for the last nearly 30 years. Na wako na watoto watatu. Huyu mmoja anafanya masters hapa UK. Wacha tu niseme jina yake, anaitwa Njoki. That's my niece.
Wow, kumbe hata wewe.
So one them can swallow that.
Na unajua venye hata platform kuna majoki wengi wewe. Hii platform iko na majoki wengi. Unaona kabisa. Hao watu wote unaona wameandika majina zingine hapa. Kuna watu wanaitwa Joki
hapa hivi, kuna watu hata mixed families. Yeah, that's the way kabisa. Lakini bwana, I'm impressed by your work. You know, I think that what Kenyans are saying there on the chat there, they're saying, majority of people are saying usirudi nyumbani, utakoniwa huko. Lakini hiyo ni decision yako. Unaenda hata you know, sabbatical. You go for a sabbatical, but you engage in something in Kenya.
With a good presidency, although umpendi sana, maybe, I don't know if you have said, if Matiang'i becomes the president, I can consider it. But there's no need ya kwenda kusaidia Ruto. It doesn't make sense. That is me. I don't think there's need of going to help Ruto. There's no need ya kuenda kusaidia mtu ambaye anadosidive nchi. I think it doesn't make sense.
Mtu ambaye ana advisors.
Yeah, so, if we get a president, you know, this is like what happens if you look like the attrition value. You know, the attrition value. Attrition value is the retainers of graduates who graduate in America versus the ones who return into their country. Like Chinese, their attrition value in America is 3%. Out of 100 people, 97 return to China. You see, because they value their system, they feel their system is doing something serious. India also attrition value is reaching close to 50%. Africa, ni one way. Eh?
Okay, can I ask you a question? I want to ask you a very important question. You know, this is to do with the sciences, especially being creative, innovation, I would like to call it. Why is it that, you know, the South Asian countries, especially India, which India 30, 40 years ago, they were not discovering things. Why is it that our innovators in Africa, bar South Africa, have not reached there? We have so many engineers in Kenya, and they're mostly in the classroom teaching. They have a title, being engineer. Lakini hizi countries zingine, 2 seconds.
Okay.
Unapata watu ni wasomi, lakini pia wanajaribu discover things, wanakuwa innovators. Usiniambia ati hatuna pesa. Shida ni nini?
Let me explain to you what happens. Number one, I want to tell you, like, let me give you an example of America. Some of the places, you know, America has there are some of the critical, some of the places where they want innovation to be done. Space area, they want innovation. Like unaona, like what Elon Musk has been able to achieve. those are very many PhD projects which are connected. So because they go and take a piece of a PhD project here, a piece of a PhD project here, they connect them and they see how can we take this. So this is what happens for these countries which have discovered how innovation works. This is how innovation works. Number one, all innovations are domiciled in universities. You know that. Because in university, they have time and the labor is cheap. You know, innovation in industry is very expensive. But innovation in universities is very cheap. Because like in America, graduate students are not paid good money. Let me not talk, they actually paid only small survival money. This is what happens to a human being. When human beings become very comfortable, their mind relaxes. Graduate students who are being paid barely survival money, their brains are working so hard because they want to achieve the objective they want to do, because they want to go to the industry and make more money. So that is one thing which we have not been able to understand, that any innovation is domiciled in the universities. And what you need to do is you need to bring industry to the universities. How are you bringing industry to the university? Number one, industries need to tell, because you know what, people who are consuming innovation is the industry. People who are producing innovation are universities. So universities, even if they produce innovation, they don't consume it. The consumer is the industry. Let me give an example of Kenya. Bamburi Cement can be a very good consumer of innovation. Nation Media can be a very good consumer of innovation. Rivertex can be a very good consumer of innovation. But Rivertex has no capacity to innovate. Because number one, majority of staff, napeana tu na example ya Kenya ili unielewe, majority of staff in Rivertex, they are only interested in paycheck. They are only interested in a repetitive job. Huyu jamaa anawekango hapo kwa chuma kuangalia hiyo chuma ina run namna gani. You know what we do. Bwana Belfast, like in an industry. Kuna jamaa anawekelea, wewe kazi yako ni kuangalia hapo unga zikianguka. Belfast, I don't know if you are getting me. But a graduate, a PhD researcher, siwezi enda hapo kuanzia kuenda niwekelewe pahali unga zinaanguka, niambiwe weka hapo angalia. So I will want to see, hapa hizi unga zinaanguka, how can it be more efficient? How can we remove this guy from here?
I know what you're saying, because back in the day when I was a student, I worked in a factory that produces this drink, Baileys. And now unaona hawezi kukuweka in the same station for more than 2 hours. You go mad. Because the bottles are crashing, zingine sijui haziendi according to the scientific plan, how they were supposed to go to the next stage, the conveyor belts. So kuna places ambazo hauwezi kuwekwa hapo for even more than an hour, but mostly kwa hiyo plant ilikuwa 2 hours, alafu shutdown ilikuwa 2 a.m. when the plant goes quiet. So kuna wale wanakuja kwa hiyo sasa, wale full-time workers walikuwa nakuja hapo for the same routine thing every day. So I totally get what you're saying. This is what is happening in the likes of Rivertex, Kikomi, of Zamani. So innovation, I can understand why it's not happening.
Yeah. So
and if it happens, Bwana.
Yeah. So let me I want to give you a Kenyan solution and how we can do it, because these things are not complex. So I have told you, innovation has to happen in the university, and the consumption has to happen in the industry. That's how it goes. Because universities are they are concentrating with minimizing resources and minimizing capital and building prototypes. Remember, universities have capacity to build very small things, but the industry will build the real thing, because now they have money and they can invest. That is the relationship in the university. Like for my research, I cannot do a whole bridge. A whole bridge is very expensive. I cannot do like like in Japan, they even have like 40 meters bridge, especially kule kwa manini, kwa magorges. You cannot do that in the laboratory, but you can do something we call scaled model. So in schools, we do things we call scaled model. So you scale it, you get results. Then when you want to take it to the consumer, you can amplify to their need. And you can tell them, if you do this, this is the expectation. If you do this, this is the expectation. And in the university, you're even producing something we call life cycle assessment. Life cycle assessment is the profit margins. If you use, every research needs a life cycle assessment. You know that in Bwana Neutral, because there's no in which you, an innovation is only attainable if there is a profit in it. So otherwise an innovation which we cannot achieve profit. So those are part of the things which we actually convince the people who are supervising us, or the professors who are trying to monitor our jobs, that we need this technology, because we don't want expensive technology. All the time, after Bwana Neutral, you have heard that when innovation is being done, the biggest question is that whatever you are proposing to us has to be cheaper than the existing. Because if your technology is not cheaper than the existing, why should we choose your option? You understand, Neutral? So my next year's innovation has to be cheaper than today's innovation, and it has to be repeatable. Every innovation has to be repeatable. It is something which can be taught to somebody, and he can be able to understand the procedures of doing it, and he can be able to learn it, and we reduce overhead along the way as we master doing it. So mastery comes with reducing expense, but it cannot be all the time. When we are doing a process, we have to keep on. So there are so many overheads which need to be cut with the time as we are absorbing that technology. So those are some of the things which you have to look on the whole approach, holistic approach. So what I was trying to say is that in Kenya, we can do these things, but how do we do it? We must look for the relationship between the innovation which is happening in the universities, because the universities, we can be able to do it or in volumes. We can have like 50 students who are assigned on different elements of something. We can actually even do a car. We can actually even do an aeroplane in Kenya. Because what we need to do is we can begin by even the research of wings. Wings, easy my wings and ndege. Not everything, small components. You begin by small component, you go expanding. And this is ukute tumeunda. But the problem which we have is that there is that fear of beginning, and we feel that we can no longer innovate because people in Europe wanatoa mandege. China wametoa ndege yao, even as Boeing and Airbus are producing, because no one has something which is perfect. Even Kenya can produce a better aeroplane than Boeing, but the problem is we feel that Boeing has done all the work. Let me tell you, and I'm saying this one to our professors in Kenya, because wanapenda ku discourage watoto sana. There are things which they used to tell us, even when I was in the university. You see, mtoto ana propose a very serious idea. Unasikia professor akisema that one does not make sense. But the truth of the matter is, ama unasikia akikwambia that thing is already there. Even if something is already there, there is what we call continual improvement of something. We can actually make it better. If, like, for example, if you look at Toyota, look at gari, like in Japan, they always produce for you magari zinaletangwa in series 2021, 2022, and then you always see there is a difference between this model and this model, because continual modification is money. By design, continual modification is money. Sababu kuna jamaa anasema hiyo tu kumodify ni do. Sababu unajua kuna mtu anakuwa attracted by kusikia hii gari ni ya 2022 na si ya 2021, na maybe the difference between 2021 na 2022 ni kitu kidogo, and the difference in price ni $10,000, na maybe tu ni kitu kadogo umetwik. So in modification you make money also. So those are some of the ingredients which actually make countries become innovative. But how do we do this thing while our big innovator, who is supposed to be the president, is thinking about abduction, is thinking about bad policies, he is lying. So how do you do this thing? So we have a dichotomy that we do not have leadership which can actually allow those things. So for now, itabidi tu tutapatape hivi tufanye tu hizi maujinga until Ruto is out of power. But all these things, Belfast, which I'm explaining to you, they are impossible with somebody like Ruto. Because number one, there must be sensitivity, research and innovation. People have to be sensitive and committed. We don't have that. Go ahead.
Wow. So, are you saying that if there is a new type of leader, let's say like you've given the example of Matiang'i, then Kenyan inventors, people making any innovations, this might be fast-tracked, because of the type of leadership, because that's what you're saying. Not our culture, but the type of leadership.
Leadership is everything. If we, like for example, if we get a honest president, let's say, for example, we get a president who is not lying to us. Your president aseme, by the way, this year, I want to give 5 billion to University of Nairobi, and I want them to bring for me a prototype of a car in 2 years. And I want University of Nairobi to manage themselves. And what the government will be doing, the government will be doing monitoring and evaluation. And we will also be supplying, we will be supplying a few personnel for small things here and there in the collaboration. But we need, that is how Russia has developed. Let me tell you, Russia, Putin anasemanga hivi, hata kama kuna watu wengi sana wampendi. Putin, kuna hizi weapons za Russia zinaitwa S-400. Go and look at S-400. We know Putin is dictatorial. That is okay. That's what he has. So Putin anaendanga pale kwa Ministry of Defense. Anawaambia, kama S-400 saa zingine, that S-400 the reason why inaitwa S-400 it is because range yake ni 400. So S-400, that many countries want to buy them. So anaenda anawaambia sasa, this S-400 I want it to become 600 in the next 2 years. That's so hiyo ndio objective anaenda anawapea, na anawaambia all the support you need is this. If you need to collaborate with the University of Moscow, this is what you need. So no, unakuta like even if Russia is not having a lot of money like the US, they push themselves through the presidential order and through the presidential dream, because the Putin anataka kulinga na hizo weapons after 2 years through testing. That is why do you think even North Korea has been able to produce weapons? It is just because of the interest of the leader. Kim Jong-un anaenda anawaambia pale, mimi kama amunipei CBM na wanyonga wote. So
how are they able to make those weapons with all those sanctions?
Yeah. No. So what I'm trying to say, see that I'm putting it in a comical way, but I'm putting
an example, okay,
to make you understand is the power of a president in innovation. You achieve what the president wants, but you sio story like kama sasa Kim Jong-un hata akisema mutengeneze weapon and then ameileta kama muzaa, he is not interested in it. Unaonanga Kim Jong-un hata during testing ako hapo ikirushwa, wakati zinarushwa through Tokyo, inaenda inaanguka the other side, the guy is there, he is committed on that call, anataka kuona hiyo kitu ikifanywa. The problem which we have with Ruto anakuja anatuambia hii kitu itafanywa in 6 months, na even after those 6 months ayuko hapo to confirm imefanywa. Do you understand? Yetu anasemanga na hiyo story inaisha. He does not even connect the project and the money which the government is having. He doesn't. So Ruto tu anasema tu in 6 months water stadium which is historic will be done, na anaondokea. You get?
So Jerry, what you're saying Jill, what you're saying is national, renewal, culture change. Like the change of the culture of how to do things, not just at the top. I believe Rwanda, they have experimented with that. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And I think that a lot of order and the way of doing things in Rwanda has really saved that country. And in a country that wants to industrialize like Kenya, mi nafikiri hiyo ndio kitu ambacho kinatakikana pale. Tunapata ule jamaa ambaye ashuti watu, lakini yeye dictatorship yake ni ile, juzi mtu alikuwa anasema hapa benevolent, yeah? But that one, it's a national trend, a national philosophy where someone can come into power and say, this is an industrializing nation. The way Kibaki used to say, this is a working nation. And some people thought he was cracking jokes. He even said that he doesn't want people to leave the rural areas. He said he wants people to stay in the rural areas and work from there. Because when they come to the city, they'll just fill up the place and they'll be living in desperate situations. They'll not make any changes in their economic life. So even in innovation, I believe that it's just a philosophy. Whoever comes in as the next leader should bring a new philosophy. Yani, something that we've never seen before. Mtu akisema, wewe, mfanyakazi wa serikali, hata wa City Hall, unaingia kazi saa 2 asubuhi, unatoka saa 11, saa 12. There is no TSG coming in at 10 a.m. No, we have to have those human resource management systems where you are clocked in and clocked out instead of coming in anytime you want, because those are the things that also sabotage innovation that you are talking about, because innovation needs planning and routine, and innovation always changes. So I think that in a country like Kenya, it's sad that you can't imagine seeing yourself working there in the next year or two because of the state of affairs. And this one here is not just because of Ruto. I believe that innovation has been in crisis in Kenya for a long time. Unakumbuka zile za utotoni zile ati Moi is launching the Nyayo car. That thing was a joke, yeah? Because if it wasn't a joke, why didn't we industrialize it and produce it in large scale? The Nyayo car. And we've done some experiments like that before that don't work. So I believe that if it's a culture change, and we're also ready to, regionalize our industries, we're ready to procure minerals or anything that we need to build these things from our neighboring countries, because that's why China is in Africa. They're there to scoop our minerals, the rare earths, so they can go and develop their industry. So that is why I asked you that question. How is it possible that we have so many engineers and innovators in our country, in Kenya, but most of them are in the classroom, or you meet them somewhere and anakuambia mimi ni engineer so and so. In fact, people just call them engineer. In the same way, people address doctors with some kind of respect. But if you look at these European countries and Asian countries and America, those engineers are innovating. They're not just teaching, or producing papers for conferences. They are busy, trying to develop things, it's something that you said it, that we can do as African countries. But what is the problem? The problem is not money. It's why are engineers in the classroom? This is what beats my mind, because I believe that we shouldn't have many engineers in the classroom teaching. They should actually be out there trying to innovate, presenting to, if the government doesn't want to to collaborate with them, then these engineers can work with respected global corporate organizations. I know people will say wazungu watachukua hiyo nini copyright ya hiyo discover hiyo innovative idea, blah blah blah. But we have to look for examples of African countries that are already doing this kind of things. South Africa is, I think, the only one that we can say has that innovative capacity at the moment, and then Kenya should try and make its engineers do the same thing. I'm sure, Jiru, it's not that you can't do it in Kenya. You can. It's just that culture change. There's something missing that just sabotages everything that Kenyans are trying to do. You imagine you present a project to the Kenyan government. They will listen to you, but they will give it to the Chinese. This is a fact. That road that was being, there was an announcement today that the Nairobi-Nakuru road, they're going to start very soon. Huge motorway, highway, massive highway, kama zile za United States. And
tunaita interstate.
Yes. Who got the tender? China.
US inaitwa let me give in 1 minute so that you can give the proper description. What the US did under Eisenhower in 1955, because Eisenhower they needed to connect all the 50 states with the international trunk roads, big roads. So they made sure that every state will have a northern and an eastern road. Every state lazima ikuwe na northern and eastern road, which is a big one, dual carriageway. So international trunk road in the US is 46,700 miles, not kilometers, miles. 46,700 miles. Unajua, I have studied all that because my case study was using so many bridges huko. And the US has over 200,000 bridges. Belfast, sijui kama unashikanisha hiyo. US peke yake wako na over 200,000 bridges, which range between 2-span and 8-span. When we talk of 2-span, ni ile bridge in the interstate hakuna daraja iko less than 40 meters, kumaanisha iko na span mbili 40. In Kenya we do 20 meters, you know that bridges, majority of bridges in Kenya are 20, other than the expressway ile ambayo walianisha vitu mkubwa, so hiyo tunasema, so that one is an outlier, the expressway, but majority of all our rural roads we always do 20 meters. Tunafanyanga tu kabridge tu kadogo. 20 meters inamaanisha abutment. Abutment ni pale imekalia jiwe hapa na ikalie jiwe hii pande ingine, alafu na tunaweka beam mpite hapo. So those are very bad bridges, because if you want to expand that road, inamaanisha hiyo bridge itabidi ung'oe. So but what we are supposed to do is that you are actually supposed to have a very big bridge, such that even if kama kuna siku tawai kuja upate pesa, because bridge sio kitu kubwa, so you always want to do a very big bridge, ili hata ile siku utakuja kuexpand barabara tu itakuja tu ingie ifit, because bridges are very expensive, you know that, bwana Neutral. There are some bridges which are going into billions, one bridge. Can you go and try to ask the cost of like Nyari Bridge sahi. Usikie the amount of money you need to do Nyari Bridge, you can actually do like like 40 kilometers the Arami. So bridges are very expensive. So we don't want you to do a bridge which cannot. So we want you, when you do a bridge, it's a bridge which you can scale it to 100 years. So this is what happened. Like I have looked through like in Kenya, and this is the problem of our infrastructure, because tunapenda kukura sana neutral. Na unajua the reason why I'm poking this out, because maybe there is somebody who is doing engineering and they understand this thing. This is a problem of our infrastructure. Sisi tunatakanga kujenga ili in the next regime tukuje tujenge tena, tuseme we need to expand this thing, like we build small things, sababu hatutaki tukae sana kama hatuna mjengo hapo tena. Neutral, I don't know if you are getting me. Like there's no
Yeah, but that can stop.
with a vision of person. So what we need to do, like now in the US, the interstate walianzia kuijenga 1955. So and up to today, 80 years down the line, they are not expanding anything. What they are only doing is fitting. Is fitting. There is no redesign. Ni fitting, reconnection, and repairs. Nothing to do with expansion. And the population of the US in 1955 and the population of the US in 2025 apart. In 1955, US was around 100 million people. Sai wako 300 million people. Can you imagine? They designed interstate can actually serve 1 billion people. I want you to see the vision which these people had. The interstate, the intertract. Yani, they proposed a project which could serve 10 times their population. While in Kenya, we cannot do that. In Kenya, tunajengaga project, after kuifungua ishaja. Jam isharuka, ishaanza hapo tena. Like, we don't have that vision whereby, because unaona kama sasa sahi Kenya tunafaa kukua tukijenga infrastructure ya 300 million people. Sahi ile sewage zinatengenezwa Nairobi, they should be sewages which can like correct waste of 300 million people. Because there will be a day when Kenya might get that population within the next 100 years. Within the next 100 years, we can have 300 million people. So what does it mean? Inamaanisha in the next 50 years ni kubomoa na tunaanza tena. So that is wastage, and you don't it's not a good for recovery. Kama sahi, do you know that in the next 50 years Thika Road itabidi tuibomoe yote, hizo mabridges itabidi tutoe, because utakuta like the way estates will be that time and Thika Road, they are not fitting each other, because we do not connect how people are developing the private investment and government investment. They are not connected. Na hatuna hiyo although people say that kuna nasikia watu wakisema blueprint master plan, I don't know, but I don't think the Kenyan master plan is this efficient that they have been able to envision increase in population versus what we are doing now. And if you want to know that we are not following our master plan, how comes Ruto Vision 2030 anafanya manyumba peke yake, nyumba 1,000? Ebu enda usome Vision 2030 uniambie if Ruto is doing Vision 2030. I want somebody to come maybe here tomorrow muniambie if Ruto is doing Vision 2030, mukuje munieleze. Ruto is not doing anything called Vision 2030, because Vision 2030 is an integrated transport system where you are seeing airport, you are seeing CBD, and you are seeing Konza, and you are connecting them. Are you seeing that one happening? Nimemaliza. Wacha Alex achangie, maybe ameletwa na hiyo maneno.
Asante.
Mi bado nasikiza bro.
You don't know. Mimi nishamaliza. I have given my exit statement. Sitaki kuelezea sana. I just said what Ruto is doing is not Vision 2030. So Vision 2030 is forgotten. We just need the next president will have actually aende akaitoe kwa archives. Alafu sasa tuanzie. You know what Uhuru did? Let me explain about Vision 2030. What Uhuru did, Vision 2030 was very massive. So Uhuru akaenda akagoja out. Gojing out ni kutoa ka portion. Alienda akatoa Big Four. Kuna kitu alikuwa anaita Big Four. Big Four was still not the whole of Vision. Actually, ilikuwa inaitwa Vision 2030. So what we are supposed to do, because actually 2030 is 5 years to come, we needed an audit ili sasa tuambue vitu za Vision 2030, what have we achieved. We have achieved universities kama Nairobi Towers, hiyo sijui kama mnajua hiyo building, that was part of Vision 2030. Konza City, I don't know where they have reached. Connection ya CBD na Konza City, that one I don't see it, na ni miaka 5 imebaki. LabSet was part of Vision 2030. I don't know where they have reached there. SGR was part of Vision 2030. I want you to start visualizing na muniambie kama within next 5 years hizo vitu zinawezekana. Food security was another issue of Vision 2030. Socio-cultural aspect was another issue of Vision 2030. So if I tell you that Vision 2030 is less than 20%, mutaanzia kuniambia I'm underrating it. But Vision 2030 has not kicked. Hebu niwaulize, there was a guy who used to be called huyu jamaa alikuwa anaitwaje? There was a guy from Nyeri, Mogokebati. We used to have directors of Vision 2030 long ago. I think it was during Kibaki or Uhuru time. We used to have a guy in charge of Vision 2030, and he could remedially update us. Anatuambia hii vitu tumefika hapa, and this is how we are doing. But I want to charge you, to make you understand Vision 2030. Try to see what was proposed as Vision 2030 and what is happening now. You will cry. Go ahead, Budi.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not so conversant about it, but I think for me, the first mistake that was done in 2008, I think it was launched in 2000. When I saw that the person that was in charge of it was Kalonzo, I don't know. I felt that is where the failure started. But that is the first time I was introduced to the fourth industrial revolution. And I came to understand, how, through heteroeconomic countries had subdivided on how, on a global level, they are going to be competitive. And I think Kibaki, having a cathedral mindset, understood, because when he came to the office, honestly, there were no infrastructure completely. Totally. I mean, there was, even when you start talking about Vision 2030, I think it was you cannot even say a dream in the pipeline, because when you come to the office, I was watching a certain clip, I don't know if you watched it, it's about Burkina Faso, that not even 5% of the whole country, has a tarmac road. And I was wondering, how far these people are or have been. And then remember when Kibaki came, sorry, I'm closing my window, it started raining all of a sudden. Remember some of us who had an opportunity kuvuta stima kuja kwetu with the 12 poles, ilikuwa millions and millions, and people came, communities came together to hata kuvuta tu peke yake nini. Remember when Vision 30 was launched, we still had this not mobile telecommunication, Kenya Post and Telecommunication Post that used to bring those telephones up to home. I mean, it was a totally different world. So when Kibaki was launching it, he was launching something that honestly none of us could envision in 2030 where Kenya could be. But we believed in him because Kibaki, after 2 years, he had transformed Kenya in one way or the other through the, education sector, so on and so forth. But the inception of had an issue when Kalonzo became in charge in it. And remember how it was segmented. Now, I think if you want to give Uhuru credit, I don't know then if we should even say then, because even Uhuru himself,
I was, and I am not giving Uhuru credit. What I said is that from Vision 2030, Uhuru gorged out. I said he gorged out. Alitoa kakitu. And I don't know who informed him to do that. I don't know why they did not want to implement Vision 2030 in its totality. I think Uhuru sensed this thing is unimplementable. I think kuna mtu alimwambia hii kitu 2030 hakuna kitu itakuwa, wewe toa tu kitu. Alafu sasa naye Ruto akakuja sasa kwa Big Four akatoa kitu. Anyway,
Uhuru had a goodwill to it. Let me tell you, Uhuru did not envisage how difficult his deputy is going to be. And the political pact he had with Ruto was because they hurried, and you understand they had to come together as soon as possible because there was a possibility that they could be, blocked from vying for that post. And therefore they made a pact quickly and through the deep state and the former Yandarua, this guy that used to be the minister. And anyway, that is not important. But when he came to power, and as you say, there was this guy who was in charge of Vision 2030. I don't know where he came from, maybe but he was from the mountain. He used to update us all the time. I remember that. That's where the problem started. And remember, it was put in 4 stages. That was, and I had to go to my phone to look so that I don't give wrong information. We had from launch 2008 to 2012. So midway, Nani started it, which worked. They put the infrastructure together, they put the plans together, and they had something called medium-term plans, which was 5-year plan, which I think they borrowed from the Soviet Union, the 5-year plan. And then 2008 to 2012 was really, really good. Remember when we had Bitangendemo and the Konza City? I mean, we had so much hope. You remember the Savannah, whatever there was so much hope that, Kenya has changed the landscape. I remember watching a video on the pretext on how he envisaged on how the Konza City was to be. Remember how even the prices of land all of a sudden went up in Konza City. So I think the infrastructure were put and laid off very, very well by Kibaki. But again, because of political expedience, Kalonzo was put in charge. Now, the problem now came in 2012, 13 to 2017, where now they had to split the ministries. And now remember, in terms of administration, because the head case was going on, so on and so forth, and all of a sudden, this is when I think Uhuru came to realize it's going to be very, very difficult. So he stopped talking about Vision 2030 and he came up with a different model so that I think he can combat Ruto, which is the Big Four. And you know how the Big Four brought a lot. Was it the Big Four or what? I remember was it the Big Four? Remind me. I think there are so many things zimefanyika Kenya mpaka tunasahau. But that is where now Uhuru stuck his feet on the cement and made sure that at least 1 or 2 things will be done. Now, I give him credit because he really tried. But the pace at which it went, if you remember the corruption, if we go back and start to historicize and put the corruption charge under the big four, we know that 80% of the money, including SGR, that initially we had to renegotiate again, and ABCD happened, and you remember the famous debate between Tony Gashoka and Jeff Koinange, when they had to say the truth about Jimmy Wanjigi, who today, you know, is an activist, but he could block so that we could not know that probably he was the owner at that time of the SGR. So you understand now how things precipitated because of the political part that they had. By the time it came to 2018 to 2022, it had totally collapsed. And this is why we had the handshake come in, because even Nairobi itself was not functioning. So in 2017 to 2022, actually the Vision 2030 collapsed completely. And since then, up to now, we cannot say that the original blueprint of Vision 2030 has ever been the same. I think we still have the mantra Vision 2030, but what we thought by 2030 Kenya could be, I think we are way behind. Now, even though that happened, a few things were introduced later on to replace Konza City and so on and so forth. And we cannot say honestly that Kenya is still where it was. No, I think the lab set collapsed completely. I don't know if there was, if in terms of success, we can say LabSet succeeded even 10%. I don't know, maybe that is your field. You're an engineer, you can tell us. And you're also a doctor now, you can speak with authority. Because your voice matters. But I'm just trying to understand what I think this thing died long time ago. If there is anything, Ruto cannot even bring the caucuses together. So that's all I had to say. That I think this thing died long time ago. And if we are looking at between 2023 and 2027, which was the last run to make sure that Kenya becomes the savannah of Silicon Savannah, I think, well, in terms of Africa, we are better off, but we are not where Bitanga and Demo and the rest. But then we made good headways. I think when Matiang'i said we had to do digital migration, and which was really fought by the media owners. Remember the TVs and the rest of the media to be shut for, I think, for 28 days. And the guy, you know, insisted, you know, and we were wondering what's wrong with this guy, because he was also new to our faces. We didn't know, you know, his dream for that country. So we can say somehow through the grace of God, there are things that, you know, by grace happened. But I don't think the reason why they happened was the goodwill of one man who was called Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, who gave technocrats an opportunity to advance their professionalism so that they can help the country move forward. Now we have an individual who advises himself, who cannot be advised. So you see all these kind of borrowing, you see all these kind of massive corruptions. You see, like, we stopped even talking. I don't know if because some areas I have not gone to, but I think the only barabaras ambazo zimeisha in the area that I come from, and it's good for people to talk from where they come from so that you are sure what you are saying about, because I've never heard about developments of barabara that I used to hear when Uhuru used to talk about barabara kutoka hapa mpaka hapa, and you will see actually what going on. I think the only barabara in our area that I saw get finished, I think it was commissioned by Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, and I think it finished in the first year of Ruto being in office. Technically, you can say Ruto had nothing to do with it. So I don't know the last phase of vision, even 2030, is even existing. But the blueprint, if you look at it, what was supposed to be done in the fourth, to make sure that we all have internet in all schools, all institutions, all offices, all over the country for free. And I think you saw Ruto campaign on that. And I think that is not going to be achieved. Instead, I think the internet has become even more expensive. I don't know about Starlink, the issue about Starlink, if it has brought the internet lower than, or I think, it's still up there. But what I know is that is one thing that still, I think we have achieved a little bit better model. In terms of electricity, we cannot give Ruto any credit. I think Uhuru did a lot in terms of electrification. I know, yes, Kibaki did his part, but I think Ruto really, not Ruto, or Uhuru Muigai Kibaki really worked hard. So if you compare us with other countries in Africa, you can say, yes, we have made pathways. But if you look at the original blueprint and the pathway to achieve Vision 2030, I think we are almost, where Kibaki left us, slightly higher, which is maybe 12 years. So we are behind about 18 years. So we have achieved almost half, but that half that was achieved is not through, I think, public, goodwill. I think it has been because of direct foreign investment, or maybe through the foreign investments that have come because they are taking advantage. But the government in itself has not laid down anything worthwhile that it promised so that we can achieve that. So do you think Vision 2030 will be achieved anyway? I don't think it will be achieved. If you look at the current composition of even the managers of that country, nobody even thinks about it. I think it's something that died with the last administration. This administration, I don't think they have anything to do with that. I don't think they are willing. Actually, I don't even know if they know what Vision 2030, with people like Murkomen, with people like Sudi, with people like Kirkir governing that country. When you see an international airport having a leakage that we cannot even fix in the airport, then how can we? If you look at what we have done to our airport, which actually I see that that part of it is for us to have, I think, even 2 to 3 international airports. I think we have not achieved that. If you look at the stadiums, we thought that we could even host World Cup or world events. We are not even near that. So I think Vision 2030 died with the leaders that at least had a love for the country. That's all I can say.
Okay, ni sawa. Blue, just make sure that your microphone is natural. Unajua saa zingine inakujanga inaongea ikirukaruka. So once your microphone is natural, I will bring you in. Just confirm there. So, Budi, I can confirm to you that you can forget Vision 2030. What will happen is hoping that we will get a new leader. You will have to sit down and look at what has been achieved. Then from there, because by 2030 now, we needed either to do Vision 2060 or Vision 2100, depending on how we could have wanted. So, but there is something which Ruto lied a lot when he was campaigning for power. And maybe somebody could have imagined that if Ruto could have achieved those things he was saying, maybe he could have achieved that Vision 2030 in a reverse way, even if it's not in a front way. Because like when he was talking of a digital highway, he was talking of fiber cable in all counties in Kenya. So, because, you know, the only way in which you can have fastest internet, even in the world, other than maybe what I see Elon Musk doing with the Starlink, is fiber. So I don't know if the fiber has been distributed in all counties. I don't know if in Embu we have fiber. Does Kakamega have fiber? Your fiber. Ziko, maybe you can tell me if that digital highway has been done, because that one could have been a very big project, which actually no one day hakuna mtu amenilipa, so forget about that. Na utulie kwanza, but I hope your mic is okay. So so Mbudi, in terms of that, Vision 2030, I think they will pretend it was non-existent. They will try to, because, you know, some of the things actually which have been achieved in Vision 2030, even some of them now need maintenance. Remember, even some of the things which, some of them which have also been achieved in Vision 2030, they were achieved through some loans, that private investments. I don't know how Chinese began coming in Kenya and where we started PPP, because there is at a point whereby maybe akina Uhuru walianzia kusema now we need to bring PPP. So I don't know, this PPP was the original plan of investing, of implementing Vision 2030, or what was the vision on that. But in terms of remaining projects, we, you know, if you want to know Vision 2030 has worked or it has not worked, Alex, you need to ask yourself, how does Kenya look like now? What was the objective of Vision 2030? The objective of Vision 2030, if you read the document, was connectivity. That was the word. Connectivity. Kama ni stima, connectivity. Kama ni roads, connectivity. Airports, connectivity. So the word was connectivity. So Budi, based on that word, connecting, and when we are talking of connecting, we were, Vision 2030 was, the vision was connecting. That time we didn't have counties, connecting all major towns in Kenya. So nikuuliza swali, you know Moyale and you know Kisumu. I've just given you two polar cities or two polar towns, Moyale and Kisumu. Are they connected?
No, Kisumu has done extensively good. I can confirm that, having been born and raised there. I can confirm that, because.
Oh, I agree. What I was asking, 1 minute.
Yeah.
What I'm asking is, if today you want to go to Moyale from Kisumu, what do? Let's say you need to be in Moyale in the next 5 hours. Is it possible?
Oh, no. Now I understand. No, you should have talked the last mile. You know, I was thinking the connectivity of the fiber. No. That's not what okay, the 100,000 kilometers, the last mile, it used to be called the last mile connectivity. The final segment of connecting inter-counties, and no, because if you look what they are calling airports today, it's laughable. Okay, if you look at what they put in Suneka in Kisii at the airport, I mean, even the runaway. If you look at even Kisumu airport, that we keep on, giving credit. Trust me, if you went through Kisumu airport, it's a laughing stock. Trust me, it's a big laughing stock. So that is, if you look at even today as we talk, if you look at our members of parliament when they are going to events back, those who live in the western, what we used to call the western area in Kenya, like Western Province and also the other side of the Rift Valley. Basically, they have to come to the only functional airport that we have planes on a daily basis at Kisumu, and also because I don't know why though, but Kakuma also has Kakuma is in Turkana, I think something of the sort. Kakuma, Kakuma and and Eldoret, Eldoret, which I don't even know why many people don't like using Eldoret airport. Anyway, do you know that there are people who go to Nandi, but they have to use the Kisumu airport, but not the Eldoret? I don't know what happened the Eldoret airport, which is actually other
nataka nikufurahishe.
yeah.
Do you know that I'm talking in terms of efficiency and time? Do you know that to fly from Nairobi to Paris or Nairobi to Schiphol Airport or Nairobi to London, do you know that it is easier to move? Actually, you will use less time to move from Nairobi to Schiphol than from Kakamega to Moyale or Masabe.
Very true by far. By far, it's very frustrating. Even Tagote was saying that even though he has been allowed to go to some countries, but even traveling through those countries, so within Africa to travel in terms of his investments and also reinvesting within Africa, it's almost horrible. There are places it will take even 5 days compared to even if you're flying to Europe, it will take less than 24 hours. You're right on that.
Vic, Alex, nani?
Do you have a point you want to raise? You can raise. Blue.
Yeah, I want to raise a point about, because I think Alex is a very intelligent man. I need to talk to Alex actually. Actually, basically, I think Alex is the most intelligent man I've seen this platform in a long time. I've seen so many people come here and go, but I think Alex is the most intelligent man here. And I have a question for Alex. Alex, are you there? If I can ask Alex, what do you think is the difference between Mr. Matiang'i and Mr. Natembeya? Alex, what's the difference between these two people? If you can answer, it's okay. If you can answer, it's okay. Because I think the diversion going on in this platform is very basic. Can you answer that question, Alex?
I don't know actually. I don't know much about Natembeya. Mr. Walker, I only know him when he worked in the police. I don't know so much about him. It is now that I'm seeing him in the headlines and I'm trying to follow him. I don't know so much about Natembeya.
Okay, so what's the difference between Matiang'i and Rigathi Gachagua?
Based on what?
Based on the conception of the Kenyan economy and the Kenyan political foundation and the way the Kenyan politics is going between Ruto, Natembeya, Gachagua, and all these people. Who do you think among these people what do you think is going on? What do you think is going on? That's the question. What do you think is going on?
I cannot for sure say what is going on because we don't know. One thing I know is Gachagua is the only person who is willing to use these resources, his time, to deconstruct Ruto, and I think he has made that open to everybody. So I think for me, for now, I think I trust Gachagua more than anybody.
So let me ask you another question. Do you think Kenya is facing another political violence? Do you think we're heading to another political violence situation as a country?
Never.
Why you say never?
How? I mean, there's no way. There's no way unless unless it's planned by the government. I don't think Kenyans themselves are ready for that. Kenyans are ready to defend their country by all necessary means, but they are not ready for any violence. I don't think Kenyans will be duped again. Hold on. I don't think Kenyans will be duped to fight each other. But if the government forces them to fight, it is not going to be people versus people. It is going to be people versus the government. Trust me, this time around, what we used to see in Molo, we used to see all these clashes. Kenyans are awoke. Not only are they awoke, I think they have oppressed Kenyans to a point whereby I think we feel we are one tribe. For the first time, people know that if it is the school fees, if it is the examination money, if it is the fuel, if it is the subsidies, we are all affected equally across the board. So I don't think there is any Kenyan here who today will, like we did in 2007, whereby we could say, hey, Kibaki is so tribal to this point. And it's because even the Kalenjin brothers, when they speak now through medias that are not coerced and state managed by the government, you will hear even the people from the Rift themselves say, you know what, hakuna kumi bila break. This thing, we made a mistake. So anybody thinking that any Kenyan will fight this time around, I think is very wrong. But can the government create a scenario whereby that's now where the question needs to be asked, is the government somehow in a situation whereby they can create a conflict so that they can take advantage of that conflict and to coerce the election results? I think that is the only alternative they have. But do you think that will succeed? I don't think it will succeed. And that is why when Gachagua said whatever I said last time, he didn't say people are going to fight. Gachagua just meant that this time around, these things are being done even when we are within that system. We know what is going to be done. So we are going to protect our votes by all necessary means. I think that is what he meant. There is no violence that is going to be. No Kenya is ready right now to go fight another Kenya, but Kenya is ready to fight. Kenya is ready to fight for the first time for the right election result. That one is given. That is what I will tell you. Kenyans are not going to be, they are not going to allow somebody to be announced and they take it like that. No. And if they go to the streets, they are not going to fight each other. They are going to fight for their victory.
I have another question for you, my brother. What do you think about this roasting that was going on today in the parliament when they were roasting Rigathi Gachagua? What do you think this is going to happen? I mean, what do you think is the end game when these people all came up today roasting Rigathi Gachagua? What do you think is the end game of that to you, in your opinion?
That one is going nowhere, because even Gachagua says he's not going to meet the NCIC. He said it, unless the people like Murkomen go there first, he's not going to, and there's nothing they are going to do. I think we have given Rigathi Gachagua the power that he needs. You know, there's a power that we gave Raila Amolo Odinga for a very long time, that he was untouchable. We never thought that power can be transferable to another individual. Fortunately enough, all Kenyans have given Gachagua that power right now. And the reason we are giving him, because he's a custodian. He has realized that that's a shrine that we need to keep up to the 2026 or 27 election. Nobody's going to touch Gachagua. Gachagua is untouchable right now. Just trust me that. They are going to do everything they can in their power to disrupt his meetings, ABCD. But in terms of whatever they are, ghosting, or they are purporting in terms of threats that atashikwa. I saw another MP saying in the next 2 weeks, Gachagua atashikwa. By who? That's the question. By who? Who is going to Mshika? That's the same thing we used to ask. Who is this Ananda Kushika Raila? Yeah, those plans used to be there. Wanaambia watu wanasema we can't do that. That is, nobody is going to touch Gachagua. Let them just talk there in parliament, because they have been paid to do that. And that is what parliament has become. It has degenerated to. But whatever they say, those are mere theatrics and threats. Gachagua has become an embodiment of what we call the freedom fighting for that country across the nation. And that is why he cannot be allowed to have a peaceful rally in Kakamega. Gachagua cannot be allowed today to come to Kisii and hold a peaceful rally. And I guarantee you, if Gachagua today was to go to Kondele, and I know Kondele very well, you will see people come there. And that is why they want to silence the one voice that actually is resonating more with the people of Nyanza, and that is Orengo. So whatever you hear being debated in parliament, those are the other. Nobody will touch Gachagua in Kenya.
I have another question for you, because Alex, you as a man, the way I see you, basically the way I've seen you for a long time, discussing politics and discussing the foundation of Kenya. You know Kenya more than most of these people. You know the policies of Kisii. You know the policies of Mount Kenya. You know the policies of Kenya. I'm going to ask you one question. Where do you think Kenya will be in the next 5 years? And the reason I'm asking you that is because do you see any way Kenya is going to be fragmented or divided? Like, for example, between the Nyanza, Nyanza is between the Luos and the Kisis, and then we have Western. How do you see Kenya is going to go forward? How do you think Kenya will be united at some point? Do you think Kenya will be like Tanzania, united at some point, where people don't see tribe and people just live as one people? Do you see that, Alex?
Obviously, yes. If you look what happened last week, you could understand the reason why Gachagua had to go to the media and pronounce and say, I am not seeking to become the president of this country. And the overwhelming cry to people who are writing text, letters, messages, leaders, entertainers, they just told Gachagua, if you do that, you will divide the country. But if you become a state person and say this thing, we are not, it has to be rotational. And I think once Gachagua pronounced what he said last week, the country is more united than ever. And I think Kioni, in as much as sometimes I don't trust his relationship with Gachagua, I don't know why they cannot even sit together and, just talk. He only advised Gachagua nicely, akamwambia, if you sought the presidency, you are going to divide the country. And I think that was the only thing that was going to be divisive in that country. But conventional wisdom, through consultation, and I hope the man continues to be truthful when he says, I have consulted with it. If he continues in that pathway, I think we are in a more better, the Americans say we are in a more perfect union than before. So I can guarantee you, after Gachagua pronouncement, Njiru, let me tell you, after Gashagua's pronouncement last week that I am not seeking that high seat, in fact, there was more respect given to the man, the more rollship as a spokesperson for me and you across the board before we get the presidential candidate is Gachagua right now. And lastly, he united the country under the banner of one term. Okay? So nobody should tell you that the country is right. In fact, if the country has ever been, if you look at the ground in Luo, the obvious, because of the shifting of the leadership towards the Kenya Kwanza administration. But the people on the ground, they had a vacuum. But that vacuum has been held somehow by Sifuna. Whether it's by Benin power, whether it's a Benin power that honestly, that probably, whether it's a Benin power whereby he is not actually the true leader of ODM, but his voice is so preeminent that people see that in the end, if ODM is going to continue, it is the people who are reasoning the same way, like
Alex, my brother.
Hold on, I'm finishing that statement. The people that are having the same thought like Sifuna, who are from Luo, are not going to fight people like Mbadi. What they will do, quietly, silently, they will gear off and you will see a silent revolution. So let me guarantee you, the country is more united than before, because now we know that Gachagua is not the one dividing the opposition, but has actually united the opposition. And we like it because Gachagua and now Mama Barua are working together in a way that they never worked. And hopefully Kioni will come in so that you completely become one thing. So there is no division in the country currently.
Alex, I have another. Alex,
Mtu anangojanga blue swali moja inajibiwa na ujuke ingine.
I have another final question. Please, Alex, can you hear me? Alex, I have another final question. This question here. This is the question that I really have for you. It said, tell me, Alex, why do you think for this long time Kenya has been divided? And tell me, why do you think Mount Kenya people feel they are more superior than everybody else? Answer me that, because I know you know the answer. Answer me that, Alex. Why do you think we have a problem in Kenya? Why do you think we have a problem?
I think you have framed your question wrongly.
Okay, frame it the way you want to, but you know what I'm
asking. The mountain, okay. The people of the mountain, if there are people that are, okay, can you mute your mic? The people that are very humble across the board, when you meet them, in terms of when they are doing their business, when also they are civil servants, and how they relate to other communities across the country, are the people from the mountain. The problem has always been one, and now we are also noticing the same problem being contagious in the Luo Nyanza. When the people who purport to be the leaders of a people start talking in a way that sometimes demeans other communities or ignores the needs, which we can call historical injustices of other communities, the blame is always given to the community. But it is not a communal problem. So let's frame the question good. The Mount Kenya people have never had entitlement. It is the establishment. And that establishment is not only political, it is across administrative, it is business, and whichever kind of leadership that any hierarchy of leadership you can say. Because these people are like one tribe. If you remember, there's a clip that was so sad when Raila said that the Royal Media Service guy came and told him, "Congratulations, you have won the election, but you're not going to be pronounced." By who? These were the mafias. And I think that's the term we have always used, the Mount Kenya mafia. So when you look at the common Agikuyu or the mountain people and their cousins, these are very humble, hardworking people across the country. And let's be very honest, they are our firstborn. It is the leadership that has had a problem. And now that you are reforming from it, you are seeing how people like Kimani Ichung'wah are behaving. That is how some of your leaders at a certain stage of their political life were behaving. Somebody like Kioni, there was a time he was an embarrassment to the community. Somebody like Peter Munya, you know at some point he was very, very embarrassing to the community. Somebody like Moses Kuria, you know very well, sometimes he tweets and writes things. This guy from Gushiri, from Nakuru. So, but this should not represent the people, because they have hyped the community. And most of the time, if you realize, we have always had what we call emotional elections. And emotional election does not put logic into it. They hype up the person who abuses your opponent most, become the members of parliament. But I think those days are over. One of the best statements I ever got from Gachagua, for me personally, and I was okay, I will support this man this time. If there was a time, mi mwenyewe, ningetoka chama yenye Matiani ataform, hopefully, ningie chama ya Gachagua, is when you said, how can I give a ticket to a person who does not know English? How can I give a ticket to a person who cannot even read in Kiswahili? This is the problem. And then I think he went further to speak in your own language and say, Tugege, something of the sort. I had something Gege, and I thought it was Tugege. So if you look at what has been happening, your leadership at some point, part of it, not all of it. People like Martha Karua have been consistent for a very long time. And some of your leadership have been, very cogent and very persuasive and very intelligent. But most of them, you wonder how you sit down and you're hyped up to elect and vote for Waitito to be the governor of what? Of Kiambu. But I think that is history. And if you can project that progressive leadership across, because you people are a little bit lucky. Why? Because you're all over the country. And therefore, you are, a spectrum of what, having freedom of association is. So we cannot say, and I will continue to say, if we frame a question wrongly and we answer wrongly, then we may think that the Kikuyu people have been entitled to a long time. The Kikuyus have never been. It's a part of leadership that behaves badly, and I think this time around, you people have realized, no, we cannot be represented by the Tugeges. They are representing us in a wrong way.
Can I say something, please, my brother?
Go ahead.
Okay, I've been listening to you, Alex, for about 2 minutes, and I hear what you're saying. But let me ask you a question. What makes you think that our intelligence is flawed, that we as a people cannot represent ourselves as a people? What makes you think that we are so proud, we as a people? How proud are we that it makes you think that we are superior than you? What makes you think that we are better than you? What makes you think we are trying to treat you as a lower person? What makes you think do we carry ourselves as people who are superior than you? What's the problem? Tell me, what's the problem?
I mean, as I said, it's the way the leadership speaks. Those who are in power, sometimes they spew venom until people wonder. Look at Moses Kuria whenever he is in a position to talk, what he can say. Previously, people like Peter Munya, look at the history of some of the most venomous leadership that you have had. The good thing is that, and let me reiterate this, even at the core of election, if you truly look some of these people, even if we call them your leaders, some of them have never actually won the election in the grassroots. It is the popular mandate of a party that wins in that area and make them to be what? They take advantage and they win through what we call the mercy of the party. But if these people were to stand for election by themselves and in whichever way, you people will never vote for them. So you people, we can never say the mountain carries itself with arrogancy, the people themselves. It is a section of leadership. And somebody has asked me, who are the establishment? Unfortunately, the establishment are that's a good question. These are bankrollers of the elections. These are when you see a stage, Raila speaking in a stage during our campaign. Somebody goes to 4 events or 5 events in a day. There's helicopter, there is stage, there is all these things that makes that rally to go on. It is not through the wealth of the individual who is seeking the president that happens. It is
So
a caucus of people. who within a tribe who have a political agenda that after the election is won, this is what they want from the people who win. So when we say the establishment is basically people who have an agenda, who are buying our votes through bankrolling our leaders that we want them to be in power. Those are the establishment.
So can I ask you another question, Alex?
I thought it was the last one you asked.
No, it's a conversation. This is a conversation. Huh? So let me ask you this. What makes you think that most of these Mount Kenya people are together ganging up against you? What makes you think that there's a gang of Mount Kenya people from Muranga, Nyeri, from wherever, all over Mount Kenya? What makes you think these people are all ganging up against the rest of the Kenyans to attack you, to deny you your rights, and to make you feel inferior so you can't bring up your rights? What makes you think that there's a whole team of Mount Kenya people coming after you? Tell me that.
I have never thought about like it's a gang that they are coming after. These are people who have business interests. Okay, and business interest is not, it's getting the government contracts and so on and so forth. I mean, their interest is business interest, and they can bankroll whoever they want. And unfortunately, what they do, they bankroll both sides. Because immediately after the election, you can see them offer an olive arm to the other side that you thought they were not working with. So they are not ganging against the community. They are ganging against being displaced. As somebody has put that, we have old money and new money. And money is what is at the center of politics. Two things is at the center of politics: money and power. And when you talk about power, power is money first and foremost. You cannot acquire power without being influential in terms of money. Money makes you start even looking for power. So, I mean, these people are not anti another community. It is only that they have caucused together for their business interests.
So let me ask you: do you think all these Kikuyus or Meru or Embu, all these people are together coming after these commercial interests? Do you think there's a big gang of people just coming to attack commercial interests? Do you think?
It is at a three-stage, my friend. The voters have never known what the bankrollers want. The voters come in when they are lied that ng'ombe zenu zitachukuliwa, as Joe used to say. Somebody comes and start bringing a narrative, ng'ombe zenu zitachukuliwa, nyumba zenu zitachukuliwa, mpaka yenu itarudishwa hapa. I mean, those are campaign strategies, and I think people who buy that are people of the lowest in terms of the cadre of the society. But there are many strategies people use to divide and rule when it comes to election. Election is basically trying either to coerce somebody or intelligently persuade somebody or emotionally hype up the emotion of an individual so that they start fearing. So that's the problem with democracy.
Let me ask you, my brother, because you are a very intelligent guy, because you are very involved in financial dealings. You are a businessman. You know what's going on in the systems. So you are not a stupid guy. You know what's going on. Let me ask you this thing: do you think Mount Kenya people have captured Kenya in a way that if Ruto wants to take Kenya from them, he can't? Do you think Kenya is captured by Mount Kenya? Do you think that financially? Financially, do you think Mount Kenya is captured by Ruto? Do you think that?
I think you have asked three questions at a go. I mean, when it comes to community.
The first question is: do you think Ruto has captured Mount Kenya?
Never.
Huh?
No, he will never.
So how do you think Ruto is controlling financial system of Kenya? How is Ruto controlling the financial system?
And that is why you see is doing that through the finance bill. In terms of distribution of wealth in that country, he can never do that. He is doing it through the finance bill and introducing some fake development projects that are funded, and then they steal that money from that. There is no single industry or complex or factory that these people have. When we talk about new money and old money, you basically need to know that old money is based on infrastructure. You can see people working to create wealth, but new money, it's in a hype. People can go to the markets in the stock exchange and do what? Manipulate the system. Remember, there was a time East African cables was manipulated. It came from 50 shillings to all of a sudden 850 in a space of 3 months. And the people made money and money and money. Treasury bills can be manipulated. People make money and money and money. So I think what Ruto is doing is manufacturing, as one of the MPs. Oh no, and it was Malala who was alleging, and I don't think he was wrong. You can see how the inflation is coming. You can see, the liquidity of money of Kenya. If you can look at how the liquidity of our shilling is, that money is being printed. Okay. But what I can say in regard to that is Ruto has what we call, in terms of money, is the new money that does not hold into somewhere. And that's why they are trying also to build houses. But now there's a conundrum in terms of what? Their title deeds, so on and so forth, so that they can show their wealth in properties. One of the most important things for any rich man in this world, once you become a billionaire, one of the things you must show your properties, your wealth in is properties. But people like Ruto do not have that. So they want to create a perception of having property, and that is the new money. But the old money is in structures. You can see it in structures. So Ruto does not have it. So Ruto can never, let me finish. Ruto can never, ever capture Ruto can never capture financially the mountain. Because if you look at the mountaineers, the first thing before you marry or once you marry, you must have a structure. You have your small land, which actually is an asset. You have a structure in that place. And when you look at the prices, and due to your proximity to the city, most of your assets are in terms of millions. So there is nothing Ruto can ever do to dislodge you people from being number one community in terms of investment, or the richest community in that country. Whether he manipulates by bringing fake goods or whatever, those goods that Moses Kuria wanted them to come duty-free to Kenya through the Somali community, they have tried all that. But let me tell you, through thick and thin, the Kikuyu still remain a dominant, not only politically, but financially in that country. You are not going to dislodge these people easily from being the finance number one most richest community in that country. It's not easy. It's not easy.
So Alex, that's true. What you just said is very true. That's very true. Let me ask you another question. What do you think is the best way to fight your enemy, the enemy in your face? What do you think is the best way to fight your enemy? How can you fight your enemy? The enemy, like in our position that Kenya is right now. What do you think is the best way to fight your enemy? Is it through business or aggression? Or what do you think? Alex, you are a very smart guy, man. You're a scientist, You you and Jill, you guys
I'm
are
not a
science.
scientist, by the way. I'm not a scientist.
You
Njiru, can you
are
help me here kidogo? Can you answer his questions kidogo?
No, I think Alex, you answered all my questions. I think you're smart enough. You said there's no way they can conquer this uh, Mount Kenya economy because because how can you circumvent that? You can't circumvent it. You answered that. You just answered that. I think Alex, you are very intelligent man. May I respect you. I respect you very much, Alex, man. I think I need to buy Alex a goat. Njiru, help me buy Alex a goat because that's the truth. Alex is talking the truth, right? Because there is no way they can fight this economy. Sawa, Alex. Njiru, unasikia aje hii story? Alex, wacha nikwambie kitu moja. Mimi acha sasa tuongee Kiswahili sasa juu Kizungu Kizungu inachokesha. Maana umeniambia kitu moja, umesema hapo aje. Ati hao watu hata wakizunguka hii economy ya Kenya hivi, kuna kitu Kenya kuna kitu iko nayo. Na watu wengi wanajua hata saa hizi. Hata unasema ati sijui nini, wanapiga sijui nini, wanapiga Gachagua sijui nini. Dakika ya mwisho economy ni ile ile. Unacheki? Hiyo ni kitu very deep. Very deep. Na nimekuinamishia sana hapo Alex. Juu umeona hapa ukulima ni wa Mount Kenya. Watu wanafanya Mount Kenya ukulima mzuri sana na watu wanaongea kuhusu tufanye ukulima pale, tuuze hizi hata nini, hizi vitu na nini. Tufanye kazi.
Yeah, honey, I told you the signs are not good within that coalition. There's a day we were talking here and I said the coalition that we are seeing, that's a loose coalition of Oka. The real coalition of progressives that is going to take shape, it's going to be totally different. If, for instance, when you look at Wamalwa as an individual, Wamalwa comes from the Bukusu community. And I think his name itself is a brand because of his brother and his father, whose father was a senator. But the new wave that is taking place is the Natembea wave. That Natembea wave was ignored for a long time. When Mr. Walker was seeking to become, and actually seeking the ticket to become the governor of Trans Nzoia, there were people who told even Wamala to be hesitant on this guy because he's a man with no fear. And I think this man had a vision. And his vision was very simple. Wetangula and Mudavadi are traitors. They have used the community for personal gain. They've been there too long and they need to go. And he didn't want to use the parties of two men to get into politics. He wanted a third force, which in essence, he helped Wamalwa. They came in, and history cannot forget. I think the man is taking over from Wamalwa, whether Wamalwa likes it or not. And I don't think Wamalwa is happy about it. Now, the axis of Gachagua is looking truly at a person who is fearless as Gachagua is fearless. Okay, so that the duo, the pact can be a dynamite and go to Western, the same thing that he has done in the mountain, and totally, completely dislodge the two. And thirdly, make sure for the first time they are united. If you listen, if you take time to listen to Natembeya, I listened to a clip. Natembeya was speaking in a funeral, and I said, if I was truly a lawyer, I could have cried that day. And I hope that I will give Njiru that clip one day to put. This is what he told his people. Mukikuyu akipata mtoto mwanamke, anaenda kwa ofisi, anauliza Muluya ambaye anauza chai, anatengeneza chai. I want you to listen to this. Anatengeneza chai kwa ofisi yao. Iko dada yako huko mwingine ambayo unaweza tuletea hapa akuje kutuchumbia mtoto. Anamwambia sio tata yangu peke yake, niko na tata yangu na ndugu yangu pia anatafuta watchman. Anaenda analeta watatu, analeta shamba boy, analeta watchman na analeta nini, msichana wa kuchunga mtoto. Anasema anatoa 3 votes, na hizo votes they are not coming wakati wa kura wakuja kuvote, zinakaa hivyo. These people will go once they get food, they will be comfortable, they are not coming back. And he was telling his people on how politically, financially, and in every way, they've been stagnant for years. And yet they can grow better coffee than the mountain. I didn't know that actually in Bungoma you can grow coffee. I recently see Dr. Seli and also Mukisa Kitui having a huge plantation of coffee. And then I say, oh, the first coffee in Kenya was actually planted in Western. I never knew that. Okay. So Natembeya is bringing this movement whereby it's allowing his people to understand how backward they are. And there's another clip I saw him also speaking and says, hatuna shida na ndugu zetu wa Kisii. Lakini let me tell you, 60% of the Kisii people, all of them wamesomea hapa kwetu. Kwa sababu sisi tulipeana land to the missionaries, tukajengewa shule mzuri kabisa, na shule zetu mpaka sasa ziko na land, ziko na everything more than any other schools in Kenya. But we have never been the beneficiary of that good education. Other people have been. So, ukiangalia when Gachagua now started, that Gachagua axis married the Natembeya axis and started financing the Peter Selassie axis. The trajectory of the politics of Western is changing. You like it or not. Whether sometimes they use deception so that they can actually even get arrested, because one of the quickest way to have political sympathy is to get arrested. And I don't even know why Ruto is doing it, because Ruto understands why he is where he is today is because of what was perceived as a political was persecution. So, Wamalwa is a no-brainer. Let's be honest. I don't want to talk low of Wamalwa. Where he has reached, yes, he has done good. You know, the press conference, the what. But if we need somebody who will kick Ruto out of Western, it will not be Wamalwa. So when you see Wamalwa being dislodged, don't feel pain for him as if ni matanga unaenda. Allow it to happen. And once it happens, that is the only way people like Mudavadi and Wetangula will be put in the nearest dustbin, so that the politics of Ruto Tawe and the politics of one term will kick, so that when the West will meet the mountain, not when the lake will meet the mountain. I think we tried that, it did not work. Let us try another formula. If the Western, the Tawe movement meets the one-term movement, which already you see is giving these people a sleepless night. Let's be honest. If you look the last 2 weeks, the BIF activity that has been going on, it is to silence this duo to a point that they had to arrest Natembeya. Okay? But they regret for doing that. They also wanted to arrest Gachagua, which I actually wanted. Because once that will have happened, the duo, then I think they will have overstretched their security. That is when you could have known that we don't even have security operators that are able to cool down a revolution in Kenya. Because if the cost will actually come out only 10%, the West come out 50%, the mountain comes up even 15% only. There's no security operators that are going to stop these people. Okay? That is when you will see how weak the Ruto administration is. And that is why Gachagua was quick to point that nobody could have stopped us in Kakamega. That is why they are training elite unconstitutional police force, which actually, if you remember, Madam Martha Karua spoke about it earlier during our maandamano. So whoever that is taking the agenda of UDA and Kenya Kwanza and the Ruto agenda nowadays to take care of these people is not even actually our own police force. I can tell even the police force is so divided. They have created an insidious police force, which actually Gachagua said of a Nandi community, not even the Kalenjin community, the Nandi community. And I wanted him to be arrested for profiling one community, but nobody is ready to do. Why? Because the man is privy of that intelligence. So was it Annie who was saying the 2 press conferences? I think that is the order of the day, and I want it to go that way. I want eventually, if we could find another third for the best force, even within Nayo Ndiondeto, we keep on asking, who can take over from who? From Kalonzo. Because if we get another vibrant individual like Natembeya within the Kamba community, okay, because Kisina ilishaenda, you guys saw it. I mean, there is no question about it. We are seeing remnants coming now on board. Arama from Nakuru, the Professor Ngeri talked about it. By the way, you people don't know. The other day, no, this Saturday, the former Shibishi, the Shibishi, the former education minister, the former education minister who we fired, Ruto fired, he was in an event and actually was propagating and saying, you know what, let me be very honest to you people. He was almost saying that it was Matiang'i advising him a little bit, because what is going on in the Ministry of Education is worse than you people know. But in the end of the day, he said, you know what? I am no longer advocating for who? For Ruto. The way is Matiang'i. So if Kisi has gone, if the Luya community is going to go through Natembeya, why will we start giving Wamalwa time for press conference? Let him die a natural death. That is my view.
Wacha niongee kidogo hapa hivi. Roho safi, nisalimie Alex, nisalimie Nyakairo, na nisalimie Njiru. Alex, unanisikia? Alex, I'm here to specifically talk to Alex because I think Alex is agitating about some negative things. I don't think these things are. I don't think these things are conscious to the situation, huh? But I think Alex is a speaker. Alex is a real speaker, and the reason I'm talking to Alex is because I can't take Alex for granted, because Alex is a real speaker, and Alex is a man that I need to deal with. This conversations with Alex. Alex is a deep speaker, lakini nimwongelesha na Kiswahili, nimwambie Alex, wewe wacha utiaji juu, unajua hii vita haiwezi isha. This war will never end. And Alex, you have to come slow. Come slow. You're my brother. Wewe Alex, unajua hii vita haiwezi isha. Okay, maliza. Nimeachia Nyakairo na watu wengine waongee, lakini Alex, you need to calm down and come down to your senses, because this is not a bullshit war. This is a real imaginative war, and we need to talk about this war as serious people, as people who have common sense. Okay, bye. Yeah.
Okay, ni sawa, wacha tusikie Mama Nyakairo. Mama Nyakairo, karibu.
Thank you, Jiro. Nakusalimia. Nasalimia my cowboy number 1. Tukipoteza number 1, sasa yeye ndio number 1. Blue, today I'll say sometimes I don't understand why you attack Alex, cowboy number 1. And most times when you come in, you interfere with some things that we really want to look deeper of what is going on. But anyway, your fashion could be different from me or any other person, but I'll say this. I concur with you, Alex, my cowboy. What you're saying is very, very important for our country. For this guy you are talking about, Ruto Malwa, he could be ile kamba inakuwaga hapo nje, inakusaidia ikikufanya uongoje kamba mzuri ikuje. So you use it wisely na vizuri, isikatike sana, ndio uweze kupata ile kamba naweza tumia in future. Wamalwa, I think he has been holding on to what he understands most. Sorry guys, sorry. And he's doing whatever he can just to hang on what he like to do, because right now, where can he embark? Now, when Alex, you talk about the idea of bankrolling, that's the most thing that has been killing Africa, because these people who are leading Africa, for heaven's sake, they don't go there for good work. They go there for prestige and be pardoned the many evils that they have done, and also pleasing people who does not mean anything to them. When we have a president who is in our country and he feels that nobody should come with a better idea than him, the only thing he can do is just to kill. Do you think that country will grow? Never.
Yes, we have this president.
And so, when I look at when somebody becomes a president, he don't want to hear anybody else bringing a better idea than his, he knocks them off. How do you grow? How do you know you are doing wrong? Nobody is perfect in this world. We make so many terrible mistakes.
Nobody's
And,
perfect.
and if you accept to be corrected, surely even people will appreciate you. Lakini ikiwa that when you think you are doing wrong to people and you don't want people to talk or to tell you you are doing wrong, you think that is when you are winning. You are not. Now, when we have Mr. Ruto on that chair that he's on, and knowing how much evil he is and how much evil he has dealt with our people, he don't want anybody to say it. But I will ask him, today, if Charlene is gotten on the street and you find her, I'll use this analogy, and you find her killed on the street, how much pain will you feel? Let me say this, there's nobody who has got two souls. That one, if it dies, you go to the other one. So Ruto must know that the pain people have gone through in our country due to his behavior. For children who did not have a gun, neither stone, they had only a cell phone and water, and some carrying even the bendera, the flag of our country. That pain, you'll never be able to pay, and you'll never be able to overcome. The way you are doing is even making more worse and showing us who you are. And that means Ruto is not a leader. So, Alex, for those people who have no idea of leading a country, they need support from foreign country, because foreign country has no blood related with those inhabitants in those countries. They feel no pain about losing anybody. And after all, they'll say the person who have done it is their leader. It's not us. And so they will feel they're so very much safe and isolated from those evil deeds. So, Alex, for this man to come to his senses, to know what he wants to do for the country so that they appreciate him, he don't care. He knows he didn't get there in a truthful way. He got there because of stealing. And instead of using that chance wisely to know that this thing, I took it by chance, he goes on proving who he is. So he's stealing over election. It means he is evil from the word go. He never went there in the right way. And so he'll do all he can to use the evil means that he got there. And he will not let anybody to shine over him. That's the problem we have in our country. But are we going to let this guy continue doing all these bad things to us? Now, Alex, you talked about that West, they can grow coffee. Can you imagine all this time wasted? And we have representatives of Western side of the country who have no idea, and they don't want even to think beyond that, apart from where they are, when they are the Speaker of the Parliament, and where Mudavadi is the Prime Minister. They don't want to think about beyond that. Why? Because they are not hard workers. They don't want to use their brain to bring something that can develop the country. In fact, Kenyans are very hardworking people. Those who know that coffee can grow in their area, you might find them tomorrow in that land doing the good work. But who will let them do that? Ruto? Wetangula? Mudavadi? Those people are gone. Their mind is withering completely, and they are not interested to introduce anything new to the new generation. And what does the new generation do? Once they know that, that is why we have a revolution. And I believe the many new Gen Zs that are really crying for their country, they will not let this country go down just like that. So Ruto, how many people you kill? You kill the people, but you can't kill what? What do we call the time for? There's a saying, Alex, help me this. You can kill the messenger, but you cannot kill what?
An idea whose time has come.
An idea whose time has come. That is exactly what it is. Kwa hivyo Ruto, ile kazi yote unafanya, fanya kwa bidii na ujue unachimba parefu kwa upande wako. So I'll stop there. I was listening to you guys and that thing really woke me up. And I decided I have to say something. So let's have unity in our country. Our country is still young and we can fight for it and build it. Huyu mtu ambaye anaifanya iwe mzee, yeye ndio atazeeka aondoke kwa hiyo kiti. And it is not tomorrow. I wish it was yesterday. Sababu, in fact, that thing really pains me a lot, especially when I'm lying down here, feeling not well, and knowing how many people I support in Kenya who are really crying right now, and I can't support them enough. I feel so bad. It's not that they are lazy. They can do a lot for themselves, but where? How? Which way? That is my point. Asanteni sana kwa kunisikiza. Thank you.
Yeah. Sawa Mama Mary. I appreciate your contribution. Anyway, DXL, don't worry about me. Nilishafanya masaa yangu ine. Sasa hii ni timu ya usiku. I only speak with them. So what are you coordinate to? So team A, go ahead.
Hi, morning from Kenya.
Yes, morning. How are you? Good today.
Yeah, I hope you guys are doing fine. Niko nasikiza kutoka hapa nyuma na
At least leo umesema guys. I thought you say you guys are doing fine.
you gay Alex.
Hey, muko na mashinda.
Nimesikia mtu akiguza Alex ndio nikasema wacha niingie bana. Mondo wa nyova. Anyway, I believe you are doing fine. Sisi hapa Kenya ndio tunaamka sasa tuone what we can do. I just concur with what Cairo and Alex have said. No more press conferences. No more following guys who are not able to have an impact in Kenya. And that's why you've seen people now more lethal and whatever they're trying to do, they're trying to salvage our country. Alex, what you've said is true. What also I wanted is to see Gachagua being arrested, because if they do it, then they are, I think the common phrase yenye nasema unatoka kwa pan unaingia kwa moto, ni kama unatoka kwa pan unaingia kwa moto. I don't know. The same. Somebody's. The same thing. They are trying again. The same mistake. There's somebody. I don't know the echo. I don't know whether it's me. Ni Blue anaongea ama? Okay. The same mistake again, Alex. They want to do is arresting Malala. You can imagine from the same region, they've already arrested Natembea, and they are going in for Malala, and because of the the crowd, see what they did at crowd ya Malala na I think na waskari walikorofishana huko njiani, and they wanted to fight one another, so they want to arrest Malala for that. I'm telling you, if ODM thought that they have the Western region, they should think twice. They should think twice, because ni kama Natembea is running away with Western. And exactly what you said, Alex, wakina Wetangula, wakina ma-DVD and Eugene Wamalwa, they have been dislodged. Saizi Natembea ndiye amepatiwa hiyo kijiti na wananchi. And whatever you said is true. Those guys are behind, especially because of employment outside their county, and they don't vote. Na wasipochunga vizuri, hiyo region itakuwa imeenda na imeenda. I don't know why, Aleki, you're being attacked that you go slow by saying the way it is. Niliwaambia some of us cannot say those things the way it is because of the place we are and because of what we are doing. Sometimes we don't mention things directly, and that's why sometimes we give it to you so that you're able to do it. Natembea anaendelea kutembea Western. Kalonzo, as Alex said, amebaki into a press conference, and we are wondering what is happening with Ukambani. I believe Kalonzo Musyoka alikuwa amefikiria ati sasa Wamunyoro atampatia hiyo kijiti na endelea kwenda nayo. But as one person said, that Kalonzo is not a person who can sustain a campaign for 1 week. I think ni Mtai Ngunyi alikuwa anasema ati Kalonzo can start campaigning on Monday, Tuesday, by Wednesday pesa zishaisha, Thursday ameacha kucampaign, and he might not have the words atatumia from Monday mpaka the whole week, and then the whole month, the whole year, mpaka election when itafika. Number 2, Aleki, Arono na Njiru, kama mmeona these guys they are flooding money to every corner of this country. Kuna klipu nimetuma Njiru, if you can play it, iko hapo, whereby the CS wa mining ameenda mchango sijui ni Tiati, hajakaa more than 1 year kwa CS. I don't think imefika 1 year. Ndio huyu ametoa mchango wa 12 million. Ruto also ametoa mchango wa 12 million. Kidiki ndio huyu ametoa mchango wa 1 million. So you can imagine these guys are flashing, throwing kickbacks kwa wananchi, and wananchi are enjoying it, wanasema later, and people are picking the money, but their votes, let me use Alex's word, let me believe that these citizens will not eat the money na eat our change, but the way they are saying wapige kura in a different sector ama person, they give it to a different person. You can see what the musicians did. Njiru, you said this, but you refused. But I've seen some of the Kikuyu musicians asking for forgiveness because that thing is real. Nilisikiza ile kipindi ya 105 classic ya kina Kangeni, and one of the musician alikuwa na more than 1 million, and by the end of that day wakati Gachagua aliongea walikuwa wamereduce to 200. So you can imagine karibu 800 viewers walikuwa deplatform ama stopped following these musicians, and that is how far the impact has gone. And salutes to Wamunyoro, he keeps on coming with slogans. Anakuja one term, the next day anakuja deplatform them, unaona watu wanaenda. The next day he comes with things. What is Kalonzo doing? Natembea ndio huyo na one term kutoka huko. Matiang'i ndio huyo tunamuona akiendelea kuguza huko na kutoka huko America, ameanza nayo kusukuma kutoka America. We are waiting also some people especially from coast. Nyanza ni kama imewekwa kwa kikabu. Nobody wants to talk, but wakina Orengo, what they wanted to do, walishindwa na Nyong'o. They couldn't impeach Orengo. They cannot also hawezi ongea vibaya kwa Nyong'o, is a professor, so wameshindwa. But let me tell you, hata Nyanza ni ile tu saizi wanakula, but voting will be done differently this time round. Thank you. But those ones who are saying that Alex should come slow, Alex, ongeza gear. Gari yako ni ya gear 7 bana, wengine wanatumia gear 4. Tulitoka huko. Thank you.
Courtesy of Ann. Sijui kama Ann uko hapa. Video yako nimepata ya huyu mtoto amekufa. Yeah, ni mtoto amekufa. That's what is a hospital. I think the kid was not seen within 12 hours na akakufa. That it is in Gatundu, a place in Gatundu. And that was your video.
Hiyo imenisumbua sana mazee, sitaongea sana, wacha team A endelea kwanza. Team A endelea.
Yeah, so I don't know, like I don't know if all hospitals in Kenya are like that. They cannot even identify emergencies. Ama ni madaktari hakuna. 12 hours. Huyu jamaa unaona vile anapiga masoja hapa. Anyway, I don't know, but that story you don't even want to watch. I think we are not a serious lot. Sisi wow. Wacha tu tuachane tu na serikali tu kwanza.
Wacha ni step up hapa. Tunaona mnakosa kitu ya kusema. Hata mimi niulize huyu team A, huyu nani? Huyu team A, na niulize Bundi. Alex Bundi. Shida ya Kenya ni nini saa hizi? Shida ya Kenya. Unajua tunaweza ongea mambo mingi sana. Tunaweza ongea mambo ya watu kuteswa kwa hospitali. Sijui nini. Shida ya Kenya ni nini? Wakiona hao watu wakiona. Mimi nawaambia. Wakiniuliza mimi nawaambia. Acha mimi niwaulize hawa wazee. Huyu team A na niulize Alex Bundi. Shida ya Kenya ni nini? Simuongee tu. Kwani mnaficha nini?
Ni sawa ukiuliza swali una relax. Lakini team, let me ask, if we cannot handle emergencies in hospitals, what else can we handle? If like hata kama hiyo hospitali ingeweza kudeal na huyo mtoto, why could they not diagnose that issue hali enough wamwambie hii story atuwezani naye hapa? Why would you keep somebody for 12 hours na mnajua vizuri sana mtashughulika? Hata maambulance hakuna, basi wampeleke kwa hospitali zingine ziko hapo karibu which can handle the situation quickly. Because I don't know at what level do people go to level 5, because as zingine watu wanaambiwa msiende level 5. Level 5 you get refund to. Lazima, see, that is what they have been saying, lazima uanzie na kale hospitali kako chini yako, then tuende tukipandisha hivyo. See, that is the concept which they tell us. Ati unaenda referral sababu hii hospitali iko chini imeshindwa. Why could they not refer that kid quickly other than waiting for 12 hours for that kid to die? Anyway, Timwe, go ahead.
I don't know whether Alex to start ama because Blue anauliza ni nini mbaya na Kenya, what's wrong with Kenya? I don't know whether Blue lives in Kenya ama is abroad, but even whatever you've played is just the practical example of what a sort of country we have. Kenya gani tunaye? You've seen exactly that the Shah which they are preaching is working in Kenya, haifanyi kazi. If indeed a kid can die in an hospital, if indeed the doctors and the nurses cannot attend to the patients, then you say that health is working in Kenya, then I don't know where Blue lives. I don't know whether Blue knows that education sector is not working. They keep on shifting from one mode of system to another. Tulikuwa kwa 844 tukakuja kwa CBC, saizi imekuja kwa CBE. I don't know next what we will have. Education imeanguka. Ukienda kwa university, it's not working. They cannot
Bro, relax kwanza ujibiwe. I don't like the way you come and
Kama anataka kujijibu ajijibu. Ameuliza kujijibu jijibu. If he wants to answer himself, wacha answer himself. Me, I don't.
Atasikiliza akiwa huko underground sasa for now. Timwe, go ahead.
Kama ajui what is happening in Kenya, we can educate him now. Ndio aelewe. Hawa ndio wale watu wenye wanapatiwa 500 wanaanza kupiga kuimba kwa street, dancing kwa street.
Kasongo yeye.
Umesema Blue ni mtu wa 500.
Huyu hata ni wa 200. Aleki. Ile guy Kanaska, huyo jamaa anatuuliza ati shida gani Kenya inaye, then aelewi Kenya ni wapi. Kama watu wanaenda Tanzania, wanaenda kuangalia just to give backup to the opposition leader, alafu wanakuwa abducted, wanaletwa na wanatupwa Kenya, na Kenyan CS wa foreign affairs anasema ati hao ndio walikuwa na shida. You cannot defend your own citizen, then we don't have people who can defend us as citizens. If the CS can say that, if the MPs wanaweza kuenda kwa parliament, the senators wanaenda wana defend watu, wana defend the Tanzanian MPs, that whatever they are saying is right, that wache wa Kenya wafunzwe, then I don't know where Blue lives. Ukienda kwa agriculture, it's not working. I can mention every sector. I said this earlier. If Blue wants to know that it's not working, it's the few individuals who are doing large-scale farming in Kenya. Others are not doing it in Kenya, they are doing it in different countries, and they're importing the foodstuffs to Kenya. Then I don't know where Blue lives. If indeed people, when you want to get their views, they can be abducted, or they can be silenced, then I don't know where we are living. I don't know where Blue lives. Ama ni Kenya gani anaishi. So there are many things I can mention, but I don't want to mention because kama ajui, then lazima aende kwa class afunzwe, ama I listen to many channels zenye sitamfunza what is happening. The budget is coming out. What is hidden inside, you cannot mention it, and people are waiting. Mpaka unajua this time round wamekataa kutoa hiyo budget out. Watu wa inject, they are waiting itoke, ama waseme what is there, what is hidden inside, ndio watu waendelee ku mention. The IBC itself ni kama hii kitu haitaendelea kwenda mbele. The same thing we said here, I think some I think 6 months ago, huko ma October, you remember, tulikuwa tunaongelea kitu at IBC ni kama haitaformiwa, ama ikiformiwa itaformiwa in such a way that watu wataenda kotini and they will reject the individuals ama the candidates, and the candidates wakikataliwa na wananchi, then what happens? Utakuwa na crisis kwa IBC, na hii election haitafanyika 2027, and mark you, we might go to that situation whereby the IBC candidates wamekuwa rejected and they cannot do the boundary division, they cannot do the register, na waseme now 2027 haiwezi fanyika because ABCD has not been done, na tupate tukisongeshewa mbele. So I don't know what Blue is talking about, but I should start understanding these things. Aleko.
Yeah, wacha niseme something about hiyo video ya nini, hiyo video, and you're right. I mean, kitu ya IBC, trust me, we have a prolonged legal disagreement that is coming, and I think that is to the advantage of Baba Shalin, and I think that is how he designed it intentionally to be. Because first and foremost, we have a bone of contention if it's 26 or 27. But that seems to be, I think, is prolonging it unconstitutionally. But hopefully the courts will find a way to resolve it amicably by not giving him an extension, but by punishing him into 2026 with an IBC that is credible. We don't know where that is going to go. But, Njiru, let me say about the video you put there. The lowest moment of our country, to me personally, I can say is when we saw War Memorial Hospital being closed and the patients who are in theater being told, we don't know where to take you. And the governor of that county, you know, we have 3 ladies leading there. With the senator is a lady, the governor is a lady, we have a women rep. None of them cared about those patients. We degenerated to a point whereby one of the most prominent leaders of a circle in that county died because he was being transferred from War Memorial Hospital to another one. In the middle of that transfer, I think it was not successful and the guy passed on. You saw the governor could not even attend that funeral. Or I think if she did, there was some, you know, heckling or something of the sort. If a country, a functional country, purportedly can do that has a president. Remember, there are countries, Mr. Njiru, I as a president, I'm on the way to the US and there's a small flood in Kapenguria. I will make a U-turn, leave my delegation to go to New York and make sure I go back to take care of that. My citizens, what is that? You are taking care of the oath that you took to defend the people who actually make the Constitution. When we saw that, we kept quiet. Now, what do you expect? What kind of go-ahead did we give other hospitals, other medics, in terms of how they treat us as a nation? We set a precedent that it is okay to mistreat patients. We set it. The president never apologized. The governor never apologized. Nakuminja never apologized. Alikuwa anaitwaje huyo mwanamke huo? I think tena amepewa kiti nikashangaa as a diplomat again. You can see we recycle from one thing to another abnormality. So I want you to look overall how the health sector, which should never have been politicized at any time. Nobody should even think of politicizing 2 things. You can politicize agriculture, it's okay. That one, at least it's different. 2 things, education and health. But we reached a point we politicized it, you know? And that was not the only hospital that was actually closed. I came to see an article that because people met and because that was the only functional hospital that the people of Nakuru had at that particular time, because I think the rest had issues. That's why a lot of noise was made. Now, there are areas the government took land to build the so-called affordable housing, and they took it from, you know, clinics and so on and so forth, whether it's level 1 hospital. I don't even know how they categorize those level 1 to level 7. But we know in a full blare of the media that we saw patients dying while they were being taken from hospitals and told you can look for another hospital. To a point that in Nakuru itself, there were so many private hospitals that were full and they were rejecting patients. So that is the kind of nation we are living. So when you see now a child die because he has not been attended for 12 hours, the medics are now what? what's the right word in English to use? Yani wamezoea sasa. And there is a philosophy in in a medical field that you don't cry because your patient has died. Otherwise, you will cry every day. But to fall short of that by allowing you not to attend a child for 12 hours is a precursor that happened when we start chasing people from a hospital, and we close a hospital completely, even with a court order that that hospital must be opened because people are suffering. People stuck their feet to the cement and allowed hundreds of people to die or to be denied, including women who are supposed to give birth, because that is one of the few hospitals in Nakuru that you can give birth non-exorbitantly. You know, hospitals in Nakuru are very expensive, by the way, if you don't know. And that's an intentional thing, that the collapse of the public hospital so that the private sector can thrive. So, Njiru, that is the sad case of our nation, that this one is recorded, and you can imagine how many more children, women, old people are dying in the full glare of these medics. Why? Because wamepewa kichwa ngumu na the government, because the government told them, just chase these people, there is nothing that can happen. And sometimes then we go back when these people, and that is why I remember I had a problem when we were fighting for our airport. I say, honestly, this is our airport. Honestly, that is the truth. This is our asset. But then I gave a warning. I said, let me tell you, I go through airports in other countries. I get treated so well. But when I come to my country, at the airport, Yanina, I have 2 phones. I pay tax for an extra phone. I have 2 laptops and I have to pay tax for that. And these are our people who we are fighting for that airport to do what? But the way they mistreat you in your own airport, and then we start saying, they continue. And I have seen them continue mistreating us even after we fought for them. So that is the conundrum and the sad event, that even the people that we have fought for, when they are in strike, like the medics, we have suffered in their hands. So as we fight for them, let us remind them, including my friend who is a professor here, when we fight for you, you guys, when you are on the strike, make sure our students don't have missing marks by the time they are going to graduate. How many students don't graduate because they have missing marks for 5-7 years? Njiru, you can tell us that, because for you, you were lucky. It was only 4 years. There are people who wait for 7 years before they can graduate. But when they are what? They are striking, you'll say, oh, let's fight for the medics as Kenyans. After we have fought for them, then they leave a little boy to die or a little girl like that. Let us remind them that this is a country that we all love. So when we fight for you, do your duty to Kenyans in a way that is. So in this way, we blame both the government and also personally the people who are responsible. They must be put into books. They should not be left by just saying we politicize and say, oh, our hospitals. There was somebody who was supposed to take care of in 12 hours and they did not. They must be brought into books. That's the only way to rescue our debilitating sectors: education, hospitals, so on and so forth. Thank you, guys.
Okay, sawa, asante. Naona one them relax kidogo. What I told you is that you coordinate, usituchanganye. I didn't have any issues with you. Ukiuliza swali una relax, unatulia, lakini saa zingine unauliza swali then yeah, I just wanted to be more organized. Just be organized. That's all what I was telling you. Naona Ashira amekwambia vizuri. Ashira anakuambia upigane na Ruto uachane na mimi. Mimi hata sikuli hata ile mahindi iko kwa getheri yako. Msimamo Nakusikia?
Mm.
Uliniandikia message ukaniuliza ama kituo tumefungua. Sasa kituo ndicho hichi.
But at this time I don't know why. Nilikutumia mapema lakini anyway
Nimefungua mapema lakini sasa nilikuwa
yote
nataka
tisa.
ulale.
Nashukuru pia umeniacha nikaitafuta baraka kwa nguvu na kwa udi na uvuma. Unajua kichwa bila shingo ama shingo ikiuma basi kichwa kina kazi. So unajua sometimes lazima tuitafute baraka kwanza alafu ndo mambo mengine baadaye. Nimshukuru kaka hapo Alex na wewe pia na ndugu yangu hapo anajiitaje huyu team majina ZX na wale wengine. Ami leo sina usemi hapa kwa sababu nimetamaushwa Njiru na ndugu zangu hapa na viongozi wetu wa Pwani na mkutano ule wa State House, kuona kweli wa Pwani si tuko pweke, watu wanakimbilia matumbo yao. Nikasikia kuumia haswa, yaani nimesikia sasa roho yangu kananichosha wa viongozi, maana wao ndo tunawategemea at least watuonyeshe njia, na wao wameamua njia ni kusupport Ruto, na wamekubali kile kwamba pesa zetu za ushuru na pesa ya Mkenya itumiwe kwa ibebwe kwa magunia, eti ndiyo heshima ya wakubwa, kwamba kukiwa na kijimkutano ama kijiharambee, basi hapo ndo tutaweza kuona kweli ukaribu wa wadosi kwa kuchanga mamilioni. Unaona vitu vingine vinatamausha, then ile full support wanasema tutasupport watu wa Pwani, si tumeungana, tutakusupport mpaka 2032. Na hapo inaonyesha dalili wazi hawa watu ni wanauchu na mali ama uchu na hela, kwamba ndio nafasi sasa ya wao kula. You know, sometimes speech zingine wazi zinanikera, zinaniuma kabisa, watu wakipigania mageuzi. Fact Pwani tulivyodhalilishwa kwa miaka na mikaka, this is the time kuonyesha makali, viongozi nao kusimama na stand, ila at least wawe na sauti. Nao wamebebwa kwenye kapu moja la Bwana Ruto. You know, sometimes inaniuma, but anyway, yote tisa hayo ni maamuzi ya viongozi, but kuna yale tunayofanya si wananchi huku mashinani, kuhakikisha kwamba sisi tutasimama haswa na misimamo yetu, kwa sababu tushayaona, na siku zote tukupigalo linakufunza. Ama kosa la mwaka huu ni marekebisho ya mwaka mwingine. Kwa hiyo mimi sina mambo mengi ya kuzungumzia haya masuala na afya, kama alivyozungumza kaka hapa. Masuala ya afya si ya kuingiziwa siasa. Hapo ndo kuna utepetevu mkubwa. Na masuala ya afya yamekuwa mabovu. Maana sasa hivi hospitali zote za gavana huku mashinani, yani hazina chochote. Unaenda pale unaandikiwa, unapewa aspirini, alafu unaandikiwa kwa kitabu uende ununue hizi dawa mahali fulani, na kama huna hela basi ishakula kwako, huduma ndo huna. Kwa hivyo hela zako ndio maisha yako tulipofikia, si kwamba labda kuna serikali ya kujali. So hii kitu si nini, hakuna madawa hiyo hata kama ipo itafanyaje kazi kama madawa hospitali hakuna? Madawa yamepelekwa kwa chemistry ya watu privately, kiasi kwamba wao ndo wanakuandikia ndo ununue dawa mahali fulani. So huo ndo ubovu mwingi ambao, yani katika hili taifa, baada ya kuondoa Kasongo, tuhakikishe kwamba mfumo mzima umebadilishwa, haswa kwamba hospitali zifanye kazi yake kama pale awali tukinyanyuka. Zama hizo tukinyanyuka, tukiwa watoto wa shule kwao tuapishwa haswa kwenye gari, na ukifika hospitali pia tuapishwa, tuhudumiwe ili turudi haswa kwenda kutafuta masomo ili tuje tulijenge taifa. Sasa nowadays tumeregeshwa hata sio ni wapi tena, maana hiyo heshima hakuna, hofu hakuna. Unajua wacha tuniachie hapo.
Haya ni sawa. Mimi nitaomba tuweke conclusion. Maybe Blue, you can be organized. Naweza kupea dakika 10 alafu then tufunge kituo. Nataka niende nifanye mambo mengine. So in 20 minutes we can close. Bro, go ahead. Oh, Bwana Innocent. Blue, you can conclude. Naweza kupea 5 to 10 minutes. Sema kile ulikuwa unataka kusema. Then alafu timu yako akuja. Time, are you there?
Okay.
Weka conclusion yako tufunge sasa.
Thank you, Jiro, for the opportunity, and I believe as we continue fighting and pushing forward for liberating our country, we'll make sure that things work in a right way. Things work in
Sawa ndugu, sawa ndugu.
No, Bruta, relax. Tulikuita, ngojea sasa timu ya maliza. Tulikuita na hukusikia. You don't just come up. I quite called you and hukusikia. So wacha timu ya malizie utakuja. Let's be organized.
Thank you, Jiro. And as I was saying, we need as many people as possible and make sure that we liberate our country. And one thing I've loved our country is that we are not only fighting for Kenya, we are also fighting for our neighbors who are also bringing some inconveniences to our country. That if we thought that East African country is going to work well for both of our countries, that we are not able to see it working in those other countries. We thought that it was only Kenya where abduction and human injustice is being done, but we have seen it also going to our neighbors, and we are seeing what is happening to our fellow liberators in different countries. I looked at one of the clips which I sent it to the group, whereby the lady was assaulted. You can imagine the way she was explaining, and she was explaining and giving us the ordeal that she went through. I just listened to it and I said, "My goodness." I thought Muslims are not that lethal that they can do whatever they did to that activist and our own also Mwangi. And when I listened to it, nikasema, indeed, power corrupts. Power ikienda kwa kichwa ni kama inaweza pendua mtu, whether you thought that this is a Christian, this is a Muslim. Power can really change individuals. And we are saying that we will not only fight for our country, we'll also fight for our neighbors, because some of these attributes zinatoka also to and from our neighbors leadership, because whatever is being done, whatever we used to see it happening in other countries, wenye ilikuja ikakuja Kenya, it's still going on. And if you thought that people can be abducted in Kenya and be thrown out of Kenya, wakina Bisinje, it can also be done from Tanzania, and people are abducted and they are thrown back to Kenya. I don't know that lady kama ni Mu-Uganda, na yeye alikuwa abducted pia, akakuwa assaulted, and that is how things are working in East African community. Njiru, let's believe that these things will continue going on. Today we are waiting to see, because Malala was given 72 hours to make sure that he presents himself to the DCI, Kakamega. And as I said, please, if there are advisors who should advise the president, he should not be doing what he's doing, because he's bringing more harm to the injury. Akishika Malala, akishika Gachagua, is boiling things more. Otherwise, thank you. We love you, Njiru, and Julia, karibu sana.
Asante Innocent, kwani mnafunga?
Yeah, Julia, you can take like 10 minutes to give your comments of the state of the nation, starting from abductions, where people are abducting themselves. Ukuje kwa huyo mtoto, sijui kama umeona huyo mtoto amekufa Kiambu.
Sitaki kuona tena, it pains my heart.
Yeah, we are also reacting to that. Then we are also reacting to Tanzania. What is happening? So there is a lot. You can use those 10 minutes. Niko hapa.
Pains my heart, Njiru. Sitaki huyu mtoto. Mimi saa zingine sitaki kuona news because it just messes my day. I mean, things are getting worse and worse and worse. And I don't know, we just have a broken country. And Mungu tu atusaidie. God has to rescue us. There is no other way now. About abducting themselves. Sasa mbona wajarest hiyo gari mwenye alikuwa na hiyo gari yenye ilibeba huyo MP? Then we want to see that happen. You know, they're saying they are doing investigations. We want them to bring book and say huyu mwenye alimbeba huyu ni rafiki yake, you know, or was paid this amount of money to come and abduct him, something like that. We don't want fake allegations. Jiru, before you go, kuna nini nimekutumia, sijui kama umeiona. Have you seen? I've sent you something that just made my day.
Unataka nicheze?
I was like, the way that Tanzanian was reasoning just made my day.
Yeah, it is in YouTube. We ongea nitoe kwa YouTube hapa alafu nikuchezee.
Sawa. So that is what I'm thinking, that even no amount, you know what, Kasongo, I want to agree with Innocent. What intimidating Malala doesn't change anything. Doesn't change what Kenyans think about him. I don't know kama I watched Sifuna. I mean, somehow Sifuna is sustaining the attacks. I mean, he's sustaining his opposition. Hata kama ako kwa ODM. And so the senators seem to be getting mad with his reactions and all that. But then, I mean, they just have to accept what is on the ground. There's no other way for Ruto. I don't know how much. I keep asking myself, how much amount of pressure can one take as a leader? Why do you want to force yourself on people until you die like Mobutu Sese Seko, ama Mugabe, you know? And you are hated even in the whole world as you die miserably. Is that what Ruto wants? Because eventually, kama wananchi watamtoa, Mungu atamtoa. Hana baraka. Which president on earth has gone for barely 5 years? Okay, wacha nyamaze kwanza.
Kwa haya mambo yanayoendelea IE, ni IE au ni AI? Naomba jamani, tafadhali, kwa mambo yanayoendelea kati ya Tanzania na Kenya, kama kumtukana rais wetu, kumzungumzia rais wetu vibaya. Mimi nawaombeni radhi kwa Wakenya. Najua mmetushinda mambo mengi ya kiteknolojia. Naombeni radhi kwa rais wetu, naomba tafadhali tusiendelee huko, kwa sababu sisi ni majirani na ni marafiki, tumekaa Kenya, tumekuwa wamoja. Kwa hiyo ili jambo la kudhalilisha viongozi, kusema kweli, kwa sisi wa Tanzania hatuna hiyo tabia ya kumtukana rais wetu ama kumzungumza vibaya rais wetu, kwa sababu ndio kiongozi wetu, ndio rais wetu. Kwa naombeni wa Kenya tafadhali, hapa tulipofikia tuseme basi. Na pia kwa upande mwingine, viongozi kama wabunge ambao wanazungumza bungeni Tanzania, kuzungumza moja kwa moja tu, si wa Kenya si na nini. Unajua wa Kenya huku, jamani, huku wa Kenya wamedata, kwa sababu wa Kenya huku kwao wako free kuzungumza chochote. Kwa hiyo wabunge, tuangalie jamani, tusitie ile kupublish kitu jambo likazidi kuwa baya, rais wetu anadhalilishwa kwa sababu yeye mazungumza bungeni. Sio kwamba ukiwa bungeni ndio kila kitu waseme. Waweza ukaona kama watetea ama wamtetea rais, kumbe ndio unasababisha rais wetu kudhalilishwa. Naombeni wabunge tafadhali. Wakenya sisi tunawajua. Wakenya sisi tumekaa nao. Tunawajua vizuri wa Kenya. Kenya huku anaweza akatukanwa rais wao, akafanywa chochote kile na hakuna atafanywa. Je, itakuwa sisi kama Kenya, Wakenya wenyewe, Wakenya wananchi, kwao imeshindikana, sisi wa Tanzania tutaweza kuadabisha Wakenya kweli? Tutaweza kuambia Wakenya katusikiliza? Naombeni jamani, bungeni huko Tanzania tuangalie wakati mwafaka jamani. Narudi kusema mimi si msemaji wa serikali na si kwamba nimetumwa na serikali. Nasema mimi kama mimi Mtanzania mzalendo, Mwafrika wa East Africa. Naombeni jamani wa Kenya, si ni majirani. Naombeni tafadhali, rais wetu tumheshimu. Hatuko tayari kuendelea kuona rais wetu akidhalilishwa ama akitukanwa ama akiambiwa maneno mabaya. Kama mnahisi kuna lolote limefanyika ni baya, tuombeni radhi tafadhali. Tunaomba radhi. Haya mambo yaishie hapa jamani, tusiendelee kumtukana rais wetu. Na kama tunavyomheshimu rais wenu, Rais Ruto, tunamheshimu, tunampenda, basi pia hivyo hivyo rais wetu basi mumheshimu, msimfikishe maneno mabaya tafadhali. Naombeni kwa hilo jamani wa Kenya. Please, nawaombeni kwa hilo. Mimi Ustaz Juma sijatumwa na serikali na si kwamba ni msemaji wa serikali, ila naombeni radhi tu kwa hilo tu, kwamba rais wetu aheshimike tafadhali. Wabunge wa Tanzania kuzungumza maneno ya ukali kuhusu wananchi wa Kenya, maana hao wanaotukana sio kwamba ni serikali ndio inatukana, ni wananchi tu. Wananchi wa huku wamedata jamani. Umeona wamehaki WhatsApp, akaunti za WhatsApp za wabunge, wana haki kila kitu. Mtasababisha mambo kuwa ni mabaya zaidi. Tafadhali, kama wabunge, na mnafahamu kwamba kuna msemaji wa serikali. Wewe mbunge, kuna msemaji wa serikali. Na huyu anayesema si msemaji wa serikali, ni mbunge, ni wazo lake. Pia tusilichukulie jamani wa Kenya. Please, naombeni. Tunamheshimu Martha Karua, tunamheshimu, tunampenda. Ni mtu ambaye amepigania sana Kenya na mnamheshimu, najua mnampenda kwa sababu ana mchango mkubwa sana katika serikali ya nchi ya Kenya na Afrika pia. Kwa hiyo kama mnahisi kuna chochote kile tumefanya, tunaombeni tafadhali mambo haya yasiendelee, ili mradi tu rais wetu wa Jamhuri ya Muungano wa Tanzania, Mama Samia Suluhu Hassan, kipenzi chetu, rais wetu, mlezi wetu, ili aheshimike tafadhali. Naombeni wa Kenya jamani, wa Kenya, na waomba tena kwa mara nyingine, rais wetu tafadhali, rais wetu tunampenda. Msimtukane, msimdhalilishe, msimfanye kitu. Naombeni tafadhali, kama kweli nyinyi wa East Africa, wa Afrika, naombeni turudi katika maadili yetu ya Kiafrika tafadhali. Sina mengi, hayo ndio ninayosema mimi Ostaz Juma Namsoma, nikiwa kama Mtanzania mzalendo.
What if recording high quality content?
Julia, before you continue,
innocent.
I think you've made my day. Kenyans kama wameshinda leaders wa Kenya, unataka ku bring hizi vita, unataka kuzileta kwa mitandao ya Wakenya, utawezana na Wakenya? Bring it on.
In other words, he's saying don't start a fight you can't finish.
Yeah. Au MPs baadaye nilisikia kama wanataka nao waanze kuanguka, waanguke nao, wacha waendelee kufanya what they are saying. I listened to what they were saying, kashangaa, these guys hawajui wa Kenya. Anyway, continue.
Kama kuna mwingine hapo ameambiwa sijui alifika class 2. mwenye alikuwa anatukana na Wakenya sijui ati hakuna kisomo, hakuna sijui nini. Sasa wameenda record zake, wamegundua kwamba hata hakupita primary. I mean, I think Tanzanians are becoming woke to the realization of what the rest of the world is doing. I don't know how they can be so closed in the era of technology. Innocent. What do you think is wrong with them? How can they be so, I mean, like, wanaishi tu in another world? Because sijui nimeshangaa. How can they be so backwards in the era of technology? How can they be, you know, Innocent, uko na Facebook, si ndio? Na uko na unakwanga sometimes you find yourself commenting on something, Hey, unaweza amkiwa
mpaka unashangaa mbona ulienda kujiingiza vita zenye uwezani nazo.
Do you know me siku hizi nakwambia niko na rule. I don't reply to things on Facebook. I don't want someone to insult me, a stranger. Unaona? Unaona, somehow Innocent, hata kama you say it's a stranger, it still hurts you.
Yeah.
It still hurts. You can't run away from that it will mess your day. Utaamka umekasirika, mtu amekwambia kitu kibaya ama nini. Na hiyo tu ni matusi. Na je, when this Gen Z take your picture and use AI to do everything else, make you a hippopotamus, a hippo, what? Kwa kutoa nguo, wafanye nini? Hata kama you want to be blind and say or deaf, uone hiyo. Unaona Ruto siku hizi, Ruto is trying not to argue with anybody because the moment akisema kitu picha yake huwa inatokea. I think Ruto is even happy Suluhu has taken his place for a while.
But then niliona majenzi wa Tanzania nao wameamuka. Niliona wakisema Kenya mmetufunza na sisi tumeendelea. Niliona clip yao hata pia nao wameanza kushika moto, wasifikiria ati ni nini. Watafikiria jenzi wameanza kushika hao maana ya mitandao. Nimeona wameanza kupost vitu pia.
I saw some MP was saying that there should be passed a law at after Kenyans have posted all this trash on the internet, people watu wa Tanzania wanaanza kuspread hiyo kitu. They should be prevented from spreading it, from sharing it. And they should be prevented from sharing it. I mean, you just, with the era of tech, I mean, you just have to go underground. Unakumbuka Uhuru closed his Twitter account.
Yeah.
Na akadisappear.
Kenyans.
Yes. You see, that's a wise thing to do for a leader. If you're a leader, just keep off public eye. And if you can't, kama Ruto, na unatukanwa, unawacha tu. Because there's nothing you'll do about those insults. You are better off not replying to them or not responding. So Suluhu started, na I think ameona sasa hii vita haiwezi isha because unajua huyu jamaa anasema Kenyans do as they feel like. Hiyo kitu imenichekesha.
And by the way, uliona wa American, I think ni American ama ni Britons wenye walisomea Suluhu akasema whatever you did to this activist you must answer. So
I know that thing went so far. Imekuwa something international now. But let me tell you something. Kenyan Gen Z, they are forced to reckon. One day I flew in. Sasa I was asking for direction na huyu jamaa unajua wanatushika tu na accent. Kwa airport. Akaniuliza by the way, akaniambia by the way you come from Kenya? Nikamwambia badala kunionyesha direction, and I'm talking about the immigration officers, the cops. When you wanasimama hapo kwa airport. Akaanza kuniuliza umetoka Kenya? Hey, nakwambia nyinyi mmenibamba. I'm so pleased. I love those babes, man. Nikauliza akina nani unasema unawapenda? Kenyan Gen Z are the talk of the world. You know, they need to kick out that guy, man. They need to kick him out, man. So nikamuuliza, you mean you're on the loop? Man, we're on the loop. We love those babes, man. Sasa hata amesahau kazi yake. Sasa mimi, what what amazed me.
Yani Guri hata umeamua utoe hapa.
Just when that guy was talking,
Inatokanga na bro na man, bro.
and he kept on saying, "Man, I love them. Man, I love those babes, man." Kwanza sikupata na ni babes gani anapenda. You know, as soon as he realized I was from Kenya, unajua wanapata tuna accent. Nataka kumwambia I had issues with my baggage. Then sasa niambia, "Man, you from Kenya? I love those babes, man." Nikamuliza kina nani? I'm talking about the Kenya Gen Z. They need to kick out this guy, man. They need to kick him out. And you know our danga break, kick the hell out of something, all these PPS. Na ni mkubwa wa serikali la amevaa suit na tie. Kazi yake hapo ilikuwa kuangalia waafisa wahamiaji. Kenya, wacha nikwambie, hao watoto wamefanya Kenya ikuwe forced to reckon with. Na there is no turning back.
Julia, I had the same experience too.
Endelea Mato.
No, endelea. No, I'm not trying to stop you because I had the same experience.
Sawa. So they are forced to reckon with, and also let me say this, in my age I've seen a lot of things. I think I have moved from you know, there's a time when I was in Kenya, some kids said the principle of generation dinosaur. So unaona Njiru nikiwa Kenya tukaweka kwa suggestion box, tukaambia watoto na walikuwa shule ya wasichana ati they make suggestions there, the principal will be acting on. The first comment waliweka ati tuweke nini na huyu prince ni generation dinosaur, dinosaurus hawezi sikiza anything. hiyo kitu nilichekesha, lakini nikaona ni matusi ya watoto. But then I think I've moved from that generation dinosaurs, because I have moved from the age where we only had Facebook. I have found myself, I think I found myself as the first generation to use mobile phones in Kenya. I think so. I count myself, because even my number is 0722. I have found myself from moving Facebook to Twitter to TikTok to everything. Just not so that I don't lag behind. Si kwa sababu I'm very active in those platforms. Lakini sitaki my daughter used to tell me that Facebook ni ya watu ya wa yesterday. That this Facebook is for people. Mom, Facebook is for people from yesterday. I'm like, what do you mean people from yesterday? Unajua mtoto akikwambia wewe ni mtu wa yesterday anakuambia umezeeka. Now, so we have found ourselves moving in that direction. Now, hapa nikifundisha Njiru na Innocent na Mato, saa hizi tuko na shida mingi. Wacha nikwambie, sisi kwanza walimu especially wa the first world, unajua shida yetu ni nini? Kufundisha na kuna AI. Ni kama unafanya kazi ya bure. So sisi tumejipata kwanza, hata sisi tumeji-update. Shule yenye nafanya kazi tuko na apps zenye tuko nazo, hata tunatumika kulock laptop za wanafunzi, tunailock kabisa, yani Njiru, na remote control from wherever you are. I have found myself lazima nijue your style na remote control laptop yako, so that now I can only allow you to do what I want you to do. Kwa sababu gani? Unafundisha hesabu, kitoto tu kinakuangalia makinalala, kinagojea umalize, kinaenda kwa AI, kinafanya hiyo hesabu kama one touch. Sasa kama wewe mwalimu, you look like a fool teaching. So what do? You update yourself. You keep you don't start the fight with the child. You keep updating yourself. You keep going. Keep trying to go to the next mile ahead of them, because they're still going miles ahead of you. So what I'm trying to say is that Kenya has not, and then these children, our Kenya, they are exposed to the world and they know what's going on. They know their rights. So there's no way we'll intimidate them to ambie, you can't get this, you can't acquire this, you can't. They know their rights. They know how a proper country should run. They know what is wrong. Si watoto, they are not really children. These people are above 18, wako na ID. Si watoto. They know they have high expectations. They know what what a good government should do and how a good government should run the economy, should run the country. So history ya kufikiria kwamba utashika Malala, sijui utapea Gachagua threat, sijui utashika mbunge wa Juja, sijui utafungia Boniface Mwangi mahari ama utazuia Martha Karua, sijui this one is not going to work. There's no other way. Kenya, wacha niweke kama nikisema Kenya, ama nisimame nikisema Kenya iko kwa mteremko, iko kama lori iko kwa mteremko and there is no turning back. Hiyo lori hata ujaribu kuifunga na mawe, it will roll down. Okay? So we must just make an about turn of our thinking and have revolutionary mindset to see how we can better our country. Si story ya kufikiria kwamba tutaweka status quo. Anybody thinking we have status quo? Ako lost tu sana. Ako generation dinosaurs. That is what I want to say. Thank you, Njiru.
Haya ni sawa, Julia relax hapo. Mkenya Mukora, go ahead. You can discuss without me guiding you.
Unajua my friends, unajua Uhuru alituambia kuna mahali mtafika mko na gari, ukienda hivi imetolewa chassis, kidogo imetolewa brakes. I think Kenya waliachana na brakes kitambo, wakatupa, wakauza na wakaendelea kuteremka. Na wakaacha lori iteremke, Julia. na innocent. So now nimepata mkicheza hiyo video nikacheka sana because I was wondering how I can bring this point. Kenya. Julia, I remember and I want to, the reason I'm calling you is because unakumbuka tulianza ilianza hii kitu ya during COVID. Watu wakaanza kufanya, ndio unasema watu nini watoto wako, the people that the kids that you teach, ikakuja kwa online. And I started nikaanza kuona hii kitu bwana. Kwa online wengine walikuwa hata wanayakata picha alafu wanajificha. Na wanaenda unadhani ako bado online. I don't know if Julia in your school, the school that you teach, if you guys did the online during COVID.
Yeah, they live there. In fact, it's to the COVID. Hata hatukufundishwa because tulijifundisha tu. We were teaching ourselves. Na wenye unafundisha wako.
Uko hapo mtu ameweka picha tu anakuonesha ako area. Na yuko. So Kenya took that. Na ukiona kama AI, that's why Tanzania saizi wanashtuka. Hawa watu wanajuaje vitu za AI? Now the funny thing with that video that you guys played, Julia, nikisikia mkicheka hata mimi naanguka huku chini because imagine Kenya tunapenda Tanzania.
Mato sio
hatuna
AI.
shida.
Amesema ni AI. AI. Paka ajui ni
Vowels zimeenda vibaya. The vowels A, E, I, O, U. Wanatumia
alisema ni AI.
And I commented it on it hata kwa Spice, our sister channel. Nikasema venye niliona wana debate huko hivyo kwa parliament ya TZ. Nikasema sasa watu walikuwa washaachana na nyinyi, wakasema okay, vita imeisha, ceasefire. Mwenyewe mnaenda kutuongelelea tena huko, nikajua hapa kitaamka tena. Wewe Saitan ndio wameamsha sasa. But unajua ni uchokozi. Na sijui kwa nini wanapenda wanachokoza wa Kenya and they don't get it. But the problem is they're just getting their people woke. Unaona kama huyu anasema tuacheni, ni sawa, tumekubali. Because Kenya, the way the system in Kenya, even the geographical, geopolitical kind of system we do in Kenya, is kind of weird. Ni kama hatuishi Afrika. I was laughing today, Julia and na nyinyi wote. Kuna mtu alisema, Mtanzania akasema, I was watching something, akasema tunataka tuchukue Kenya tuihamishe iende ikae Madagascar na tulete Madagascar ikuwe Kenya, ndio Kenya wakuwe na continent yao, manake hao si watu wa kawaida. And I mean, for me, it was very comical, but it makes sense because even when you look at, na kuna kitu wanasemanga kizungu, of course si ati tunajibaga tunajua kuongea kizungu, but even sometimes, Julia, and you know this because you work with a lot of people, hata nyinyi wote, you find watu wanasemanga your English is good, lakini Watanzania wako na shida na English yetu. Wakipewa, unaweza kugonga ukweli, ni kitu mbaya. Kizungu kwao ni noma, but that's not a big issue because we have two national languages in Kenya. The thing is the East African Union, Congo wanaongea Kiswahili yao, na Kiswahili yao hata hatujuangi saa zingine wanasema nini, baku sijui nini, we don't care. But the geopolitical issue is what is coming out. Hiyo ndio inakuja kutuletea noma hapa hivi, na kwa sababu sasa Watanzania wakienda kutuongelelea kwao na kumake like it's a fight, then we have to relook. Na hiyo kurelook round hii, sisi millennials sisi kina Julia, sisi kina nyinyi, inabidi kwanza tuwaachie vita yao. Sio ndo wameinua, tumeenda tukatuliza, tukaacha ikaisha. Tena mnaenda kwa parliament yenyu, mnaenda kuongea matope. What did you expect? Mlikuwa mnangoja nini? Mlikuwa muende muongee, tunyamaze, tukae? Na Wakenya hatujui hiyo kitu. Why? Because we've gone ahead of wow. Yani, guys, I was mesmerized to see people actually, watu wamekuwa wakichapa Ruto, kumchapa wakimdefend, mpaka when Ruto came out akasema na msikubali mtu akuje tena nini, watu walisupport Ruto, including myself. I almost wanted to clap, na ni mtu sipendi, najua anatuharibia country nini, lakini hapo alichapa ndipo akasema msikubali sijui nini, defend your country. Waachana na yani Wakenya wanaweza wacha wapigane na mtu wao, wanajua venye watapigana na yeye, lakini mkianza matusi ile side ingine, Wakenya hawajaikosa matusi. Na hii kitu imetoka kitambo. Julia and Innocent, you remember hata tukiwa watoto, watu wakithreaten mtu, wakimwambia wezi uma hiyo chuma ndio uende ume, I mean, na kufunga na wewe. You remember terms, mtu alikuwa anakwambia hii term, closing day tunafunga na wewe. That is the culture Kenya iko nayo, and then it's a very versatile kind of culture that unaweza kosana na Julia leo, lakini guza Julia na wewe si wa hiyo area, utaumwa, alafu waende wakamaliziane vita yao huko kando after ushaumwa. I don't know what Tanzania is trying, but I believe tena na mnawaita watoto, lakini si watoto. Hawa ni watu wako more than 18 years old and they are very smart and wanajua kuingia huko kwote, and they have, do you know, nimeona namba ya Suluhu, nimeona namba ya hao ma MP wote already zishaanikwa, wamezima. Wengine wanaanza kuomba msamaha. I saw one akisema poleni. Wacheni, yani Tanzania, I don't know if they ever learned from CNN, if they ever learned from these other countries that have tried, and if they understand that even sometimes when you want to book a flight, you call and you are talking to a Kenyan. You know, even the way Kenyans are connected, the IT, the universities in Kenya, even though they disappear, they go. That's why sometimes unapata Joe Musheru, Google, anatolewa sijui wapi, alikuwa wapi. And he graduated in Kenya, but he was one of the best in Google. Sasa hii vita wataweza kweli? Na waulizeni tu. Mi hiyo video ilinichekesha, na zenye naona nimekuwa tu nikicheka na nikihurumia hawa Tanzania. What are you guys trying to, mnainua nini? And you know, most of the Kenyans are actually doing this for fun. And because the constitution kwanza tulibadilisha, there's nothing you can do. Mtafanya nini? Wacha nizimi hapo for now. Julia, maybe ndio utaniambia kama watu kwanza wameambia Watanzania tunawatumia Sudi ya kuja wafundishe engineering. Sasa hata Sudi amekuwa monumental to our country. Innocent.
Nimeona hiyo story ya Sudi na huyo MP wa Tanzania mwenye tumetukanwa kwamba alifika class 2. Ati hata Sudi amesoma kuliko yeye. So I mean, we just have, everybody now has just to change, especially Kenyans. I mean, serikali gava iache kujifanya kama inaweza atitaka hapo ngumu. This thing must have a turning point, whichever ways. So huwa nasema hivi, ningekuwa Kasongo ningeenda tu niwachane na nyinyi. Singekula mimi, siwezi beba hii stress for the next 2 years kama ningelikuwa yeye. I don't know how strong a person can be, and especially when you are committing crimes against your people. How can you still insist on that in your normal senses? Continue committing crimes against your people, and you think you'll get away with it for how long? How far can you go? So Watanzania ni kionjo tu yenye wamepata, wafunge tu midomo yao, waache, let them leave Kenyans by. The next time they see Mother Karua, they take her to a 5-star hotel and give her a nice treatment. They shouldn't even insult her. Next time akiona Mother Karua, wanamsalimia na wanampea bodyguard. Na Suluhu, next time akiona our activists, she knows how to treat them. There were not going to be any harm. They were just attending a court case, alafu wangerudi. Si tutaanza kuprotest huko na waite maprotest na waanze kuambia watu to protest. They weren't going to do that. So she blew everything that was, she made a mountain out of an anthill, and she blew it. So it's exploding on her. I think Kasongo is somewhere saying, huyu hajui vile kunaendanga huku. Angeniuliza, angenyamaza. Angewacha hawa. In fact, maybe that thing caught Kasongo with a surprise. What is Ruhu doing? Or maybe Kasongo asked her to arrest them. And yeye taka kufurahisha Kasongo akawashika. Kumbe Kasongo alikuwa anamweka kwa problems. That is what I want to say. I think so. Maybe Kasongo asked Ruhu to arrest akina Mother Karua and embarrass them and humiliate them. Not knowing that she was landing herself in hot soup. So wacha niseme chenye kimefanyika Kenya.
Julia, si walienda
Tujui kama nini, mnasikia Mato katika ati Mato umesema
hata mimi nasikia katika
sema
unakatika.
Sema mnanisikia hata saizi?
Aendelea sasa.
Hebu jaribu. Hauko Mato hauko.
Saizi niko.
Okay.
Okay, sawa, pole. Ni nini switch ya internet. So nini si nini Julia, si walienda nini, walienda Uganda, wakaenda ile ya Kisambesi nje.
Amepotea tena, si
Nini
ndio?
ilifanyika?
Ako sasa.
Yeah, hiyo ya Kisambesi Besigye, nini ilifanyika? Si walienda na madha ndio alisumbuliwa kidogo kabla apate certificate zake za to be a lawyer in the case. Lakini walikuwa wote bado, lakini what happened? Nothing, cause Museveni pia I think amekuwa kajanja, kanasema tu ajana nayo iendelee. So hii ya Tanzania, what was so special about it? Na walikuwa bado kwa ile ya Besigye wote. Swali
Hakuna
mnanisikia?
hakuna kitu ilifanyika, si walienda tu akamaliza. By the way, unajua ni kama tu kasongo tu. Ukiwacha hii kitu ifanyike, si utajua vile utafanya huko nyuma. Na Martha alienda ka represent Besigye na akamaliza na akarudi Kenya na kukuwa na anything. But sasa hawa mahali wamefanya, hata nimeona Tanzania ni kama opposition imeanza kugain popularity because of what happened.
Si ati hata ni kama, my brother, I think hiyo ndio kitu sasa imefanyika. Unajua sasa hizi stori zote zimefunguka, unajua sasa wanaanza kuona, kwa sababu ilikuwa kitu imefichwa. Sasa watu wanaanza kujiuliza, hata Watanzania wenye wanaishi Kenya saizi wanaanza kuuliza, ala, kumbe. Unajua, let me ask you the guys on the panel, nani alikuwa anajua kuna opposition leader amefungwa Tanzania before hii kitu ilipuke?
Hata mi nilikuja kujua tu wakati Martha anafukuzwa. We don't even follow, but now imefanya mpaka hata nimejua opposition leader anaitwa nani. Nilikuwa najuanga jina but sikujuanga ni opposition leader. Unajua Kenya ndio watu wanajuanga, yaani Kenya ndio tulikuwa tunajuanga opposition leader. Raila alikuwa anajulikana all over, but saa hizi because of what happened, hata huyo jamaa sasa ameanza kujulikana hata the whole world.
Julia, wewe ulikuwa unajua kuna opposition leader amefungwa?
Hapana, hata sikujua ati amefungiwa, ati anashtakiwa treason. I didn't even know those. I don't even know his name.
Lakini sasa unamjua?
Si ndio? Mpaka nashangaa.
Hata mi sikuwa najua, mi nilisikia tu siku moja sijui walikuwa wameenda sijui Makarua sijui nini, all of a sudden nikaanza kutafuta huu ni nani ameshikwa, hata sijui baadaye alirun when did he ever run for an elective? Kuna mtu anajua alirun against Magufuli?
Si hatujui huyo ni nani, tunashangaa.
You see sometimes vitu zingine ni za kuacha ziende. As a leader you have to know your battles. Huu Mama Suluhu alichoma kuchoma. Saizi Kenya, Afrika, unajua hata wangempatia hiyo treason wakiwa wamenyamaza tu, hatungewahi jua. Lakini sasa East Africa, US, I mean the whole world sasa wanaongea hiyo story. Yani now we know kuna victim mwenye ameshikwa mahali mwenye we thought he was just Besigye peke yake in East Africa mwenye ameshikwa for opposition politics. Kumbe kuna mwingine hapa mwenye hata nilikuwa natafuta sura yake nimuone nijue ni nani. I'm trying to look for his initoaje history yake nijue kwanza yeye alianzia wapi, alifanyia nini. Now I'm interested.
Wameanza tu kuamuka, yani tu wako tu nyuma kila saa. Alafu sasa mimi naona okay, tunapendezwa na Nyerere vile alifanya wakuwe united, hawana ukabila, that is a point on them. Lakini hiyo story yao ya kusema wanaongea Kiswahili peke yake pia iliwarudisha nyuma. Unaona kwa sababu kusema kwamba tunaongea hata si tunaongea Kiswahili, by the way tunaongea Sheng hatuongeangi Kiswahili. Hiyo si kumaanisha hatuongei lugha zingine. You know, we are kind of opened, Kenya opened up. You know what I'm saying? So them, they stayed close to information, close to everything. Sasa kama huyu baba mwenye anasema sisi rais wetu tunampenda, nini mama yetu, nyenyenyenye. Sisi huko kwa mama yetu na baba yetu tutokanga kitambo, siku za Moi. After Moi, we never called anyone else baba yetu. Innocent Namatu. After Moi, did anybody call anybody mama yetu ama baba yetu?
Jenzi wetu.
Sasa kama hata Baba Fidel amepoteza jina ya baba, siku hizi anaitwa Baba Fidel.
Huko tulitoka kitambo, yani tulitoka hizo story ya worship mtu, kumidolize. We left that generation a long time ago. So them they are still mnatusimama yetu, siji tuamheshimu, sisi tunaomba msamaha, nyenyenyenyenye. Sasa mimi nikashanga, hata kama mnaomba msamaha na in your MPs are yapping. First and foremost, release that opposition leader. Yani this man is also not seeing the ill happening in their country. You know, Tanzanians are like in their box. And a lot of African countries are in their box and in their status quo. Today I was talking to someone from Ghana, and he was happy kwamba at their currency ina improve. And then I asked him, unajua kitambo nimekuwa na hii attitude, and now I've discovered I'm wrong, that it is incorrect. I have had incorrect information that if your currency is strong against the dollar, your economy is good. So I looked up the Ghanaian economy and nikaona they are doing so bad. Even their GDP is lower than Kenya by far, despite the fact that their currency is stronger to the dollar. Unajua kuna hii manipulation yenye Ruto kasongo anafanya. Unajua kuna presidents wamegundua hiyo kitu. Kuna hii manipulation inafanywa against the dollar. So the guy was telling me they are happy, dollar akaniuliza, why are you happy with that? Akaniambia ati because they import even rice. Nikauliza, are you normal that they import every other, they even, you know, they buy, and they import a lot of foodstuffs from the West. Nikasema, seriously, when sisi Kenya we are thinking we should fight dumping, because that one is called dumping. My business studies inaitwa dumping stuff, that dumping excess products in your country, dumping poor quality products in your country. That is what this Western world inafanyanga kwa Africa. Sasa nikamwambia, hiyo ndio mnasherehekea? Nikamwambia, hebu angalieni GDP yenu iko aje, and how much one person earns, and how much they are able to afford their day-to-day life. Kama si mzuri, you shouldn't even celebrate. So a lot of countries are in their status quo and they are just happy with what's happening in their countries. So ni Kenya tu na kina Burkina Faso yenye tumechoka. Na sisi kweli tumechoka kuliko every other country. Tumechoka na kuchoka. And there's no turning back. So sijui Njiru ameenda wapi.
Can someone remind me the two types of coffee that we grow? I think ilikuwaga nini, sasa nimesahau.
We grow Arabica and Robusta, but we grow Arabica. We grow Arabica. Arabica is is quality kuliko Robusta. So, but you know now the sad thing that I think our coffee imekuwa ikiuzwa kama beans, raw coffee beans, which doesn't add quality. Alafu wanapeleka Britain, wanapeleka Nescafe, wanatengeneza Nescafe, and then they send us back. What a shame. In fact, wacha niseme hivi, the next government should just process your coffee, because nimeona unaona Brook Bond. Si Brook Bond ilikuwanga ya Kenya. Unajua majani ya Brook Bond iko hapa Kenya, iko hapa America. Do you know people who drink tea in America would rather drink Kenyan tea the way it is, imetengenezwa? So we need to process our products. We stop selling them primary products. Tukatae.
Thank you.
Kama utaki
Thank you,
kununua
ma'am.
ununue hiyo ati process ukaprocess tena vile unataka. Yeah? Na kama utaki ukae. You know, we need to do that. So history ya kuwa in our comfort zone. Hapana. Tuache.
Thank you. I've been on that. Nimekuwa nikita hiyo kitu Julia. Thank you so much that you can actually see it. Nimekuwa nikijiuliza, why are we exporting beans? And when I say beans, I'm talking about the beans of coffee. And then tunaletewa kama Starbucks. Okay. Another thing.
Mnaletwa Nescafe. Ukienda kwa supermarket Kenya inaitwa Nescafe. Na imetoka Kenya ikapelekwa Britain ikapelekwa Nescafe ikarudishwa Kenya. What is that?
I mean, what kind of nonsense is that? On a serious note, na kuna watu, there are people who actually have made their business to be that they can actually talk to people. Why can't we, kama ni machine tuilete nyumbani? It's kind of like, Julia, you know very well, we've been here with you. Mimi kwanza kuna kitu moja nilikuwa one thing I'll give Uhuru, even though akupata chance ya kuimaliza, na sijui kama inafanya, by the way, I don't know. Kuna hii kitu ingine hata inakuaga ya defense forces. Uhuru at the end of his term alikuja akasema Gigiri tutakuwa tukijenga guns. How do we live flying military aircraft? Tutoke hata kwa kofi. Military aircrafts, military guns na nini zote zenye tumenunua kutoka nje. And this goes back to what you said. And especially you being a teacher, Julia. You remember, ni venye maybe tumegeuka kidogo and we are doing better a little bit. You remember growing up tukiwa your computer class. Kama ulikuwa shule iko na computer class. Kwa wale walibahatika. Mimi najua nilibahatika nilikuwa shule iko na computer class. Even university. Hizo zote zilikuwa zinatoka wapi? America. Na ni zile zenye zimeisha. Hizo ndio wanatutumia, like you said, dumping site. I mean zimetoka yeah, dumping site. Wanakuja wanatupatia na sisi unajua nini tunafurahi. Oh, now we have a computer class nini na vitu kama hizo. Microsoft, Facebook, when Facebook was coming to Kenya, I remember getting my first Facebook account. Or even a Google account. I mean, just an account. I don't know kama ilikuwa inaitwa Google hiyo time, ilikuwa inaitwa nini. But for the first time, yenye ulikuwa unaenda kwa cyber cafe to see your emails. Yahoo. I think kuna mahali tumefika, lazima tuachane na ujinga. Sometimes when I hear like when the Nairobi University, when they sent a very small satellite huko juu, sijui kama bado I don't know if it's still circling the orbit, but ama kalianguka, lakini kalikuwa kadogo. When they sent it, I was such a happy person because that's a trial, error, whatever it's gonna be. It has come a time that, and I am so happy that today nobody cares about what Trump is saying. But it has come a time for us to bring our own technology in. And that's why I love Uhuru. By the time he left, aliacha Gigiri kuna gun processing. Because they don't need to know everything. There's a scandal that kama nyinyi mnakumbuka na mlikuwa mkifuata. there's like a scandal here that was when tulipewa sijui mandege za kivita, then we came to find out that hizo ndege they were decommissioned from the country that gave us those hizo mandege. I don't know if you guys understand where I'm going with this topic. Julius, sijui kama unaelewa. Why can you be given decommissioned aircrafts? It's kind of like says I saw a video somewhere because pia watizedi wako na watu wao pia wako na ujinga. Pia wao I mean pia wao wako na vitu zao, wako na majenzi yao hapo hivyo. They were playing a video about their SGR against the Kenyan SGR. Yes, it's true. Hapo wametugonga yenyewe. I mean, the SGR is good. Yetu tulipewa nini? Decommission from China. Yet, wow, yao ni electric. I mean, kuna mahali pengine lazima tukubali hapa hivi tulichezwa. Unaona? Mi kwanza SGR, mi sijielewa SGR because that is standard gauge railway. So standard gauge tulikuwa already tuko na gauge yenye inaenda Mombasa. Or to be standard we only needed to move 6 inches off ndio itoshe, I mean hiyo miguu itoshe kuingia kwa hizo reli mbili. That's the standard worldwide. But kale tulikuwa nako kakwenda Mombasa kalikuwaga, I mean, ni kadogo. Why didn't we just move that? We had the land, kila kitu, and everything. Why did we go buy buy another? I mean, kununua maland huko hivyo watu sijui whatever to make another one right next to the other one. Na hiyo ingine, we don't even know what to do with the other one. I mean, the pilferage in Kenya and in leadership is mimi kwanza, mimi mtu wa technology, I am like, mi saa zingine mi wanashtuka because I'm like, seriously, don't we see this? Tulikuwa lazima tununue land zingine ndo tuweke sijui standard gauge sijui nini na already tulikuwa na reli yenye ilijengwa hata na nini colonialism. Si tungesongesha tu kidogo tu, just 2 inches, that's it, itoshe miguu za hizo train, and then at that point tungekuwa na nini na electric speedway. Mi Julia na Innocent, I don't know, mi waga inanishtua, and especially even this thing ya parliamentarians in our country. I think hata no wonder AI inatoka Kenya. Watu sasa I mean, Tanzania wanaanza kushangaa watu kwa nini wanatumia AI, wanatumiaji. I bet you in the next 2 months or 3 months or half a year 6 utapata sasa nini TZ wameanza kujua, I mean the Gen Zs huko wameanza kujua kutumia AI kuweka vitu kama hizi zenye zinafanyika, because hizi vitu zinawekewa mama yao, huyo mama yao mwenye wanaita. And I think some politicians are going to have to smart up or keep quiet. Back to you guys.
Yes, wacha tuite Njiri. Njiri, kuja uenshi, unaona ni saa yako ya kulala. Innocent, sijui kama amelala ameamka ama kunaendaje huko. Hata Innocent ameenda zake. Let me appreciate the people in the comment section.
Ni sawa,
Njiri, come and endelea
tucheke kidogo nani my dear. Hawa sijui maybe wameenda kukunywa maji. Lakini wawa, mumechoma Tanzania. Do you know, hiyo time nilikuwa nikisema I had the same experience that you had, mtu kuniuliza how is Kenya. Mi nilikuwa Midway Airport, Chicago. Mtu akaniuliza how's our president doing? The what president? Because alikuwa ameona passport yangu. Yeah, here your president is good and everything. Kumbe akona Ethiopian. I mean, alitoka Ethiopia, lakini I mean for him he comes from Ethiopia, his parents are Ethiopian na nini, lakini ameishi America. So nikamwambia I don't know what you're talking about. Nini akaniambia, man, I think he's a good president. Oh, he's doing Pan-Africanism and vitu kama hizo. Nikamwambia I don't know. I don't know what you're talking. Now the funny thing is that alikuwa anaenda break. So cause I was transitioning, tukapatana naye pale kwa cafeteria tukikula. Kaniambia, tell me more about that. Nikamwambia, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know if you know the person that you're talking about. And we exchanged numbers. That guy called me 4 months ago. Cause bado tunaongeaga. Na he told me, you are right. Because alikuwa against, alikuwa akiniambia, you guys have the best president, you need to understand, sijui nini, he's doing diplomacy and whatever, that's what we are seeing. Saizi tukiongea na yeye ananiambianga, I'm sorry. You knew what you were talking about. Sijui kama ushaipata hiyo experience Dilia.
Wanajua vile kunaenda Kenya matu. Unfortunately, hatuna jina mzuri.
Na kwa nini hatukupata hii jina mbaya hivi time ya Uhuru na Kibaki, even Moi's time? We never got hii jina.
Juu hawakuwa wana drama. Okay, jina yetu our name was not so good even in the days of Moi, but even in the era of technology pia imeharibu maneno. So that
Lakini imetujenga, don't you think?
Sana.
Because I watch some videos, sometimes you hear even kila mtu anajua Africa, sometimes as just saying Kenya, 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 Kenya. Like even whites, Britons, kila mtu ako tu Kenya, Kenya, Kenya. Don't you think this fight, I was just thinking the other day, don't you think maybe we are actually fighting our way to, na ukisikia watu wakisema ati Kenya ndio capital ya Africa. What do you think when people are saying that?
And we come across some bloggers, some American bloggers saying that. Whatever they mean. Lakini sisi Wakenya mimi my take is Wakenya wasirudi nyuma. You see this thing of Tanzania claiming that tuna harass what? That was a good thing. That next time they'll think very hard before they put their hands on Kenyans wherever they'll find them. Watafikiria sana before kufanya hivyo. Tena wabunge wao washenzi watafikiria sana wakifungua midomo kuanza kutusi watoto wetu Gen Z hawatusingwi because sasa ukianza kuexchange na mtoto back and forth, so nyamaze tu, there must be a bigger person. You must be the bigger one so that they see that you are the bigger one. Sasa wamekipata chenye walikuwa natafuta. So I guess that's a wake up call even to the Tanzanian authorities to realize that the spirit of democracy is flowing through Africa. The spirit of revolutionary governments is flowing through Africa. There is no other way. I mean, ni kama train iko kwa mteremko, ama si train, lori iko kwa mteremko na hakuna kurudi nyuma. And this wind will also blow in Tanzania. So mimi ningesema sijui, nataka Njiru akuja wind up, sijui ameenda wapi. Can you call him Mato
I can call while online,
Njiru?
but Njiru, tafadhali come. But as we are waiting for him to close up, Julia, what do you, I feel like mali tuko saizi tuko mali pazuri, because I think this fight between Kenya and Tanzania has actually opened a diplomacy kind of way of thinking, and a diplomacy debacle that is actually gonna be figured out. Because ukiangalia kama like just to give you an analogy, you see like the Western African countries, for them they decided mbaya, they went the military way. Most of them are going that way. But with us, what we're doing now, we're actually coming to talk about this East African Jumuiya thing. And that's where hapo ndo nimekwama. And I want you to tell me, when mwalimu, what do you think? Is this going to spoil that Jumuiya thing or build it?
I don't know. I think Kenyans don't care because after all, we don't use their port. We don't like, unaona vile unakaa mahali sio lazima mtu akusaidie.
Mm-hmm.
And then you
Mm-hmm.
see, I think Ruto has bigger problems than dealing with the squabbles between Tanzanian youth, Kenyan youth and Tanzanian members of parliament. I think he has bigger issues to deal with. So I think Ruto doesn't care. And Ruto is not even
What
going
do you think?
to apologize.
No, sorry.
He's not going to apologize soon about that thing. Ati Mama Suluhu ametukanwa. Hata naweza uliza Mama Suluhu, mimi mliona kikutukana. Unange vile miwa natukanwa na siongei. So I think they don't care. Ruto doesn't care. And that's we also don't care. So because we don't need to be in Tanzania anyway. Mimi sijaipanga safari ya Tanzania. Sijui kama nitapanga. Sema siwezi. Nitasema tu siwezi. Sijui kama nitapanga safari ya kwenda huko Tanganyika. Naona Father Landeras anasema kitu kwamba Nyerere aliwapambaza ndio watawaliwe. Nyerere aliwapambaza akawambia Tanganyika nchi moja, sisi ni watu sijui ni watu kabila moja. It is okay, he achieved something by uniting them, but at the same time he made them look dumb. So now they think that there's something wrong with fighting for their democracy, and they're in support of that thing. That hiyo story ya Suluhu taking someone to court for treason, akijua si treason. Seriously? Endelea Mato. And Jiru, wherever you are, come and end the show. Come on, if you can hear us.
So basically, venye nani, Father, nilikwambia I'm coming for nini, for confessions. So, Julia, according to you, you think that this was really, according to me, pia mimi nafikiria hivi, I think it was necessary for Tanzania and Kenya to go head to head, because on one side you look at it, some people did not make any mistake. We have the same passport, but then again now we are not allowed to go and say something against an opposition. Mtu mwenye amefungiwa kitu, basically hakuna kitu amefanya, ni rights zake. We've seen Besigye do the same thing. So if we in the same, kama tuko jumuiya moja, are we not supposed to talk?
Okay, you see, we're still independent countries, Mato. So I don't think that Jumuiya means nothing. We should just end it. according to me.
And that's my scare there, because now what I'm seeing, and I want you, nataka unijibu hii, because now I'm seeing this Jumuiya thing might actually now come to a point where Kenya says, we don't want it. Or Samia, when and her crew says we don't want it. Then the East African, which tulikuwa, remember we had brought in Djibouti and also Congo, and everybody had signed into it. But sasa kama inafika hapo hivyo, I guess what is the west is za huko chini za kina south, they have their own yenye inasemekana, na kuna za north zenye wameshikana. Sorry?
This hardcore yenye ilikataa kupigia Raila Odinga kura.
Exactly. So sasa kama sisi yetu basi inasambaratika because of this, then I guess it's about time tunarudi tena bado kule tulikuwa. So we can never unite because of nonsense of people who do not know how to handle their mouth.
Yeah. And nasikia hata Museveni hakwenda kupiga kura hiyo kura. Wacha tusirudie hiyo, tusianze kuongelea hiyo maneno ya kura ya AU.
Lazima tuiongelele, it's something that happened.
Museveni did not go. Oh Lord, that was funny. Huh?
But you see where the problem is. Inakaa tunaenda kushikana. Remember time ya kina Gaddafi. Kina Gaddafi wanted it to be one Africa, united, one currency. Lakini sasa huyu hapa sasa ameanza sasa uchokozi na country yenye. And by the way, you don't just rule because you're a citizen. I mean, because you're the class, your caliber, uko ni president. You rule people. Sasa kama umeanza sasa kusanisha watu kati ya jamii zingine, how can you be united? How can we be, I mean, Julia, tell me, how can we be?
Hatuwezi, so let us deal with our problems first. Those who want to stay with their problems wakae na shida zao. Someone was asking me that, do you have people in mind who can take over from Kasongo? Nikamwambia Kasongo akienda, mtasikia Kenya will be very different from the rest of Africa. Because we know what we want. We are not in our comfort zone. We know what we want. Our expectations are high. Hatutaki ujinga.
So how do we do this? Do we take, I mean, Tanzania, do we wakai kivyao basi, and then we continue? Because Congo has been very quiet. And remember, East Africa has so many East African Union has so many other countries. Uganda, wamenyamazia kitu.
Me, I really don't care what they do themselves, Mato. In fact, I least care. Especially as long as they continue colluding with Kasongo. They all need to go.
Okay. Congo, wamenyamazia pia.
Congo, unajua Congo imesaidika hapa, kumekuwa na na some conflict because ikasemekana ati Kagame anafandao majambazi wa Congo na South Africa ikaruka. South Africa unajua pia wanakuanga na kichwa ngumu, so somehow lakini I just hate the fact that Congo is also allowing the West to exploit them. Unaona, nimesikia huyu jamaa hapa, nikasikia kwamba he is negotiating sijui trade sijui juu ya minerals huko, na Congo and Angola have they are mineral rich countries. Lakini those thugs that rule those nations have all along allowed the West to exploit their countries. Haya, nimesikia huyu jamaa hapa alikuwa na negotiate some trade agreements while Congo is still in turmoil. Unaona, Haya, huyu jamaa mwenye alipumzika, nilisikia alikuwa ametembea, si ulisikia alikuwa ametembea Angola before apumzike Mato.
Yes,
Huyu mzee
ma'am.
sasa alikuwa anaenda kufanya nini Angola? Si ndio tu uporaji wao, wanaenda kupora Afrika. So me, Congo, I don't know whether things have calmed down in Congo. The last time I watched, it was chaos and mass murders and all that. I don't know what they gained from that. I don't know whether things have calmed down, but it's just a sad and pathetic situation also in Congo. So I think Kenya should lead by example and just show the rest of Africa. We know what we want. We don't want foolishness. We don't want corruption. We want zero tolerance to corruption. We want our people to access clean water, health services, equitable health services, equitable education resources. Hatutaki transport, tunataka barabara, tujengewe mabarabara, mahospitali. Ile story Jiro amecheza hapa, it is very disheartening and heartbreaking. Kuna mtoto anakufia kwa hospitali juu she is not been attended to. It is heartbreaking. Unaona? So sisi wa Kenya, we know what we want. We have high expectations of our leaders, and we're not going down, and we're not reducing those expectations. Atubanduki.
And
Atubabawizi.
you, and again, have you realized that? Have you realized that all East African countries, the 7 of them, hakuna mtu wenye wako kwa hiyo East African Union, hakuna wengine wameongea, wamenyamaza. And you would realize if something can be debated in a parliament, it's a big thing. So wengine wote wamenyamaza. And by the way, I'm asking myself, where is the African Union Parliament? Because we do have one. So where are they? Wamesema nini?
Hakuna
I mean,
Africa.
the East African Parliament.
East African Parliament, hakuna East Africa. They should just disband it.
Thank you. Because if they cannot address something like this that is going on and on, then what is the parliament for? What is it? Hii wimbo tunaimba ya jumuiya, what is it? Don't you think hii ndio ikikuwa kitu ya kwanza, saizi wangekuwa wote wameitwa, hata kama walikuwa kwa recess, come and talk about this. There's 2 countries here fighting. Because we're not saying that Gen Zs wa hizo countries zote ndio wanafight, hizo country mbili ndio wanafight. We have seen it even going to parliaments. So if he's going to parliaments, kwa nini Julia, kwa nini hii East African Parliament isikuje iadress hii maneno? Now we see the people that we know are our people from East African Parliament wakuje, watu wa Tanzania wakuje, hiyo East African yote, Uganda nini, Djibouti, Congo nini, waende wakae kwa kikao, an emergency sitting to solve this matter between whatever is happening, to do that. So do we even have this East African Parliament?
Mato, I don't even think they think there's any fighting. I think it's just si ulisikia kuna some parliamentarians wa Kenya walikuwa naungao Suluhu mkono, who are in support of what Suluhu did. So I don't think it's a fight as such. It's just that they cannot take what the population of Kenya want. Hawawezi chukulia, yani they can't take that. Suluhu can't take that. Lakini unaona hao majambazi wetu wako kwa bunge, a lot of them are agreeing with that. So what does that tell you? It is us, it is not sisi wananchi wa kawaida ndio tuko na shida na hii ujinga, not our gava.
So hao wako sawa tu kule wako, wanasema nyi fanyeni venye mnafanya.
Ndio.
But then kama hivyo ndo iko basi, then we don't need them. Kama sisi tuko na shida na hao wana shida, then what's the point of it? I mean, kwani they are there to represent who?
Hawana shida, sisi ndio tuko na shida. So we should just ignore them and fight our battle.
So we are all alone. tuchapane tugongane kule tuko. That's sad. Because you know, Julia, you've lived in first world countries. You know, something like this happens. You know, everybody. I mean, they will even conceive at even an emergency sitting for something to go and talk about it and see how they are going to.
They don't care Matu. Matu, si ingia nini na login yako ufunge show. Mimi nataka kuenda.
Like 10 minutes nazingia, just 5 niko nje, wacha niingie ni connect computer ndio niingie. Naye Njiru anapenda kuacha watu mataani.
Na hataki tuache show watu kama watu waongei. Seriously Njiru.
Yeah, 5 minutes tu, wacha nitoke cause niko nje, lakini shafika nyumbani, so wacha niingie niende niashe computer. Other than that tuendelee kuongea, na nimemuoni hii kitu ya kutokaga tu anaenda tu anapotea, naacha watu waongee sijui nini nini. Naangalii watu, kuna watu wanaweza kuwa wamechoka. Innocent uko area?
Innocent iko ile. Encourage the people in the comment section. Kama unafungua.
Nikweli anasikiza tu.
Tu useme maoni yako ya.
Na tumekuwa tukikuita na unanyamaza. Innocent, ongea nikienda kufungua nini ndio niweze kufunga cause Njiru ametuacha.
Oh, okay. Niulize basi, unajua nilikuwa nafanya kitu fulani ndio sikusikia swali mliuliza.
Tumeongea maneno mengi. Hata siwezi kumbuka tulikuuliza nini.
Mwisho tu ndio nimesikia mkiongea maneno ya whatever inaitwaje. Anyway, endelea basi ndio nisikize ni join whatever you are saying.
Tumeongea juu ya Suluhu, tumeongea juu ya vile Kenya we are on our own, the rest of the countries are in their status quo, they are just happy with what they have. Unaona?
Oh, okay.
Sisi tumechoka. Unaona? Like I was talking with a Ghanaian man and then he's telling me that they are happy. Currency yao imeenda juu. Then I looked at his economy. Nikamuuliza, umeangalia GDP yenu, is it growing? Kaniambia hapana. So what are you happy about? And listen, nikagundua shule kama za Ghana ziko wako nyuma, hawana, kuna a lot of things hawana Kenya wako nazo. Unaona? Lakini hao watu kwa status wako tu happy. Sasa sisi wa Kenya ndio tuko revolutionary. We can't take trash. But seemingly a lot of African countries are complacent with corruption and status quo and non-performing governments. So
na dictatorship.
Sasa Mato alikuwa anaongelea ati maneno ya Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Hakuna Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Let them go to HELL. We don't need them. Unaona? Because kama ni Kagame kule, yeye ndiye analipa majambas waingie Kongo, kuharibu Kongo. Museveni naye kazi yake ni abduction wakiwa na Ruto. Now Suluhu ndio huyo alikuwa anajifanya yeye ndi mama sugu. Amekuwa tamed na Wakenya. And then sasa watu wa Tanzania wanafanya kama hiyo ni big deal. It's not a big deal. Kenyans, we know what we want. We have high expectations of our government. One of them is zero tolerance to corruption. So natubanduki. So if they don't know what they want, we know what we want. So that is what we were trying to say.
Yeah. But then, do you know hii kitu imeexpose hizi ma countries zingine especially ya Tanzania, the kind of person Suluhu is. nilikuwa naongea earlier before you joined, huyu dem sijui ni wa Uganda and also activist, sijui ni Uganda ama ni Kenya, mwenye alikuwa walitolewa kwa hoteli na akakuwa tortured.
Abagatha or something.
Yeah. Unajua expose hata hao mlikuwa mnasemanga ati Tanzania ati ndio ati naomba nikushike. Majenzi wetu hiyo kitu wameileta ati tunaomba utushike. Expose wamesema ati kumbe wanajifanyanga ati ni hivyo, lakini whatever they are doing ama predator haya imefanya watu wamenyamaza. Kumbe Uganda, Tanzania pia wamenyamazishwa vibaya sana, but me whatever Julia you're saying is right. Ama agency wamefanya hata most of the countries now in Africa wameanza kugutuka sasa. Wametoka kwa cocoons. Now they know at least that they can fight for their rights. They know that there are things which are done which are not right to the citizens, and they cannot even do it. You remember even I was looking at ile kitu ya Ramaphosa na Trump, the way huyo jamaa ni Malema ama anaitwangaje, aliambia Trump ati wewe wachana, aliambia Ramaphosa ati wewe ni bure sana, unaenda huko alafu mtu anakuambia hivi na hivi na hivi na hivi. Sisi hatutaki you see, those are the kind of leaders tunataka in Africa, who can speak their mind. So I agree with you, Kenyans can speak their mind. Na by the way, kama jinsi wangeamuka vizuri, hii country ingeenda to the dog, but at least Ruto alikuja kurealize kumbe I thought I can also do the same way Moi did. But these Kenyans are not relenting. But they are not relenting. Hata si ati wamenyamaza. Si wamenyamaza. Ile abduction ilifanya wakajua there's also another way of doing revolution other than just going to the streets. We can also do it kwa mitandao. And that's why I give bravo to
the way. And hii mtandao is so effective, tutawashika wapi? Unajua huyu jamaa mwenye alikuwa hiyo tulicheza Bjilo alicheza hadi anasema ati Wakenya wamezoea, hakuna mtu anawauliza wanafanya nyenye and Kenyans and nobody asks them. I'm wondering what do you want them to, what do you want to be done to them?
Ati nawaomba unatuomba nini? We don't care. Tuombe nini? We are not God that tunaomba ati tunajua mnapenda rais wenu, ati na sisi tunapenda wetu.
Wetu ati rais wenu tumheshimu, tunampenda, msiende mkampendee huko, mchukue muende na yeye.
By the way, hata Nigerians, umeona Nigerian Gen Z vile wanasemanga this brother, this African brother, not Kenyan brothers now. These African brothers, they need to have their own continent. Tukue na sisi ati wa Afrika na also Kenyan continent. Paka Nigeria, by the way, at least they are respecting us na wanasema whatever Kenyans are doing, they are reviving. Na was it Scotland, niliona pia majenzi wako wanasema hata sisi tunawafuata. And sasa imefika mahali sasa imeenda paka imeenda kwa stadiums. Stadiums. Even the singers, songwriters, umeona siku hizi wana compose ma songs. Yaani kitu inafanyika saa hizi by evening, song imekomposiwa na tune nyingine mzuri kali sana. Hata Matiang'i niliona akikuwa huko kwenu Julia. Unaona somebody alitoa song nyingine na akaimba, ndio wakaanza kuuliza na hii imetoka wapi? Yaani somebody can compose a song within minutes na anaiweka na ina hit. I remember when they started, kuna Mnandi ama ni, let me just call it huko Rift Valley, lady mwenye alianza kuleta ile wimbo ya Must Go Kasongo. Katoa tune nyingine ilikuwa kali sana. And people these days are there, hawataki kujua kama wewe ni wa tribe yetu ama ni nini, wanatoa tu. Na saa hizi mali imefika hata Rift Valley, ukienda hata Kericho wanasema even us we want huyo, kama ni wa Munyoro kuja hapa, Matiang'i kuja, kama ni liberators. Sasa it's no longer a tribal thing. Watu wakichoka na wewe wamechoka na wewe. Haya,
Wakenya wamechoka sasa. Mato umeingia ufunge, sisi mimi naenda, naona Jiru ako area anaenda anaongeza watu, so wacha. I think Jiru kuja ufunge, naona uko area. I think I'm gone. Let me appreciate those people who are in the comment section. Wacha nisalimie, naona kama watu walienda kulala. Only Father Dan Daidas was there. I don't know, Ashley akaonekana huko, one Dame 99 akaonekana, Caroline, Father Danny Dioras. Nawasalimu nyote, asanteni. Sami Costa, ya Sami Costa ndiye huyo, umesalimiwa. Innocent, me, I'm going to sleep. I think Njiru is somewhere, he can come in and
yeah, it's okay. We sleep. Hii kitu ya Kachekwa tu ya kukatazwa stadium ndio nashangaa what is happening.
at stadium.
Yeah. Si unajua alikuwa na launch hiyo party yake on 4th na shakatazwa, hata wanasema they are renovating the stadium, so hatataka mtu wote kuingia huko. So we are just waiting ni mali ataenda. I don't think hata akikatazwa kwenda stadium atakosa mali ya kwenda, though the stadium ingekuwa place mzuri ya kulaunch the party. But hiyo party yake nikwambia imeendelea
mpaka Western. You see Gachagua is a
Julian, ngoja kidogo ni set up.
Gachagua is a reckoning force and there's no turning back. I mean, hakuna vile watamfanya. The stupidest. How do you say stupidest? Is there something like that? The most stupid thing they did was to impeach him. Mimi kwanza innocent kujua hii kitu itakuwa mbaya hivi. I mean, I didn't know that Gachagua would turn like and become like this.
But unajua ametusaidia, ametake over agencies walikuwa wanachapa vibaya. Sasa at least what he is doing is that is able to inject something, alafu majensi wanaishika wanaiendelea kwa mtandao.
Yes.
Anakuta kitu so ni kama baton inapasiwa from Gachagua to the Gen-Z, Gachagua to the Gen-Z. It's playing well.
Injecting on the ground. Unajua ground inamsikia sasa. Unajua yako kwa ground, hata wenye wako kwa nini kwa TikTok. At least everybody kama leo hajaongea. Sasa people are like Gachagua hajasema anything leo.
Yeah, na ndio nilikuwa sorry niliforget ile nilikuwa nakwambia stadium. Umeona siku hizi ma stadium hata huko ng'ambo unasikia hao wanaitwa ngaja, not volleyball. I think walikuwa wanacheza huko nje. Rugby. Yaani imeenda mpaka huko nje siku hizi, one time inafanyika huko nje, so imesid I don't think Ruto atawezana nayo this time round. Mahali imefika juu hata nikiangalia the way money is being splashed, ndio wenye walikuwa nasema that they will never support ama they will never work with Ruto. This Joe guy saizi alitoa 12 million, ati hizi ni zangu 12 million from sijui ya Ruto na 1 million from Murkomen. Hizo pesa watu hata saizi hawazioni.
Joho alikuwa wapi?
Alikuwa huko kwa Tiati constituency. I don't know what they were doing huko nitakutumia hiyo clip, nimeiweka kwa ile talk something, nimeweka, utaiangalia vile alikuwa anapatiana pesa.
Niko nayo mahali akitoa pesa
12 million.
Mimi nitoka after mulianza kutuhack. I left that group.
Nitakutumia kwa akaunti yako ndio uone. Yaani pesa bana sinatolewa ati mtu ati Joho ametoa 12 million. Ati na DP. Huyu anaitwa ngaje, mnamuitangaje? Kindiki Kamama ati ukitoka hapo uende Nairobi, amesema ukienda huko utapatiwa 1 million yake huko. Yaani saa hizi pesa ni but watu wamesema hii pesa hatukatai, lete tukule. tutakula. Unajua sisi wa Kisii tulisema Kisii tulisema pesa zikikuja since waliambiwa tuko kwa government, tuliwavotia, we are paying taxes. Mtu yote mwenye analeta pesa msikatae, tukule for the remaining 2 years. Hizo pesa wacha sikuje, lakini 2027 we know where Kisii ndio tumesema hivi, pesa sikuje 2027 tunajua mali tuko, hiyo hatutakata.
After that Kenyans will fire them and send them to jail for stealing.
Ili angojea kidogo, nitakuchezea video tu sahi.
Okay.
Alafu unaona Sudi mpaka yeye ameogopa ati bana tufanye bidii. Hii kitu ni kama Ruto akitolewa tutafungwa. Mpaka Kalonzo alikuwa anamuenjoy kwa press ati mpaka ameanza kuogopa, wanasema wanafungwa. So that is how far it has gone. Walikuwa wanapiga kifua. But Sudi ameambia saa hizi will be the first ones kufungwa. Alikuwa anaambia sijui another Kalenjin, I think ni leader ama ni MP alikuwa anaambiwa. So they fear, wanaogopa hii. So means there is something wanafanya. Mbona ufungwe? Sudi, mbona unasema ati mtafungwa? Kwani umefanya nini? Then it means there is something you're doing and we are ready to do that. Kama that's what unatuambia ati tutawafunga. So if we get things mmefanya mbaya hizo mtafungwa. Mato tunakungojea.
Nakuja, endeleeni, nishafika, nishaanza ku set up. Hiyo ya Joho nataka, hiyo ni ya Julia, hiyo nataka Julia ione, aone Joho mwenye tumekuwa tukisupport hii miaka yote.
Na unajua cost ni kama sijui
support Joho. Joho is a thug. I never ever agreed with Joho ever in my life. Joho anashukiwa na drug trafficking. Joho si ni mshukiwa wa drugs. Mimi siwezi support drug traffickers. I can't support drug traffickers, never.
Acosti wamepoa siku hizi tangu waingie kwa government.
Wanafikiria tu kwa gava. Uta tutawaonyesha vile hii gava inafanywa.
Wacha Wamnyoro nafikiri ana plan kwenda huko.
Wamnyoro. Alafu mnashangaa Mato. Why can Kalonzo Musyoka start moving in coast? Because Kalonzo Musyoka can get support.
Ana watu huko. Yeah.
Anagojeanga nini? The man is not proactive.
Hata sio lazima afanye yani ma meeting kubwa, ni ile tu kuonekana tu kusalamia watu. Si unaona hata Maraga alienda I think was it in huko coast huko ndani, sijui ni Lamu ama ni wapi, na akaenda akaongea na aliweka kwa mitandao ile tu kwenda tu kusalamia watu, mnasema nini, meet people tour. Sio lazima afanye kubwa kama ya kina Gachagua, but akuwe relevant. Sasa hizi unajua amekuwa irrelevant, hata mzee simsikiangi, ni press tunangojea. Tukitaka kujua Kalonzo utamuona Sunday on church, yani in church, alafu kwa press conferences. That's why you can see him.
He should do something.
But Natembeya is doing well.
Natembeya unajua it's another Gachagua, mfano mwingine wa Gachagua.
The way alienda, unajua kwake ni Trans Nzoia, lakini alipita Kakamega, akapita kama king of Western. Alibring Kakamega to the standstill na akapita hizo makaunti zote, ndiye akaenda nyumbani sasa. Na unajua walimwambia, wamemkataza asiingie kwa inaitwaje hiyo yao county offices zao. Akasema sasa ndio mmenipatia nafasi mzuri, I have now time to hii 60 days sasa nina time ya ku meet people huko nje, juu sina ofisi imani nafanya vitu zangu. Ndio akawaambia that guy is doing as well.
So Natembeya ni mfano mwingine wa Gachagua. Lakini napenda nakuanga na guts. JB Moturi aongeangi sana. Lakini anakuanga na guts.
Yeah. I think him he knows the law, he knows everything. And kama the way nimemuona yeye na Lituri ni kama wanaongoja there's something they are waiting wakuje kuanza kubomoa vizuri.
JB fix kidogo lakini ana inject ile mbaya. And you know JB looks at somebody in the face like do your worst. Hakwangi emotional, nakwanga tu calm.
Hata sijui kitu hii ya by election itakuwaje. We are waiting to see vile whom they will elect from huko hiyo side yake akina Ruku mali alikuwa na one of the MPs wa DP.
Zimepangwa. Unajua there are supposed to be so many by elections right now.
Hii IBC sioni kama itasimamia.
Ndio watu wachague opposition, we teach Ruto some lesson, we humble him kidogo.
Hii ni kama inaenda 2027 bila elections, by elections.
Hawatapanga because they are afraid of losing.
Hizi pesa zitamwagwa sana. Hizi zitamwagwa.
Hata ikimagwa, I would like them to Kenyans to prove a point. Like mwageni pesa yenyu but you are losing. Kuna mtu amekuja hapa anajiita X, tuache aongee.
Wacha huyo ametukana watu. Huyu X hataki, wacha tu ataongea, utasikia vile anaongea, anasema ati vitu mnaongea, do you know Kenya? Hebu aongee usikie.
Mimi tu sitatoka tu juu mimi siwezi chukua take matusi. Let us allow him to talk.
Alikuwa anatuambia ati muende slow, ati sijui amjui Kenya. Ati kwani kuna shida gani na Kenya? Wacha inject usikie. Blue, you can come in. Onekana Blue ni kama yuko mbali, I don't know. But
at least Mato amekuja. Mato, end the show.
Mato, hebu mlegee clip haraka ndio uende.
Hiyo clip ilikuwa najaribu kuitafuta sahihi.
Itafuta mwekane.
Ilikuwa ni ile yenye anasema
Mato hata usikiki. I think you should just end the show. You play the clip tomorrow. Unasikia kama uko kwa shimo.
Mato nikuforwardie.
Nikuforwardie tu sahihi.
Wacha nikuforwardie ndio uone. Ndio play tu direct.
Niongea kumfungia mani aje.
Ongea. Mato nimekutumia.
Nataka niongea kumfunge.
Mato nimekutumia. Haya ongea.
Nimepata.
Blue ongea. Mato nimekutumia. Haya ongea.
Siko kwa laini, nasikia nikani kwa laini mzee. Niongea kumfunge. Mato nasikia.
Ongea, sijui kama una gadgets mbili. Unatumia gadgets mbili.
Tunaleta. Kuna gadget mbili, mfunge gadget moja. Gadget sana na gadget mbili. Pesa gadget mbili. Sasa gadget mbili ndo. Side nyingine Mato zuia. Nasikia? Okay. Kwanza mgomela.
Tunakusikia, ongea.
Okay, unasikia poa?
Tunakusikia ongea.
Nafikiri kuna mtu alikuwa ameweka hapo hiyo nini speaker. Sasa mimi nauliza nataka kuuliza nani huyu jamaa anaitwa nani? Time nikuulize aje. Kwa sababu ati mimi nabonga sana na unajua mimi naongea tu reality time. Mimi nauliza aje wase. Kwani hii Kenya tunaenda wapi sasa hivi? Ni wapi tunaenda time? Ukiangalia vizuri ni wapi tunaenda? Sina story mingi ati za nini. Mimi nauliza wewe time ukiona ni wapi tunaenda? Hiyo ni swali nakuuliza. Hebu niambie time. Mnaenda wapi? Kenya saa hizi. Sasa nikuulize, tuko na Gachagua, tuko na Ruto, tuko na hawa wase wote. Sasa ni wapi tunaenda? Time. Hiyo ndio mimi swali nakuuliza. Mimi sina siasa moba, ati sijui nini. Mimi nakuuliza, ni wapi tunaenda? Wewe ukiona kama mzalendo wa Kenya, ni wapi tunaenda? Hebu niambie time.
Julia, you can inject before nikuje. Hebu inject hiyo kitu.
Hapana, sina cha I don't know how to respond here.
Blue tumekuambia hebu mute basi, mute your gadget because ina echo. Yeah. Okay. Aya. So you asking tunaenda wapi? For me, before I answer that, tunaenda wapi, tunatoka wapi ama tuko wapi? Lazima ujue uko wapi na unatoka wapi ndio ujue unaenda wapi. So mali tulikuwa na uhuru, unajua mali tulikuwa economy, mali ilikuwa education, mali ilikuwa you can know the type of leaders, the CS leaders wenye Uhuru alikuwa amepick kutoka Kibaki wenye alikuwa amepick, you know the way things were being done. Hata ukianzia maneno ya Uhuru, kukikuwa na COVID, the economy iligrow vizuri, pesa hasikuibiwa the way they are being stolen now. Sasa mali tumekuja tumewekewa government ingine where abduction, mpaka tunaambiwa live tunaweza ambiwa ati maneno ni matatu, you can do this ama uende huko, you know where we are and where we want to go. So where do we want to go? Tunaelekea wapi? I will ask you a simple question. Are you satisfied with the education system in Kenya? Are you satisfied with the health system in Kenya? Are you satisfied with the leaderships from national, county to the world level? Are you satisfied with that? Unaweza kukuuliza, are you satisfied with the economy ya Kenya? Are you satisfied with the employment in Kenya? So ndio nimekuuliza saizi tuko wapi. If you're satisfied, then hakuna mahali tunaenda. But for me, I am not satisfied, and most of the Kenyans are not satisfied, and that's why they need to change the system. Tunataka mahali unaweza enda, kama uliona ile clip ilichezewa mtoto anakufa hospitali na hawezi kuwa attended, then haujui mahali unataka kwenda ama mahali uko saizi. If the health system imekufa hivyo na watu hawezi tibiwa, then I don't know where you mahali unaenda. Kama unaona education system, watu university they cannot pay fees, watu shuleni they cannot pay fees, then I don't know where haujui mahali tuko na mahali tunataka kwenda. Kama wewe okay, Mato, you can play it.
No. Finish your train of thought. Me, I'm prepping. Ndio nitaka kumaliza.
Uko mbali Mato, unaongelea mbali, unaongelea kama uko kwa shimo. Ongea.
Unasema finish what you're saying. I'm just prepping.
Okay. So ndio nasema hizo ma system, we know where we are and we are not, the economy is not doing well, agriculture is not doing well, health system is not doing well, education is not doing well, leadership styles in every level it's not doing well, and that's where tunasema mali
This as a brother. Wewe kwa maoni yako, what do we need to do? What do we need to do?
Blue. Do you need me to tell you what we need to do? People have started doing. People have started doing things. If you are watching,
Can you talk? I mean, if you listen, I mean, can you talk and then I talk? I mean, wacha kuniuliza maswali nini? Talk and then I talk. Nakuuliza, what do we need to do?
I believe I have answered. We need right leadership. So, mute. Kuna echo. Yeah, that's okay. We need, nilishasema kama ulisikia, nilisema na nikasema the education system is not working. We need a leader who can bring the system ya kama ni basari ikuwe ni kama ni wacha pesa siwekwe in one kitabu, ikiwekwa huko pesa zinatuma tu kwa shule ama kwa university, watoto tu waende shule bila ati MP anapatiana basari, governor anapatiana basari, MCA anapatiana basari, women anapatiana, senator anapatiana basari. We need a system whereby the money can be put in one basket na itumwe tu kwa shule na ifanye. That is what we need to do, number one, in education. Tumeona education pia tulitoka 844 tukakuja CBC, saizi imeenda CBE. So we need not to change this system every time. Hata walimu wanashindwa syllabus gani watafollow, because if you keep on changing the system, hata yenye ijafanywa ijaenda hata 2 years ama nini unaichange una bring. So we don't need system ya kuchangiwa from every time. That one should be stopped in education. Tumesema kama ni healthcare, lazima watu waanze kulipiwa kama ni hiyo. We don't need that lazima uregister ndio tibiwe. System inaweza wekwa in a way that pesa zinawekwa kama ni health sector, inawekwa kwa health sector. Madawa situmwe kwa hospitals. Mtu anaenda tu kwa hospital anatibiwa na narudi nyumbani because they are Kenyan. When you pay tax, when the money is put in the right basket, pesa tu zinaenda, madawa zinawekwa huko. Wacha kama ni nurses ama ni madaktari at least wakuwe employed wengi wafanye. Number 3 ni employment. Hakuna haja ya ku-export skills to other countries. Those skills, those people can do things in Kenya. Why do we need to send our human skilled labor iende ng'ambo? We can utilize it in Kenya. In industries, we are not even building industries. We are not even encouraging investors in Kenya. How will the economy grow if kama hakuna system yenye inafanya the investors wakuwe na goodwill, wafungue makampuni Kenya? We are not next to kwa investments. We have even companies.
Can I ask you a question?
Let me finish. You asked me a question, nataka kupatia. You have seen many companies in Kenya zenye zinapatiwa, they are being leased to foreigners for 30 years. Why are we leasing Mumias? Why are we leasing Agwendo? Why are we leasing all these companies zinapatiwa to foreigners for 30 years and we cannot benefit in it? I can mention many things that are not working and how they will work.
Can I ask you a question? What's the difference between Kenya and Tanzania in economy?
I don't have to answer that. I don't have to answer that.
You don't have to answer. I'm not telling you to answer. I'm asking. If you can't answer, just say you can't answer.
I've already said I can't answer.
Huh? So do you think, what's the problem in Kenya with other African countries? I'm asking you. You're a smart guy. You're talking like you're a smart guy. What's the difference between Kenya and other African countries? What's the difference? What's the difference? Okay.
Let me answer you that question.
Okay.
For my friend. Yeah, I'll answer you for I mean, for my friend here.
Okay.
Listen, first of all, Kenya is not in the Arabic. Kenya is not in anywhere. Kenya is a very discrete country that is located in East Africa. Has white sandy beaches, and it's not equitable to any other country. And that is the difference between Kenya and the whole world because of where it comes from. It boasts of 56 languages. It boasts of independence in 1963. It boasts of people who are very unique from other countries. And Kenya is Kenya. The reason that you have countries that are called, start with the name K, and is one of them, but then again, it ends up with Kenya. So you cannot come here and tell us that what's the difference between Kenya and whatever. No, Kenya is very unique because it also has its Muthokoi. It also has its Omena. It also has its Mursik. So don't come here telling us that, or asking us some questions of what is unique about Kenya. Kenya is a country by itself, and it has its own uniqueness. If you don't know the uniqueness of Kenya, then you're not a Kenyan.
Okay, Mato, you're throwing a challenge. Mato, mimi nakuuliza aje. Sasa Mato, unajua unaniambia mambo zingine za Muthokoi, but ni sawa, I understand that. But what's the shida yetu iko wapi? Kama Wakenya penye tuna sasa, saa hizi tunakosa nini wa Tanzania? Unajua Mato, you are a man, I'm a man. Tunajua sisi we are just guys just riding down the tropics. Shida yetu na Tanzania iko wapi? What's going on? Why is Kenya unique? Mato, you as a man unajua sana vizuri, si mambo ya Muthokoi. Why? How can you differentiate between Kenya and Tanzania? How can you differentiate these things? Na mimi nakuuliza aje, kwa nini sisi wenyewe kama Wakenya, what's our problem? Kwa nini mimi na wewe na Mato hatuwezi sikizana? What's our problem? You know, Ebu explain to me, Mato, what's our problem in Kenya? We are so special, but we have a problem. Ebu niambie, Mato, you are man. Ebu niambie.
Mato, you need to.
No one. No, yeah, sorry.
You need to play your clip on the whole alale, but it's okay.
Nimchezee lullaby.
Kama mwezi jibu hiyo swali basi. Mato, what's our problem that hata
Nitakujibu.
hata Watanzania tuambie nyinyi wa Kenya sijui.
Nitakujibu, lakini ngoja kwanza, wewe relax. Wacha kwanza nikuchezee hii lullaby yako.
Mimi hawezi nichezea lullaby mse.
Mbona watu ati mko na haraka? Hata hamjachukua yangu, mnataka ya rais, na nimetumwa na watu wengine. Hii ni shilingi 1 million kutoka rafiki yangu. Hii ni shilingi 1 million kutoka rafiki yangu Waziri Onesmus Kipchumba. Nataka nimwambie watu, hebu nirudie, inatoka kwa rafiki yangu waziri mwenzangu Onesmus Kipchumba. yangu. Mko tayari kuchukua yangu? Mko tayari kuchukua yangu? Mimi waziri wa serikali ya William Samoei Ruto nimekuja na shilingi 2 milioni. Unaelewana? Tukiwa hapa nimewaambia nyinyi watu wa Tiati, huyu mjumbe wenu ni mjumbe mshindani sana. Akiwa hapa amenisumbua mpaka nimepigia deputy president Mheshimiwa Kithure Kindiki, na yeye amesema William Kamket akifika Nairobi ende akachukue shilingi 1 million in cash. Tumeelewana? Umeandika hiyo? Sawa. Sasa hii ni ya mdosi. Hii ni ya nani? Hii ni ya nani? Hii ni ya nani? Unamjua mdosi? Anaitwa nani? William nani? Samoei nani? William nani? Samoei nani? Mheshimiwa Daktari William Samoei Ruto, 2 million in cash. Mungu awabariki.
Mato maliza basi, nipe story basi.
Haya, sasa umeona, sasa hiyo ndio shida yetu. Ngoja kidogo bro, ngoja kidogo.
Hiyo microphone yako kuna hitilafu.
Ni wewe blue, mute your mic ndio.
Sasa umeona, hiyo ndio shida yetu. This is the same person. Huyu ndio ule mtu mmoja alikuwa akituambia hapa, mimi siwezi.
Hata mic yako not clear. It's not clear. Mato, mic yako is not clear.
How about now?
Siwasikii vizuri tafadhali. Siwasikii vizuri.
Wengine.
Kuna echo. I don't know what's wrong with your mic. Kuna echo.
Okay. Nitatoka nirudi.
Unatumia Bluetooth ama?
Usijali, nitatoka nirudi.
Okay.
Nafikiri ya Mato, mic ya Mato nafikiri kuna shida kidogo. Mimi nakaa ni Mato. Mimi mnanisikia vizuri?
Endelea, uko salama.
So mimi nilikuwa nasema, unaona Mato akiingia arudi a explain hiyo video yake. Ameweka hapo. Kuna video Mato ameweka hapo. Mimi sijaielewa vizuri kabisa nini alikuwa anataka kusema. Sijaelewa vizuri. Hata juu mimi sioni kitu yote hapo kwa hiyo video. Sioni. Juu mimi siamini ati hii dunia ati lazima upewe kitu ati ndio ufanye kitu. Unashika? Mimi naona tu yani hii maisha tu ni, unajua hii maisha ni kucheza tu. Unajua hii maisha tu ni kupita, tunapita. Sisi wenyewe hata tujui kesho. Mimi sijui jana, sijui kesho. Sasa hata Mungu akiniambia ati kesho yako inaisha leo. Unajua kesho yangu inaweza isha leo. Mungu akiniambia umepita leo, unaweza pita. So lazima tujue aje hii dunia hakuna mtu akona uwezo mkubwa sana ati anaweza kusafirisha akupeleke mahali pengine. Hakuna mtu anaweza kuvukisha hiyo daraja. Hiyo daraja ni wewe utajivukisha wewe peke yako. Hakuna mtu akona chanzo cha maisha yako. Maisha yako ni wewe na dunia yako. Kila mtu ako na roho yake amejibebea hivi mkononi. Mnanisikia vizuri? Hii dunia ni kuvuka, tunavuka, tunaenda, hata penye tunaenda hatujui. So hii dunia ni mtihani, na mimi naamini, unajua mimi kama ningezaliwa dunia nyingine ningekuwa Muislamu. Mimi ningekuwa Muislamu. Unajua kwa nini ningekuwa Muislamu? Juu Muislamu anasema maisha ni mtihani. Kama maisha ni mtihani, hii maisha hii ni dua. So ukipita unapita. Na ndio nao Waislamu wengine wale wako na roho juu, wakivuka huo mtihani hawana kesho na hawana jana. Unashika? Unaona? Lakini mimi nilizaliwa Mkikuyu. So ukikuyu wangu na maisha yangu mimi sijui. Unaona? Lakini maisha ni dua. Maisha ni dua, ni kupita. Tunapita, tunaenda tukiendaga. Saizi unajua unaweza kufa leo saizi. Unajua unaweza kufa saizi. Sasa ukikufa saizi utafanya nini?
Ebu ngoja kidogo. Ngoja kidogo, dakika moja tushikilie hiyo. Ojwang, your device is not connected, eh? Ikiwa connected nitakuingiza, lakini you're not connected. But we have limited time. Anyway, endelea.
Mi nasemaje Mato, na naongelesha nyinyi wote ndugu zangu mnanisikiza hapa. Mi nasemaje, mimi nilizaliwa kama Mkikuyu, lakini mi sikujua. Unajua mi nimetoka Nakuru huko Kenya. Na nimetembea dunia mingi sana maisha yangu yote. Lakini ile kujua tu wewe ni nani, hakuna mtu anajua mtihani wako ni saa ngapi. Unajua maisha ni mtihani. Unajua mtihani ni nini? Mtihani ni kukufa. So dakika yako ya mwisho hauijui. Na hiyo ndio mtihani. Juu Mungu anakuambia aje, we ti kila kitu na uendeze watu wote kwa hii dunia, uwaweke kwa roho moja na nafuu, kama vile maisha yote inatendeka. Saizi unafaa hata mnyama vizuri. Unajua hakuna kitu ngumu kwa hii maisha kama sije Mungu anakuambia utakufa sahi. Unajua Mungu anaweza kuambia utakufa sahi, utafanya nini? Mungu anakuambia haya unakufa sahi, utafanya nini? Ndio mimi nasema aje, maisha ni kujijenga tu. Unaangalia hizi mambo zote ni mtihani. Ama aje Mato, unajua hakuna kitu unaweza fanya. Sisi wote tutakufa. Na sisi wote tutapatana kifo. Sasa kitu ya maana ni kujitayarisha kukufa kwa hii dunia. Upende watoto wako, upende bibi yako, wanawake wote kama wewe by the way, wanaume wote, mwanamke wote unalala na yeye, ukue na shukrani na ukue na kifua juu na umpende huyo mwanamke na usicheze na yeye. Huyo mwanamke huyo unalala na yeye, ujue wewe ni joto na ni jiko. Mungu anakuambia hilo ni jiko. Kulala na mwanamke ni jiko. Unajua ni kwa nini jiko? Unawasha moto. Sasa unaenda kulala na huyo mwanamke unawasha jiko. Mnanisikia wadau? So mimi nasema maisha ni tuende pole pole. Mimi nataka kujua huyu Martin Mato, wewe unafikiriaje kuhusu maisha? Nataka kujua huyu Joseph Kariuki, nataka kujua huyu Mkola, wote nyinyi mnaona aje hii maisha? Ama mnafikiri hii maisha ni mchezo? Mnafikiri ni mchezo? Mato, mnafikiri ni mchezo? Nataka kuwasikiza, mniambie kina Njiru, kina Nyinyi mnaonaje hii maisha? Mimi nakwambia mahali pote umeguza mwanamke, umewasha jiko. Ile jiko ni kuwasha moto. Alafu tukiendelea unaanza kuona hii maisha ni mjadala. Tuongee. Maisha ni mjadala. Jua nini? Unajua kwa maisha ni mjadala. Juu uwezi kuchukua msichana wa wenyewe umweke kwako chumbani na ujui nini unafanya. Wewe unaweza kuchukua mwanamke wenyewe. Wewe huwezi taka msichana wako achukuliwe. Hauwezi taka. Unaweza taka msichana wako achukuliwe na mtu amweke kwa nyumba. Hapo ndio tunauliza aje? Kama huwezi taka msichana wako achukuliwe na mwanaume amweke kwa nyumba, kwa nini wewe unaweza chukua msichana wa mtu mwingine umweke kwa nyumba? Unaona? Ni mjadala. Tuongee hii maneno. Tusikizane, tuseme aje? Ukichukua msichana wangu tuongee. Na mimi nikichukua msichana wako tuongee. Ni majadiliano. Tujadiliane. Nijue kwa nini mimi nachukua.
Hebu baba kwa heshima. Hebu tugeuzie hii kitu yote venye inalingana na politics zetu za Kenya na kila kitu ambacho kinaendelea Kenya.
Okay. Sasa hapo umenigeuza. Okay. Sawa Mato hapo. Okay. Tuangalie vizuri na siasa za Kenya. Okay. Tutoke hizi mambo za, tuongee mambo za Kenya. Kenya penye tunaendelea saa hizi. Na mimi nataka kuongelesha nyinyi kama mandugu zangu. Mimi nataka kuuliza aje hii Kenya tunaweza aje ishi pamoja sisi kama Wakenya kama hatutambui hizi kabila. Unajua shida ya Kenya ni ukabila. Juu ukienda Tanzania hawaongei ukabila, lakini Kenya kuna ukabila. Sisi ni wakabila Kenya. Ama aje Mato? Sasa tuongee Kenya ukabila. Sasa mimi nikuulize aje? Kalonzo na huyu yani aitwa aje huyu jamaa? Huyu Kalonzo na aitwa aje huyu jamaa Wanyeri? Mudhiora aitwa aje huyu jamaa? Kalonzo. Yani mimi nakuuliza aje Kenya inaweza tawaliwa aje bila Mgikuyu, Mjaluo na Mkalenjin? Aje? Hebu niambie venye Kenya wewe kwa hesabu zako za akili. Mkikuyu, Mjaluo, Mkalenjin, Mkamba na wengine hawa. Kenya inaweza tawaliwa aje hivyo? Hebu fanya hesabu yako uniambie. Uone shida yetu Kenya ni ukabila man. Kenya inaweza tawaliwa bila hao watu? Hata mpaka Waturukana wanasema hata wajui kama wako Kenya. So mimi nakuuliza aje? Mati, nasikiza. Kenya inaweza tawaliwa bila Mkikuyu, Mjaluo, Mkamba, Mjaluo, Mkalenjin? Inaweza tawaliwa hivyo? Tanzania
Kwa nini swali nikuulize, kwa nini unataja hizo kabila zote? Kwani by the way nikuulize, Kenya iko na makabila gapi?
Kenya iko na makabila 44 tribes.
Umetaja mangapi?
Nimetaja 3 ama 4.
Na hao ndio pia hata ukienda kwa parliament ndio wanataja. Kwa hivyo hao wengine ni zuzu.
Wengine si zuzu. Hakuna mtu zuzu, hakuna mtu. Sasa unaweza ita mtu zuzu na unajua mtu ako huko. So unajua Kenya kuna Wamasai, kuna watu Turkana, kuna watu wengine wanaishi huko wanaitwa Dorobo, kuna Wahindi, hata Wahindi kuna nini, lakini the fact remains kuna wale watu wanafikiria hizi. Unajua kucontrol country ni mashamba mashamba. Unaona land, unaona kucontrol country ni land. Hauwezi control country bila land. Sasa tuseme aje, umeingia Kenya hivi, nani akontrol land? Land hapa, land. So hii kitu watu wanafikiria ni politics, but ni land. It's a land issue. Umeshika juu uliona ile vita yenye Trump walitoana na ule jamaa wa South Africa huko kwa bunge huko nini? Ni land. Everything is land. The control is land. So ukikuja Kenya unasikia nani jamaa fulani anaona land yote. Kwa nini unafikia Ruto anachukua hizi malandi zote? Kwa nini unafikia Ruto anachukua land? Land, as long as una land, una control your country. Unashika? Kama venye ulisikia ule Ruto wanapiga nani ule Trump wanapigana ule jamaa wa South Africa, wanaongea kuhusu wazungu land inaishia. So ukikuja Kenya si Ruto anachukua land. Ujaona leo kwa news Gong Forest inachukuliwa? Ujaona? So hizi mambo ni land. Kucontrol country ni land. Hata saa hizi zile vita zinapigana zote ni zile shamba za kina Kenyatta. Yaani nyinyi mnaongea stories zingine hapa na muone land venye inaenda man. Land. Sasa ukicontrol land tunaongea. Unajua ukicontrol land tunaanza kuongea politics. Politics za kwa land. Mnasikia? So ukiangalia vizuri land yote ya Kenya na control na kina nani? Na kina Ruto ama aje? Nasikia mato. So tunaanza kunegotiate from there. Sasa tuseme okay, kama ni Yata, si kuna shamba iko pale Yata ya hiyo kina makao motua, kuna shamba ya kama kuna tukienda hivi kuna Kenyatta tunaenda hivi. Kwani hii tunaongea what are we talking about? Mato nasikia tuondokea hiyo story, tuongee story zingine. Unajua kuna watu wengine wanataka kusikia hizo story. The main issue in Africa ni land. Hakuna kitu kingine hapa tunaongelea hapa ati mnafikiria tunaongelea. Nasikia watu. Mimi nakwambia tunaongelea mambo ya land mazee. Land mazee Afrika mazee. Ile story ya Jomo Kenyatta mazee. Acha hiyo story.
Blue, you can land wengine waongee. You can land wengine waongee.
Nimeland. I swear to God, nimeland. Kila mtu aongee. Endelea Mkenya fulani ama nani? Ojwang endelea.
Okay. Munanisikia?
Nakusikia bro.
Okay. First of all, nataka kuambia host asante kwa kunipa hii platform. I just want to shout my views on a few things.
Endelea bro, nile staki kuingilia sana. Nataka kwanza na mtu yote akitaka kufunguka afunguke, but I see we have tuko na watu mpya wamekuja, so I want us pia tuanze kupeana time limit, so kila mtu 5 minutes.
Sawa. Me and good, I'll make it brief.
Alafu Mato, watu wa mute mic.
Okay,
no usipo mute mic na kutoa. because
Sawa.
tunaanza kufika mahali sasa tumeanza kuwa serious. Let's do 5 minutes each, 5 minutes each, 5 minutes. Kama kuna rebuttal, kuna mtu anataka kusema kitu, at least let it equal 30 seconds, alafu tuendelee hivyo ndio tufunge kwa uzuri, ama
Okay,
agreed
sawa sawa.
kila mtu?
Sawa sawa. Okay, first of all of us here, we took optimistic that our country wants change. Tunaona vile things are currently going na Kenyans deserve better. And the thing that can change that trend, juu nimekuwa nikiona from previous elections kuanzia 2013, 2022 kumekuwa na trend. Watu wamekuwa wakichukua kura. Watu wanachukua kura, lakini siku ya election our turnout, unaona voter turnout inakamka 60%. Like 2022 election, over 20 million people walichukua kura. Time ya kupiga votes, only 12 million turned out. Now what if all those 20 million people came and vote? Maybe the outcome could have been different. Tungekuwa na better leaders. So hii notion ya kukuwa na mindset ati we cannot change this country, kukuwa hiyo mindset ya tribalistic mindset, hiyo ndio mindset tu ya kitambo tu ya mapareto ati things cannot change. The only there's only one solution to send this regime home. It's plain and simple. People wachukue kura, and on that day watu watoke wapige kura. Because everyone here is educated. We live in times mali kuna technology, social media, unaweza ona what's going on in the country, and if you're not contented with the vile nchi inaendelea, you have one responsibility. The responsibility is to turn out and vote in numbers. And I believe Kenyans are smart, Kenyans are educated. Tunaona countries ka Europe, England, UK vile wako developed, hata North Africa, Morocco, nini, because the citizens wanafanya ditio because wana elect good leaders. They don't vote on tribalistic guidelines au wanaangalia what is good for their country. They're not swayed na hizi pesa kidogo za campaign na they're not swayed by this. So that's the only way that Kenya can be changed. Watu watoka wapige kura, na acha mabro niwaambieni, mtaona difference na 2027. Mimi nakwambia, naona hata voters wakiwa hata 30 million. Juu sasa tuko 56 million na majority of the population ni mayouth. Na mayouth obvious tuko more than 50% of the population. Sasa hiyo ni projected votes of over 30 million registered voters. So 30 million voters wakiturn out, hautaki kuniambia kuna opposition atapata 50+1 15 million? Na sasa hata Ruto hata akijaribu kuibaaje, the max he can get is 10-12 million na 30 million people wamevote. We can easily guarantee an opposition candidate mwenye anapata 50+1 votes. Mtu ende home hiyo Tuesday asubuhi na mapema. Tuache 2028 tusikuje hapa kusema sijui nini. Ona hivyo tukitoka tukitana tupige kura na tuwache hizi tribalistic tendencies. Watu wataona difference, atenda nyumbani mapema sana. That's all I have to say. Asanteni.
Umeongea kitu kubwa sana hapo hivyo, na ujue hata kitu yenye umeongea the truth, the realistic part of it, na nashukuru sana. Usiende mbali cause kila mtu bado atapata inaitwaje closing remark. Usiende, wacha tutafunga pamoja hapa hivi, hiyo ina few. Next person mwenye anataka kuongea 5 minutes zako, kama utatumia zote ama utaachia mwingine. Twende for the next person mwenye anataka kuongea, cause sikuwa na sequence ya nani who's next to who's next.
Joseph waingie.
Morning. Habari zenyu? Pole leo nimekuja late. Nimepata discussion mmeshaongea. Nimesikia vile watu wameongea hapo and bado tunazidi, lazima one term. Kila mtu lazima ajue huyu jamaa lazima tumpe one term. Nilikuwa tu nataka kuongea kuhusu kitu Blue aliongea. There is something amesema kuhusu ukabila. But ukabila ni mindset ya mtu. Ukabila hakuna mambo ya timu watu wanasemaga kuna ukabila. Ukabila ni mindset yako. Kama wewe utasema mimi ni hivyo, alikuwa anasema Wakikuyu, sijui Waluo, that is a mindset for somebody. Kama tunaweza jaribu kutoa hiyo mindset juu, for example, ukitoka nje ya Kenya ukuje hizi manchi za nje, wewe ukiona Mkenya uwaga unafikiria kwanza nini? The first thing ukimnotice unasemaga this is a Kikuyu or this is a Luo or this is a Mijikenda ama huyu ni Msamburu. Awanzi na hiyo, you first start with mambo bro, wewe ni Mkenya, that is the first thing you ask that person. So this is all about mindset. Hakuna kitu ati kuna tukisema hii kitu itaisha, inaweza isha. Si Kenya tu iko na makabila, ni manchi ngapi ziko na makabila na usikiagi wakiongea kuhusu tribalism? Kama Tanzania iko hapo, they have 120. They have 120 tribes. Si tuko na 40. Tuko tu na 40 tribes, 42, I think 43. But watu wako na 120 hapo, unapata wameungana. Unasikia even the least tribe ndio inaongoza wale wengine. It's not about ati lazima Mkikuyu akuwe pale president, ati lazima ukuwe ni hizi big 5 tribes hizi mnasemaga ziko juju. No, it's all about a great leader. Na kuna kitu nilikuja hapa kwa studio nikaongea another day, nikasema yes, tunatoa Ruto, it's okay, ni vizuri kabisa. But even as we go to 2027 elections, we don't have a good candidate also. Hatuna bado team mzuri. Until we wait till 2032 is when we'll have maybe a team that will have young people to be able to lead us. Kwa sababu hata saizi tukisema tutaleta young people, they don't have the infrastructure ya kurun elections. So right now we need somebody ambaye atatoa huyu jamaa, akishamtoa hata yeye pia yeye anafaa atolewe, kwa sababu I don't see anybody who does not have skeletons kwa nini kwa closet yake. Everybody has them. Tukiongea kama ni hiyo Rigathi, he has some skeleton in the closet. Alikuwa hapo watu wakiuliwa wakati ya maandamano ya 2023. Kama ni Matiang'i alikuwa hapo watu wakiuliwa Livayala. So everybody there is dirty. Hakuna mtu ambaye ni clean. So what we are doing, tujaribu kusupport mmoja wao atoe even the most dirtiest person ambaye tunasema ni kama shetani. Wacha kwanza tutoe shetani. Tukishatoa shetani sasa tudini na hao angels wa shetani sasa, ambao ni hao wengine juu pia hao si wasafi. Hakuna siku Rigathi atakuja kuniconvince pia yeye ni msafi, because he has been involved in things that were initially not good for the people. So it's just we support them. Ikifika 2032 pia hao waende, kwa sababu tunataka kusafisha all this drain. Hao watu wote wamekuwa into the system. Hakuna mtu haja kuwa kwa system. Ukiangalia Rigathi amekuwa kwa system, amekuwa DO, amerun to the ranks, amekuwa sijui assistant wa Uhuru, amekuwa. We are supposed to remove all these guys, all this crap, tuiondoe yote, tuanze na watu mpya. Lakini for now the only option we have is we try to change this guy, because this guy is even worse, so we try to change him. Tukijaribu kumchange next election hiyo ingine, God willing, kama tutakuwa tujaribu kutoa sasa hiyo drain yote kabisa. But kuna kitu pia Ojwang ameongea hapa, Ladon. Yes, tunaweza kuwa na 30 million votes, but if we don't come out to vote, is not helping us. Last time you saw we registered 22 million votes, but only 14 million people voted. So it means 8 million people were not found, hawakuenda kuvote. So if we are registering this too much but we are not going to vote, there is no even need for you to go and register if you are not going to vote. And kama ni watu wako huko ushago na wapi, please, kama wewe uko na access ya watu wako hawako informed ama hawako educated about the things that are running, you are the first one who is supposed to be educating them. You are supposed to tell them what the government has been doing, what it has done to them. the things that they have done wrong for us, you're supposed to tell them we come out and vote. They vote so that we can be able to remove this guy, because hata yeye ako na plan. Sidhani ati hata yeye hana plan, hata yeye ako na plan, so tunafaa tu counter hiyo plan ako nayo, because he has the resources and he has the seat now, so we are supposed to have some plan vile tutatoa huyu jamaa. Nadhani hiyo ni maoni yangu tu. Thank you.
Thank you for hata kwanza kuweka time. Who wants to go next after that? I think nilikuwa nimeona ni kama nani alikuwa amefungua team A ulikuwa umefungua on before huyu akuje. Nataka kila mtu aongee so that we do our closing remarks. Hiyo si closing remarks, by the way. That's why I'm giving you 5-5-5. Mtu atumie zake, alafu then we'll do 2-2-2 ya kufunga.
Nani anaenda next? Kama nani anaenda next? Nani anaenda next? Unaenda next? Team A, unaenda next? Team A, unasikia?
Yeah, wacha team A. Bro, come in because I know unaweza kuwa unataka kujibu blue in a certain way. Team A, Innocent.
Yeah.
Kuja.
Thank you. Mi nimesema nishaongea vitu mingi, nilikuwa naongojea tu hawa wenye wamekuja wapi at least wa inject and then tutatoa closing remarks. Njiru, karibu.
Okay, Ojwang, unmute.
Hello.
Haya, leta ya kwako
Closing
5
remarks.
minutes. Yako nitakupatia hata kama unataka kwenda 10, kwa sababu najua uliongea.
Sawa. Me all I have to say is mi nimetembea ground na kusema ukweli, people don't like this guy. Tusidanganyane hapo. Inflation, hakuna infrastructure, corruption, mismanagement of funds. Juzi tumesikia State House imechukua 2 billion. Sasa sisi wote tunapenda ball. Kasa watu wakafu wamesema they are not the preparation are not going on well, meaning that kuna possibility CHAN inaweza kuwa postponed because of mismanagement of funds. If you can spend 2 billion in State House and you cannot invest in a national asset like Kasarani Stadium, then you have no point being a leader. Many people are informed, watu wamechanuka, they know the way to go and they know the right thing. Na plus pia I'm convinced wenye bado wanasema 10 bila break watachanuliwa na the masses. Watachanuliwa na the masses cause Kenyans tumefika point we don't want to repeat the same mistake. Unjua watu walijua Ruto wako na bagi, lakini walisema let's vote and find out. Tulimpigia kura na tuka find out what is done, so you have a chance to rectify it. Nasema kitu inaninespea na igavani, Ruto kila saa anazidi kujipiga on goal, anazidi tu anajikanga na mafuta yake, and at the end he'll be his own downfall. Easy abductions, opposition in add more fuel to the fire. Wakenya wanaona tu na right now tumefika boiling point, and what Kenyans are waiting to see in the game plan ya opposition, uone vile watacheza game yao. Ndo sasa ikifika hata 2026 hapo tuko fully decided. Who ndio opposition, full support behind him. That's all I have to say, na like say asante kwa kunipa hii platform ya kushare my own views and
Kabla useme asante, cause bado utapata chance nyingine, usiende. Uone ni kama Ruto ameokolewa na Suluhu.
Suluhu
Huoni Ruto
Uh,
ni kama ameokolewa na Suluhu, kwa sasa watu wamekimbilia Suluhu, sasa wamesahau Ruto kidogo.
oh, mi naona hiyo tu nikaa, unajua hiyo tu nikaa ku divert attention ya Kenya, but the way things are going, I don't think things will change anytime soon, cause unajua hiyo time ya maandamano ya finance bill last year, Ruto had the chance to rectify his mistake, but he did not rectify. Makosa ilianza vile hiyo cabinet yenye alifanya alirudisha back to government. Akina Murkomen, unaona, shodi people anaoa wenzake huko Rift Valley, unaona. So Ruto is unredeemable, huyo hawezi saidiwa, and baggage yake inazidi kuongezeka, and all of us here uzuri, we are people of the same mindset, tumejionea yani the wrongs which is doing, na hakuna mtu mwenye anaweza to convince that he will change it, ati tukimpea tu hiyo term mingine atabadilika. Mkora ni mkora, he will never change. And if you want Kenya to be njua nimechoka kusikia title ya third world at developing country. Sasa tuko 2025, tunafaa kuwa one of the, tunafaa kuwa developed country with all this technology. Bado kuna mtu anataka kuturudisha enzi za ukoloni. It's all in our hands. Mtu asitamani ati they might have the billions, but power is with the people. Like I said, we are over 57 million people. Half of the population is youth. We have it in our hands to change our own destiny. And mi naomba Mungu 2027, if all things go well, Kenya will be liberated. Hata kwa Bible sini kuna time, hata kwa ilikuwa book ya Exodus, Israelites walikaa Egypt for 450 years na Mungu akawaliberate. Ka waliliberate after hiyo slavery ya 450 years. Na mbona sisi tusiliberate nchi yetu? Mbona sisi tuseme we are tired of this, we want a new country, we want to move forward, we have it in our own hands to elect good leaders. And pia usione ndugu yako anaenda nyuma ati anasema 10 bila break, mwache hivyo, mchanue. Knowledge is power. Hiyo ukimwongelesha tu mchanue, umeeducate, atona maybe vile ilikuwa nafikiria, maybe akili yangu imefunguka, this person is not fit for leadership. The general population is going in this side, wanasema we need a new leader for Kenya to go forward. So that's all I have to say, and thanks. Asante sana.
And at the risk of kupita mwenye ako next, is that I want to salute you, salute kwako. There's something that you've said that is so passionate to me. I've always been asking myself, for how long and what does it define to be called a third world country? For 60, 70 years, third world, third world, third world. Munaitwa tu third world. I don't get it. Yet we have universities and we have people doing great things out there that come from those that so-called third world. I mean, is it impossible to move and not be called a first world, or is it that is a stigma that is used against our countries in Africa to be called third world? And unfortunately, nitasema kitu very controversial hapa. I kind of like the fact that unapata mtu kama sasa Trump ameingia and nobody cares from that so-called third world countries, because we don't care. You cut IMF, we don't care. We are not complaining. Do you? Then we're gonna cancel you, and we are going to hold our minerals to ourselves. And that's why I like the priorities. the peoples that are coming up, I mean, the people that are coming up, not the puppets, you know, where, I mean, this third world, how do we get out of this third world? Venye umesema hivyo imenishika kwanza, nimepata goosebumps, because that's something I've been asking myself. Why is it that we are always called third world? What is it that we lack? What is it that we cannot do? Why do we always need IMF? Why do we always need the World Bank? I mean, how much money do these people have that Africa does not have? What is it? Hii pesa yote na nini? And we know first of, and why? What are they doing with our minerals? So, meaning, I'm kind of liking what is happening in Africa, especially the west of Africa. What exactly they're doing? Aya, the next person, pole. Hiyo imeniguza, I had to say something. Poleni baba. Poleni watu wangu.
Okay, I said this is to me, I say this is very deep to me as I'm talking to you, my brothers and my sisters, as Martin and these guys, everybody is talking here. I'm listening very carefully to what you're talking about. And I'll say I'm very passionate about this conversation. I'm listening to what you talk about Africa, and I'm very conscious about this conversation. And I'll say to you, the guy controlling this platform, Jiro, asante sana. And Jiro, you know, we don't talk all the time, but I'll tell you, I appreciate this platform. And Martin, for what you're talking about, this brother, I know you try to talk about some Bible stuff. It's very deep to me, and I'm trying to avoid talking about the Bible stuff because of the consciousness that the Bible stuff brings to me. But I'll thank the people who are here in the platform. Ojwang, Mkoram, Kenya. I'll tell you guys one thing about the struggle. This is an African struggle. We are fighting. It's a fight. We're fighting this struggle. Keep your head on all the time. Keep your culture in your sleeve. Keep your struggle in your head. To me, sometimes I don't even tell them I'm fighting this fight, but this fight, we have to fight this fight because, to be honest, Africa, we are losing. We are losing the battle. But guess what? Tupigane hii war ni aje? Unajua, wacha nikwambie, me sometimes I'm very sad about this war, you know. Sometimes mi naangaliaga hii war saa zingine mi nakasirikaga vibaya sana. You know, me, I've been a Rasta since I was a small boy, you know what I mean? But sometimes I give up, but sometimes I wake up again. Mi naambia kina Mato, kina Alex, all these conscious people who see the fight, tupigane hii vita. You know, kuna mtu siku moja aliniambiaje, akaniambia ati wewe sijui ni msapere. Me, I'm fighting. mimi nianza kufight hii bado nikiwa mdogo sana. So I respect you my brothers. Naambia tupigane hii vita. Haina mwisho. Hii vita hata unaweza kufa. Usipojichunga utakufa. Lakini sitaki ukufe juu ujichunge sana. Cheza chini ya maji. Juu mimi ucheza chini ya maji. Ndugu zangu. Lakini dakika ya mwisho tuko pamoja. I respect you my brothers. Tupigane. Ama aje? Tuende hii kazi. Hii kazi haziisha. Juu unajua wacha sasa niwaibie siri moja ya kulinda wazungu. Ukitaka kulinda wazungu vizuri, cheza chini ya maji. The whole war. Hii vita yote ni chini ya maji. Yote. Yote. Kutoka hata ukienda Kenya. Yote. Na mimi nawaheshimu sana. Mabrother zangu wote. Sijali wewe umetoka wapi. Tupigane hii vita na tutamaliza.
Lakini hapo umeniguza kidogo bro. Rosa Parks, Malcolm X, nani hao walikuwa kwanza wako huko kote. Sasa sisi tuko kwetu. Vipi unatuambia tucheze chini ya maji? Mbona hawakucheza chini ya maji? Yetu walikuwa wamekuja wakakuwa slaves na vitu kama hizo. I mean, I'm telling you, we have our own country our own continent to defend, and it's the largest continent in the whole world. And the governance is what people are fighting for, and the time has come for us to fight for ourselves. Wakae huko. In fact, if Africa shuts down, hakuna kitu, hata hizo masimu zao itabidi wakuje waanze kufanya. Hata hizi coffee berries that we send, that was we were talking about tukiwa na Julia there, I mean, before ukuje. How can we go to the farm, we grow coffee and then we sell the berries and then they send wanatutumia kama Starbucks at a higher price and something like that. And that is the problem that we have with our leaders, because people like puppets kama Ruto, unapata watu kama hao, kwanza wakiinvitiwa to the White House, they have to come and kuwatangazia. If you remember 2 years ago, anakuja kutangazia watu, have been invited to go to the White House. Seriously, what the heck is happening? How low can we put ourselves? Na ndio maana unapata people like Trump wanatu trample, but this time watu wamesema, do what you wanna do, we don't care, we're going to shut it down. Traore, how many times amekuwa nini na assassination attempts because he's talking this nonsense.
Mato.
Nakusikiza baba.
Wacha nikwambie kitu moja Martin, Tuliza hapo vizuri. Nikwambie.
Ongea. Guys, ni mimi ama amepotea? Hello, nasikika? Ala, kila mtu amepotea? Anyone?
Niko.
Huo ni network yake?
Nadhani network hiyo.
Okay. Kabla ajipate basi, wewe hebu sema ya kwako basi ndio tuanze kufunga.
Sasa wacha nikwambie Mato.
Okay.
Mato. Unisikie vizuri. Siwe ni bro yangu.
We, na sijui Mato ni nani? Mimi ushaona mtu anaitwa Mato? Mimi siitwi Mato.
Sitaki kukuita vile nafaa kukuita. Sitaki kukuita hivyo.
Basi umepita basi. Okay, sawa. You have the right to call me Mato.
Unataka nikuite aje? Unataka nikuite aje?
Yes, unajua nakujanga na majina zangu za mimi ni Mkenya mkora ama Kenyan Mslam.
Okay, wacha. Sitaki unataka nikuite aje?
Sawa, wewe cheza na Mato.
Okay, nasema aje? Unajua shida. Unajua ile shida iko kubwa na sisi wa Afrika. Venye tulikuja hapa.
Nakusikiza.
Venye tulikuja hapa tukapata hawa makataa wamedinywa na hawa wazungu na wamekomboshwa. Na unajua makataa already ni makataa already. Unajua hata hii jina kataa imetoka wapi? Hiyo jina kataa imetoka wapi?
By the way, sijui sisi tulikuwa tukiwaita manyudhi mpaka tukajua wanaitwa makata.
Okay. Sasa unajua watu already si wamesumbuka. Hawa watu wamesumbuka. Sasa sisi tukakuja tukawapata wamesumbuka. Unashika hiyo rada? Ama ushiki?
Nashika baba.
Sasa hawa watu already si kama sisi. Hawa watu wafanani na sisi. Sasa sisi shida yetu ni aje? Ni kutambua. Unajua ushaambiwa na mwakataa ati wewe unaniongelesha ati ujui shida nimepitia wewe. Ushaambiwa na mwakataa hivi? Wewe unaniongelesha hivi hata ujui shida nimepitia. Unajifanya unajua na ujui. Ushaambiwa na mwakataa. Sasa sisi ndio wenyewe sasa. Unashika? Sisi ndio tunatambua. Sisi ndio tunatambua mzee. Sasa tunawaambia aje? Tumekuja kuwasaidia. Unajua sisi ndio tunajua shida zao wase. Lakini unajua shida za watu wamepitia wewe. Unajua? Mato mimi nakuuliza. Unajua shida zenye wanaume wamepitia wewe? Unajua jamaa anaweza kuambia mimi kulingana na maisha yangu na ukatili wangu nimepitia mimi, huwezi nielewa. Unajua? Sasa saa zingine unashuka kama binadamu, unasema aje? Unauliza huyu mwanaume aje? Unamuuliza, what have you been through? Mimi by the way, the first time I learned penye hawa say niliwauliza, what have you been through? Unajua jamaa aliniambia aje? Ati you don't know what my granddaddy been through. You don't know what my granddaddy been through. Nikamuuliza, what did your granddaddy been through? Akaniambia, you motherfucker, shut up, you know. Nikamwambia, hey, motherfucker. Akaniambia aje, shut the fuck up. Nikamwambia, hey, tuende chini. Unajua, walinipeleka kwa dungeon, man. Wakanipeleka kwa dungeon huko wakanionyesha. Wakaniambia, unajua, my granddaddy been through this shit. My granddaddy. Unajua, walinipeleka wakanionyesha pale pengine ati grandfather yao ati alikuwa anafinyiwa hapo. Mimi nikaangalia wazee. Sasa unajua saa zingine unashuka. Unasikia kushuka. Wacha hivi tunajifanya hapa ati tunajua. Mato. Kuna saa zingine unaenda chini. Unaambia huyu mzee, hebu nionyeshe penye huyu grandfather yako alipelekwa. Unajua ni kama venye Kenya tunaenda tunasema ati kulikuwa mama alifinywa sijui nini. Mimi nakwambia ukitaka kuelewa wazee, Shuka chini, shukeni, go down. Ojwang, Mato, Mkola, sijui, shukeni muone. Wase watakupeleka kama dungeons. Inaitwa dungeon. Mato share dungeon. Have you been to the dungeon? And a dungeon. So
Let me ask you a question because Nanakina Ashley wamekam. Let me ask you a question. Ushawahi kuwa Manyani?
Manyani ni Kenya, huko ni Kenya.
Huko ni Kenya, so it's nothing, eh? You've never been to the jails zenye walikuwa wakiingia huko, walikuwa wameshikiwa huko chini ya nini? Why do we consider, I mean, do we look at vitu zingine zenye like the same story? Ngoja, the same story unaniambia. I've heard nishaiuliza mtu, did you ever pick cotton? Do you even know what the cotton looks like? The cotton plant. Akaniambia no, hajaiona hata moja venye inakaa. Na nikamuuliza, so why do you keep on saying that we were plucking cottons? Basically, no, basically, if we are in a different generation, we cannot keep on kuongea vitu za kitambo.
Wacha nikwambie kitu moja Mato. Unajua hata mimi siku moja nilikuwa very naive. I was so naive, eh? Venye Ashley huongea. Unajua Ashley nikisikiza. Ashley is like my sister. Unajua Ashley nikimsikiza anaongea kama my sister. Lakini wacha nikwambie. Siku moja nilipatana na wase manze. Wewe hujashikwa na wase. Utashikwa na wase siku moja. Wacha nikwambie. Unaona hata wale wase
Ndio ni kama sasa tunashinda tukiongea Maumau, tutaongea mpaka Maumau mpaka lini?
Sasa unajua wewe sio utachagua time ya Maumau. Maumau atakupata. Jua nini? Mtu ajuangi. Huwezi jua time utakutana Maumau.
Na nani alikuambia Maumau ndo walipigania uhuru wa Kenya peke yao? Sikulikuwa kina Koitalel. Kulikuwa kina Masaku.
Hapana, mimi by the way, hata to me that's a it doesn't even make any sense. Mambo ya Maumau, it doesn't even
Potato, the same thing.
Lakini nakwambia hadi ukipatana wase wanakwambia sasa, hebu nikuulize wewe, unajua historia ya nini ya huku ya mashamba? Unajua
ya wapi?
Ya mashamba ya US ya cotton. Unajua cotton?
Ebu enda toka hapo tu nje uulize tu akata fulani hapo hivyo unaita akata ama nyudhi, umuulize kama ashaiona cotton.
Sasa unafanya nini?
No, times has changed. We have to move with changes. But anyways, maliza point yako ndio nilete kina Ashley because tulikuwa tunafunga na wamekuja wakiwa wawili, so
Let kina Ashley. Mimi sina story. Mimi nakuuliza aje Mato. Nothing ends. Life goes on. That's Ashley.
exactly, life is transient. Whatever it is, kitu yenye nimepitia leo mtoto wangu, I don't expect akuje kupigana hiyo kitu tena. I have to make it better for them, na pia sisi lazima tukimove on. So wacha nilete nani huyu, wamekuja wakiwa wawili, hata sikumbuki nani umekuja.
Kitu moja Mato. The reason you still running this channel is because I'm here. Na nilikwambia weka watu, si ndio? Na mimi nakwambia life goes on, si ndio? Life goes on. Nilikwambia aje usizime channel. Let's go on.
Hapana, usiende mbali. Unajua tulikuwa tufanye nini? Tulikuwa tufanye inaitwa nini? tulikuwa tufanye closing remarks, lakini kina Ashley siwezi wanyima, hao ni watu wa huku kwetu na Joseph pia.
Watu wetu usizime. There are
Okay,
people.
wacha tuwapatie chance basi waongee.
Wacha waongee.
Wacha nianze. Ashley, wewe unajua, wacha Ashley nishikilie kidogo hapo. Joseph,
Ashley yako hapo.
Yes, Mkenya.
fungua yako, ongea ya kutoke.
Nimesikia Blue akiongea. Mi unajua sielewi what's the link between Mau Mau na these times we are living in. Unajua Mau Mau did their part, and when they did their part we appreciate them, they did their part, but there is something even worse than kuwa wewe ni Mau Mau unapigana na the whites. Huyo ni kama enemy ambayo unaona, but these times we are dealing with neo-colonialism. Tunadeal na mzungu mweusi. There is nothing difficult than kudeal na mzungu mweusi, kwa sababu mzungu mweusi is somebody who is part of your community na ni part of you, so dealing with them is very hard. Si kama vile Mau Mau alikuwa na deal na mzungu juu mzungu anaonekana this is a mzungu, unajua huyu ni mtu mweupe, but these guys who have come very of late.
Endelea, nikusikia jana wewe mshenzi.
Nilikuwa nasema dealing with these guys like we can start with Kenyatta. Kenyatta si ati alikuwa ati vile watu wanachukulia ati they are saying the father of the nation. Kenyatta alikuwa mzungu mweusi. He came with policies that were also ilikuwa ilikuwa inafinyilia watu weusi, us as Kenyans. So us talking about Mau Mau hapa, Mau Mau did their part and they left it for us. Now we are the ones to take the baton. Na niliona Gen Z just juicy, they took the baton from them. So we are supposed to be in this war. We are fighting against an enemy which is within. See an enemy which is without tunapigana na mtu ako ndani. And Mau Mau, I appreciate them, they did their work. Then another thing nilikuwa nataka kuongeza Mkenya ni about third world. If you don't believe in changing from a third world, and you don't have leaders who are believing in changing from the third world to what they say second world, there is nowhere we are going to go. Because when you need to change from a third world, you can take examples of countries that have come out from third world, they are now in second world countries. Angalia kama Singapore, you check like Singapore, you check like Malaysia, all these countries, they are there to take a study from. The first thing that they did, the first thing is they believed that apana, this country is not running in the right direction. And not only the people, even the leaders, they believe this country is not going in the right direction. And if umesoma mambo ya Singapore sana, they had a dictatorship kind of government ilikuwa, because that guy ran for a long time. So the people and the leaders there then believe that we need to change our country from the situations we were in. Imagine that a country like Singapore ilipewa relief food from Kenya in those 1960s or some 70s. And now we cannot even catch up with them because of the bad policies that have been.
Bro, their first blueprints were actually from Kenya. Their first blueprints of their city.
Imagine. Ata we're talking about Singapore, liko mbali. Let's go to Rwanda hapo. Who have built nani amejaribu kujenga Rwanda? Just go and check the guys who are building Rwanda. They are not other guys, ni Wakenya tu wameenda huko. They are the ones who are laying down the blueprint ambayo wao wamechukua, ambayo ingekuwa inaleiwa down in Kenya, but they are doing it in Rwanda. Even we are not supposed to go to any other countries, and I'm telling you for sure, Rwanda, if it continues with that trajectory, itaingia to the second world, itatuacha tu hapa. Look at everything that is happening in Rwanda, everything. Isipokuwa we can say they are somehow dictatorial, but if you check at the things that they are doing major things. They just build an airport there. Sisi tulikuwa tunataka kuleta sijui another Indian fool there ati akuja tujengee airport, and then he did it sijui ati we did it for 30 years, and then after the 30 years ati tutaipatiana forever, ati atakuwa akipata interest forever. These guys, the Rwanda guys, they went and figured out, hey, we need a big airport. I have been to Rwandan airport, by the way, the old one. Wachana this new one wanna build, wali build. I have been to the old one. It was very small, but they saw we have a lot of people who are coming to invest in our country. So what do? We need to build an airport. So if we need to build an airport, what do we do first? We need to find investment that is going to come direct to our country. So wakaangalia wakaona, let us take some investment from where? From Qatar. Walichukua investment for Qatar. Imagine Qatar, they built for them the airport. After building them for them the airport, they gave them even some planes. So that deal was, hata ukiangalia hiyo deal, the deal was good for them. Even if they are leasing it for 30 years, the deal was good for them. But for us, it's not even us. It is the leaders who are in this administration that are doing these things. How can you in your right mind say that we are going to give the airport forever? This is an asset that is a Kenyan asset. You're saying that you're going to give it, that these guys are going to be asking money forever. Huh? We have seen these projects, the projects that have been coming up. Nilikuwa ninaona hii project by the way inaitagwa PPP. Hii PP sort of way, it's very good kwa sababu wakuje wajenge kile wanajenga, tulipishane, wakimaliza kulipisha they go. Kuliko hata hii mambo ya ati we are going to China, we are going to borrow money sijui everywhere, sijui China, we are going to the West. We need first to know how we are going to tackle these things. And that's why I said from the beginning, we have leaders who have old mindset. The old mindset has not haijaisha, and these guys are still there. That's why I said in 2027, that's why you are hearing people wanasema we are going to put anybody but not Ruto. Because of what? Tunataka tuweke tu anybody, so that even those guys see ati hata hao ni clean, we want even them to go, because we need people who are thinking logically. We have youths who are thinking logically in this country, and the best thing is that the population in Kenya, majority of it is old, is young people. The old people are being edged out. So we need to think about also not thinking about 2027 only. We need to think about our future, because if we continue like this, we'll not even have a future for our kids. Hakuna future tuko nayo for our kids. Our kids are going to come and ask, what did our parents do? What did our parents stand for? Kama hivyo unasikia Blue akiongea kuhusu Maumau. We appreciate them because they took a stand. We can now say that our parents, our great parents took a stand. They said no. Hatuwezi kubali kuona wa country ikichukuliwa na watu wazungu. We are tired of this. We will not be having a future for our kids. But somewhere along the way ni kama tulitupa the focus, tukaanza kuruliwa na hawa. Nilikuwa nasema mzungu Mwafrika akaanza kuturula hapa. We lost all the focus. So it's a high time we need to get back to our focus. Thank you.
The strong. Umekuja strong. Very well. Hold on.
I have to respond to that. I have to respond.
No, hold on. You will. Thank you, kuleteo kitu, because once your parents is gone, what exactly are you left with?
I have to say that
Unajua, whatever they did.
I have to say that
okay, nasikia uko na inakusumbua. Okay, sema ikutoke, alafu tulete Ashley.
Mkenya mkono, wewe bro yangu, wewe ni ndugu yangu. Wacha niseme wenye huyo soja amesema hapo, lazima turushe mishale. Unajua mishale lazima urudishe pale juu. Hatuwezi kubali ati hii Kenya tukaliwe na wazungu. Umeona Elon Musk na wazungu wengine ati wanasema ati Afrika atuwachukue Afrika. Umeona hivyo? So mimi nasema ati tukanyage chini kama wanaume. Sisi ndio wanaume. tukanyage chini, tuseme aje? Mnatuambia nini? Wase, mnatuambia nini? Ha? Hii Afrika mnaichukuaje? Tukiwa wapi? Umeona Donald Trump amesema hii Afrika tuikanyage pamoja mkora. Tuseme aje? Tunanyang'anywaje? Unanyang'anywaje Afrika ukionana wewe? Hata Mandela alinyang'anywa, alikuwa amekaa hapo hivyo na Winnie Mandela. Mimi nasema mkoa, tusinyang'anywe hii Afrika. Wewe ni ndugu yangu, usikubali, usikubali. Unasikia? There is no way watu wanaweza chukua Afrika ukiona man. Unajua wanataka kuchukua Afrika jua nini? Gold ya Congo, gold ya ile nini Sudan. Hii vita yote kwa Sudan ya nini?
Let me say something. Ngoja bro, hebu nyamaza, acha kidogo tu, si kwa ubaya, sijaongea kwa ubaya. Let me tell you something. Wajua Trump alikuja akasema we are not sending any money, and I was so happy about Uhuru venye alikuja akasema, unajua nini? Kwa nini munalia nini? Why are you crying? So Trump imekuwa ngumu kwake because he thought that hiyo ni vitisho kwa Afrika. Now what really happened is that sasa ako kwa shida na yeye anataka kuleta ndo anasumbua. Ulimuona kwa, if you guys watch this, Ramaphosa akijaribu ku humiliate Ramaphosa on international TV akimwambia nyinyi sijui mlisema sijui nini, and na nampatia paperwork ya white farmers. Sijui kama all the farmers in South Africa are just white. Kwa
Mkenya
nini
ingiza
hakutoa
chef,
hata
Mkenya
one that was black?
Mkenya na kuongezea for what you have said, alichukua picha from Congo. Imagine he's such a bully. Alichukua picha from Congo ati anakuja kusema hao ni watu wanauliwa. It's such a disgrace.
Exactly. And Ramaphosa is sitting there, and he tried to fight back, but he was very nice. I mean, he tried to be cordial. I don't think there's anything to be cordial about in hii kitu yote ya Africa, because when he's saying white Africans, what do you mean white Africans? The only farmers in South Africa, white Africa. They are white Africans. We've accepted them, tuliwakubali. Tuliambiwa wakae huko kwa sababu walikuwa wanatengeneza mabaiskeli na Mandela decided to put them and say that we are not going to send them away like we did. So what is this that Trump anajaribu kusema ati you're sending white, and he keeps on repeating on that. The thing is that I'm happy.
Hakuna white farmers. Hata ukitembea wewe ushaiona mzungu wa shamba. There is no white farmers. The whole agenda is to kill the black people. Unajua watu this thing is not about black farming. It's to kill the black man. To kill you so you never exist anymore. See, farming, the agenda is not farming, it's to kill you. So
I listened to the Congress. I listened abu ndo nilete ngoja bro, mute ndio nilete Ashley. I listened even to the Congress. Mute please. I listened to the Congress when they were discussing about Kenya and discussing about Africa in general. And they had called their ambassadors to come and talk about what they can do with Africa and how Africa is moving on, and it's moving away from even the US and the West, and they were also talking about how how they feel threatened by the US a security threat from the security threat on marketing, and developmental stuff in Africa. And nilikuwa nasikiza the Congress people talking about it, and it kind of got me, especially me being an African and a Kenyan. It got to me, what is their problem? Even though they have a problem now with China, talking about and asking how China's influence is in Africa na vitu kama hizo. And it got to me, and I'm asking myself, why are you guys talking about us? Why should we? Kwa nini we don't talk about you guys? So they were asking, what is the influence of China, and how can we stop? What is the influence of Russia and the west of Africa? What can we do? Talking about the market and doing ukisikiza kitu yote, you just kind of wonder, what are we? Are we a den of chicken that anybody can just talk about what we can do and cannot do? And the biggest thing yenye imekuja ni the fact that we don't care anymore. And that's what I'm liking about Africa. I had a conversation two weeks ago. Ngoja, I had a conversation 2 weeks ago. We were sitting somewhere. Tulikuwa tumeenda tu kuchoma mbuzi. And we were sitting somewhere and people were saying, me, I don't care if I get deported. Unasikia mtu akisema hivyo? Because they're like, we need to build our nation and our continent. And we don't care whatever Trump is, whatever these Western countries are talking about. We are going to build it. We already have the manpower. We already know everything. But also, we are not going to do it with bad governance. So the bad governance needs to go. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, I really want to welcome Ashley to say her word, unless kuna kitu inauma mtu.
Can you please let Ashley speak? Let Ashley speak.
Yeah, nataka kumleta our sister Ashley. The floor is all yours.
Hey, thank you so much for giving me the floor. I hope everyone is doing fine. I send you a link. I don't know whether you are able to play that clip.
Did you send it on my WhatsApp?
No, it's on the chat.
Can you send it on my WhatsApp, please?
Now, because I'm using the phone, I can only go to the chat. If I try to go elsewhere, it's going to, I think I'm going to get logged out. Are you not able to take it from the chat?
Let me see if I can do that. I'm gonna try. You know what? I might be able. All right, you keep on talking. Let me find.
Actually,
Tell
I
me
was
what
going
is.
to talk about. Yeah, I was going to talk. It was the empowerment programs that are going on in Central. So this one was in Madoya. I think Madoya. Yeah, that's the name of the place they went in Moranga. And so I'm just going. I thought we would watch it and then I would comment, but I'm going to comment and then we can watch it.
Is it this one?
Okay, go ahead. Yes.
Is this one?
Yes, that's it.
All right. Okay, let me try. Don't know if my volume will be there. Let me know.
You can forward it a little bit if you want to.
Karibisha hapa Madhioya, na mahali tuko ni Kamasharia Ward, mahali inaitwa Kamune. Kutoka wakati hii mahali iliitwa Kamune, ama kutoka wakati dunia ilianza, hapa hakujaifika a sitting deputy president.
Ashley, let me know where you want exactly.
You are the first one. Tumpigie makofi.
Just keep going. I just want to see the lady Beth. I think her name is Beth.
Sisi tulisema tutakuleta hapa kijiji sababu hii ndio bottom up. Si hii ndio bottom up? Si ndio? So
the name is Betty Maina. Angalia pale Betty Maina, huyo mama huyo. Go back.
Kutoka
ako hapo akiongea, just back.
That was 31st October. Motito ile moyaga dayo dikerea almost 3 years.
Sasa huyo hapo nyuma,
tumekuja siku ya leo. Karibuni sana, hapa ni Madhioya constituency, Murang'a County, na tunapenda wageni. Ni mwake na nekomona. Mogira iroke miromo.
Hapo ndo mnataka.
Hapo tutinoka gwe kama udoma ige. Tuoka okunyitirira ikundi cia atumia, ikundi cia andu anduthi na ikundi iria cia andu a mawathe guku mashinani. Na atumia tumwire mbeca ici tuoka kumurehera ti cia kugura burana ya Kenyau kana ti cia kugura gatangi, no ni cia gwika maundu maria twetago income generating. Tugathie tukonjorithia mbeca icio nigetha ciringi igaciara ciringi iria ingi. Koguo turamwihoya ona andu anduthi aria tuoka kunyitirira mbeca icio ti cia kugayana hwaini, no ni ugathie ugakomba. Ongoro nduthi yaku ndirari na side mirror kana ongoro ndurari na helmet, ugathie ukagura nigetha utige kuthumburana na thigari cia traffic. Nitweka wega atumia tuoka kumunyitirira aria mwekaga table banking, muthie na mbere na gwika table banking mwe hamwe, na mwe hamwe mugeka table banking tondu ni handu muthiaga mugacamania mukaraniria. Ndimwihoe aria marekoragwo na mathina mugetikira kwaraniria tondu kwaraniria niko kwendana. Na kwiragwo atiriri kwa mukiri gukiura ri kwa mwaria gwekiri atia, kwa mwaria gukiura ri kwa mukiri gwekiri atia. Koguo mwathie gwika table banking mukaranagiria ongoro kairitu gaku ni karitu ndugetikagire mucambio kunyitagwo ni stress ugathie ukera atumia aria angi ona gwakwa mucii twina kirathimo. Nituraiguithania.
Keep talking for a minute.
Maundu macio mothe mimi sitaki kuongea maneno ya siasa, lakini ninataka kumwomba deputy president, tuko na shida ya pombe na hatutaki kupoliticize maneno ya pombe. Hatutaki kulaumu serikali kwa maneno ya pombe. Juu ile shida ya pombe tuko nayo, licensing imefanywa na county government ya Murang'a County. Na tumekuwa tukimuomba governor lazima angalie maneno ya licensing. Baa ni mingi kuliko mashule, baa ni mingi kuliko kanisa, hata baa inakuwa mingi kuliko duka. Na tukorani atiriri, tuoke twamonyitira muthenya wa umuthiri, wacemania na muthuri waku mutaroe munyure ni ugukena kana no kunyitwo ni ihoru koguo atumia nie ndugamite ngauga gutura njambagia njohi na ngoma kina riria ngakua ndirarugama ha gucambia.
Don't mix salt with these 3 ingredients if you don't want the Manjaro effect on your body and your pants loose in a week.
Bananas.
Why are companies still making billions selling those insanely expensive pens?
Have you been sitting on a smart business idea and need to get it online? GoDaddy make.
Okay, Ashley, YouTube imeamua
ndirarugama gucambia njohi cia ibango iria ciratuma ciana citũ ciũrĩre. Na Your Excellency, the Deputy President, Your Excellency, kuna mdozi hapa Kiharu constituency, anaitwa Mike Power, anatengeneza pombe haramu, na huyo Mike Power anaitwa Mike Power Junior Untouchable. Pombe yake inatoka Kiharu, inakuja hapa, inaenda Kigumo, inaenda Maragwa. Andũ arĩa marendia njohi njũru matiumĩte nanja marenderio gũkũ kaunti ya Murang'a, na no nginya tũrũe na njohi icio njũru. Na chifu, mimi ninaona county commissioner huku na county security team, mimi lawama haiko kwenu. Mimi ninajua mnafanya kazi yenu, frustration ni kule kwa koti, lakini we are pleading we need a crackdown for all those illicit alcohol outlets. Na si kesho, leo ni leo, sheigana na sheigana. Atumia kuhũragwo ta ndarama, maũndũ marĩa twĩtaga gender based violence. Ciana cia thukuru kũnyitagwo cigĩthiĩ thukuru. Nĩguo kana tiguo? Nĩguo kana tiguo? Tũrarũgama haha kuga mawaganu macio matigano nacio. Kule kaunti ya Nyeri, na nimemwona mheshimiwa Nyeri hapa, msichana kidogo wa miaka 7 amebakwa na mwanaume rafiki ya mamake. Na mseme tunyamaze, lakini wa mama nikimalizia, I want to tell you this. The perpetrators of gender-based violence, the first category ni watu wa familia. Guka, mama, na andũ arĩa a family. The second category, they are people known to you. Andũ arĩa matuaga macani gwaku, marutaga wĩra gwaku. The third category ni strangers. Ndukehoke mwana waku wa kairitu na mũndũ. Nĩ tũraiguithania. Ũmũthĩ ndinamũrehera mboco na mũcere ndĩraiguire citirahĩa. Kana mũtikwendaga? Nĩmũkwendaga kana mũtikwendaga? Na inyuĩ mũrugaga mariko-inĩ manyu kana nĩo? Nĩ inyuĩ ndarehera atumia arĩa mũikĩirie kura Beti, mũgĩikĩria kura Mũgo, mũgĩikĩria kura Professor Kindiki Kithure, mũgĩikĩria kura Dr. William Samoei Ruto. Tũkũmũrehera mboco na tũtigũtwarĩra atumia ho. Ao nĩ marĩe nyama. Mũndũ ũtawenda tũmũrehere mboco ni amũigĩre gĩthĩnjĩro muoyage meat for free. Na tũtikwendaga kwaria siasa, no tũkuga Chege waigua ũru nĩ niĩ. Wajokara ng'usaidi gwete, wajokara ng'usaidi gwete, wajokara ng'usaidi gwete. Na waigua wate mothenge, Mwathani amũrathime, nĩ wĩhia wakwa, nĩ wĩhia wakwa, nĩ wĩhia wakwa mũnene ma. Ngai wa muoyo amũrathime, amwĩkĩre maũndũ manene, motugi na mamagegania na Beti yake. Beti yake. No mũgũthiĩ na mbere na kũnyitĩrĩra.
Thank you so much.
You
yes,
have a lot of explaining to do because yes, for me I can understand Kikuyu, but kuna a lot of people wengine hawaelewi what was said.
It's not even actually what was said that I wanted you to see, because I wasn't even writing down, but she's giving them stuff, those empowerment stuff. But what she's saying, those people who are opposing them, going around giving those stuff, can eat their meat. They are giving people beans towards the end, that's what she said. And those ones who don't want those can go and eat their meat. But that is not the essence. The essence is what wanasema ati Ruto akileta pesa mchukue. Now those ones have gone there kuchukua hizo pesa. I know someone said here ati Ruto is irredeemable. Does that crowd look like people who think that Ruto is irredeemable? Mato.
I think that's
Ashley,
I thought that was a rhetorical question.
Okay, it is, but I just wanted to engage. Let me keep saying, I won't take long because she took most of the time. But what I'm trying to say, the danger, and I hear a lot of times, people are saying, no, we have to take the money, it is ours. Let me tell you, it is a crime. I don't know whether it is a crime in Kenya to take, if someone steals something and you take that thing, if they share with you and you take it, knowing it is stolen, you're also a thief. Possession of stolen property is a crime. So if someone
Ashley,
steals money,
There's
please let me finish.
Ashley,
Mhm.
Ashley, to
Yes.
back, I mean, to answer you, there's actually a law in the constitution that says any government operative, any person that is actually in the government cannot get, unajua zile vitu unapewa kama gift, you cannot get a gift, however you want to put it, from someone else that actually is government oriented. Does that make sense? It's there. I will send you on your personal nini. I will send you the constitution, the chapter of the constitution that says that it's actually illegal.
So what I'm saying is that clip, I wanted you to see how we are self-sabotaging. Tunasema Ruto one term, tunasema Ruto is irredeemable, but I saw a quote that says self-sabotage is when we say we want something and go about making sure, let me see, it's a quote that I have. We go about making sure that that thing doesn't happen. So we say we want to remove Ruto. We say that Ruto is one term, but the actions that we are taking are self-sabotaging our efforts. Because such a thing, what we just saw, it doesn't show people who think that Ruto is irredeemable. We are welcoming his people. We are welcoming him. We are not shunning him. We are not shunning Kindiki. We are not shunning that lady who was talking. We are welcoming them. We are cheering them. We are clapping for them. So even though on the day of the election, you go and vote against him and he rigs, you cannot be able to argue that he had no support. You won't be able to do that. So my question is, why are we self-sabotaging? Because we are self-sabotaging. So this quote says, self-sabotage is when we say we want something and then go about making sure it does not happen. That is what we are doing. Remember, during the 2007, 2008 repeal of the, when Maraga nullified the election, he said that election is a process. It is not an event. Have we forgotten? Because we seem to want to say when we go to vote, we are going to vote him out. So we are making election to be an event. It is not an event. It is a process, and that process includes what we do, not only what we say. When we say one term, it has to be backed up by our actions. It is like telling someone you love them, but you don't show it. When you say one term, you have to act. When you say Ruto is irredeemable, you have to show that you cannot stand him. And if you say that he has stolen your money, then you cannot say that you're going to take it. So you're encouraging him to keep stealing because he has customers. If he steals and you refuse to take, he will know you mean business. So again, I am going to ask you, Kenyan, why are you sabotaging yourself? If you say one term, you have to mean it. Why are you sabotaging yourself? You say you want something and then go about making sure it does not happen. It will not come into being by osmosis. It will come to being by action. But how many of us want to act? People want things, but they don't want to sweat. They don't want to do the heavy lifting. That is the problem we have. And sometimes I feel very discouraged I feel like I'm just a drop in the ocean. But you know, if each of us did our collective responsibility as a Kenyan, this drop would become an ocean because we would all put our drops to make the ocean. But when just a very few people do it, it will not make any change. So if we are serious, we have to show it in our actions. Our leaders that are leading this have to show it in their action. Ruto is very many steps ahead. He's talking about something about regulating internet. And our leaders are just playing politics. They are saying, go and take the money. We cannot take money that has been stolen. So I just wanted to insist on that. I just wanted to show you that crowd. That crowd doesn't seem to show like Ruto is irredeemable. It seems like very happy people with what the government is doing. And as long as they continue to have those crowds, it doesn't matter how to what top of the, or even if we have this show until morning, Ruto is going to come back. You remember SET used to have that show until morning. They used to have their shows until morning, but speaking will not be enough. It will not suffice. We have to put action to where to what we are saying. And the last thing I'm going to say, I heard someone saying, oh, we can put someone and then we'll get young people. The problem is not the age of the leaders. It is the integrity of the leaders, because we have young people like Osoro and they're not even performing. We have so many young people like Kawanjiko, but they are disappointing. So it is not about age. It is about the integrity of the leader. Someone like Maraga can be a good, maybe president. He's old. So again, we are, you know, most of the time when we choose our leaders, as long as we go with appearances and wealth, then we are missing the mark. And again, we are coming again and starting to talk about age. These are not the things that are wrong with our current leadership. So what I'm going to leave you with a question is this: what is wrong with our current government leadership? Once we understand what is wrong, then we can be able to see how to fix that going forward. Thank you.
Ashley, before you go, you know, there's something you've said there that is very important and something that touched my heart. You see, I also sometimes feel very put down sometimes, because today I'll give you a good example. I don't know if you saw it, kama umekuja late. I saw Joho, Ali Hassan Joho, giving millions, saying hii ni ya ule. I don't even want to mention kule alikuwa hizo pesa zenye alikuwa akipeana. Mheshimiwa rafiki sijui whatever and everything. And it just brought again tena Raila on my mind. And I'm like, are we puppets of these people? Because this is the same Joho that was really saying, Mimi, Ali Hassan Joho, siwezi, sijui nini. He's the same. I mean, are we stupid? Ama ni nini inaendelea? I don't get it. I mean, are these guys wakifika pale boys? This cult really? This cult doesn't think people think.
We act like we don't think, because even a wife, a husband will only treat their wife as a doormat as long as she allows him. Even Kenyans are allowing these leaders to treat us, to insult our intelligence. We are the problem. We have to speak to each other. And if we get bad leadership, it will be up to us. Right now, the process has started, you know, now, because Ruto understands very well that election is a process, ndio anakataza Gachagua to have his function on June the 4th. Lakini sisi, with our stupidity, we are going to his rallies. But they're not letting Gachagua have his day, because they are understanding that will give him mileage. But Gachagua is making another mistake. He said he misled us, and he's misleading us again by telling us to take the money. Na and hajaka kuwa reformed. So will he come again and tell us now after 2027 that I'm sorry, I told you to take the money, you should not have taken the money. Now come, I tell you, yeah, ameenda shule gani ya geniuses, yeah, ndio anatuambia who to follow. Don't you have your own mind? I think what they need to do is what we do in this show. They come, they tell us this, and then we make our own educated decisions. Kusema we are waiting to be told, kwani wewe hauna akili? If you have no brain, you have no business voting.
Mkenya, I just needed to answer Ashley because I don't agree with everything I agree with some part of what she said, but I don't agree with everything that she said. Because in 2022, we were here. There is nobody who was not a grown-up in 2022. There is things that happened. Uhuru came, he had, I don't know, Sagana 1, Sagana, I don't know, 2. People went there. They took the money that Uhuru had brought because there is money, too much money that Uhuru brought. But they never listened to him. They took the money, but they never listened to him. You cannot say because people have gone to that empowerment is meaning that they are going to vote for Ruto. What Ruto did, the first thing he did, he knew people are craving to have a proper economy. But if you are a dictator and if you want to rule the people, first thing you do to the people, you first make them poor. So the first thing he did, he made sure that he bring punitive taxes and all this crap so that people will become poor. You see the ladies who are going there. Hautakataza mtu, let me assure you, hata tukishinda tukiongea on top of cars, on top of trees, there is no day that you're going to stop somebody from going those things that wanaita empowerment. But I'm telling you and I'm assuring you, even if you see those women going there, au umeona wakiwa huko, they are see we tuliona Ishungwa. Why did those guys waliheko Ishungwa when he came to the podium? They are enlightened, wanajua kile wanataka, they know. And why did they not heckle?
Many mistake, and it is good that you've brought it up because maybe you're not the only one who misunderstood me. What I was saying is, watu, I said election is a process. Watu wameenda huko wanachukua pesa wanashangilia. Ruto will go and rig the election. Sikusema watu watavotia Ruto. Nilisema watu wanaezenda tu wamechukua pesa, alafu siku ya election wavote against him, wavote one term. Lakini hata wakivote one term, the reason Ruto anafanya hizo vitu saa hii, his game plan ni aonekane yuko na watu wanamshangilia. Kwa hivyo hata akienda kurig, aligio place yote aweke 80% kwake, hawezi kuwa na evidence ati watu wako kuwa wanamtaka. Utatoa evidence wapi?
Si hata Uhuru angefanya hivyo basi. In 2022
so
alikuwa anaonekana kuna umati.
When you have a case study, we are talking about this case study. Uhuru would have done that. Maybe Uhuru is not as smart, Uhuru is not as strategic, but I am telling you, Ruto is not stupid what he's doing it for a reason. And the reason for me, that is what I think, the reason he's doing this empowerment in Central where he has lost people, na amesikia Gachagua akimislead watu akiwaambia wachukue pesa, as long as they take that money, hata mkisema amerig, you will not have evidence that he has rigged, because when he goes there, people will welcome him. You know, when you go to a court of law, it is always about evidence, hard copy. Akitoa hizi vitu na watu wanashangilia, watu wamefurahia, watu wanasema ndio tunataka help, then when we go to the election, what evidence will we have that we did not want to? None. Hapo ndio nimesema ndio nimesema hivi, it is self-sabotage. But that is my view, my opinion, and you have yours. But keep note, sikusema watu wataenda kuvotia Ruto. I have said election is a process. Kama hamtaki Ruto, you have to show him you don't want him. Na ndio hataki watu waende nini kwa Gachagua for the groundbreaking, because hataki hiyo crowd ionekane, because he understands the importance of perception.
And you know, one thing I want to add in what you are saying, if we could have done what Ruto was done in, was it Migori? Ruto was just waiting for Kikuyu people to do what they did to him in Migori, so that he could unleash the things that they wanted to unleash. Kuna kitu alikuwa ametarget, and that's why you are seeing Ruto is coming. He wanted. Yeah, no.
You don't
Obvious
have to
people
be
will be
violent.
violent because
No.
he
What you
cannot.
need to do, watu wanafaa waendelee tu na shughuli zao, wasiende hiyo mkutano, ikuwe na empty seats. That is the
But
best
how
way
will
to
you, and you're
communicate.
already poor, Nani Ashley? You're already
So
poor.
if you're
You
poor,
don't have
no,
even work
that
to
is
do.
where sacrifice inaingilia hapo. Na ndio nimesema, ukisema one term you have to back it with action. Wakikataa kufanya hivyo, guess what, wataendelea kukua poor, because in 2027 Ruto atarudi and we'll come back here to share notes. I'm just telling you, that is, if they were not willing to sacrifice now and shun him, that he's going to come back
Me, what I
with
know,
this kind
if
of
you have
behavior.
your vote, if you have your vote, and you're going to use your vote the right way, even if this guy, there is some votes you cannot rig, even if you want
You
to
know
rig.
what I'm
If you
telling
have been
you,
left by more than 1 million or 2 million, you cannot rig. There is some rigging. Rigging, hata ukiangalia mambo ya rigging vile
election
waga
is not an
inarigiwa.
event.
Ndio
Election is not
nakwambia
an
Ashley,
event.
go to 2007, go to 2017, go to 2022. If you want to rig elections, is a must that guy who is in front of you akuwe amekuacha with around 200 to 300 votes. Go to the election in 2007, go to the election in 2017, go to the election in 2022. You will see the pattern is, if umeachwa na margin kidogo, is the time you can be able to rig. But as long as umeachwa na margin ya more than 1 million votes, it is very hard for you to rig. And we'll be
And
following
you
this
think
thing.
Ruto
We'll
will
be
win by
following them.
millions? Did you
By
hear
the way,
Brown the other day? He said he will win by 8M.
Ashley, by the way, I agree with my brother here. The reason wanafanyanga hii kitu iko imeachana kidogo because that's the time you can rig. But the only thing na disagree na my brother here, na staki kudisagree cause hiyo ni that's water under the bridge. Last election, actually, that thing was more than 3.5 million. We know it. We were there. We know what kitu yenye ilifanyika. But it was the two elections that have been there, the biggest elections that have been contested, is that what they did on the two, they shut down the media from showing the elections, both of them. Zote zenye zimekuwa very controversial. They shut down so that you don't see the margin and so that they can close in the margin. So like we hear, it was 200,000 of the one that passed. It was never 2,000. That thing was colossal. I mean, it was just big. It was 3 point something. We know it. Watu wa Norway, wenye tulikuwa now, we had 3 places tulikuwa tumeweka tallying centers. And we understand how much Ruto lost with. And that's why the day that they went to say open the servers, even today they've never opened because they can never open. They said watu wamelala. How do you have a case na watu wamelala? And why did you even get the Kamagos? So I mean, it's just I think we have a culture of, as Africans, being told something and just running with that thing, being told, oh, watu wamelala. What do you mean, mtu amelala? And it's a court case, a national court case. We just have a culture of accept and move on. Kubali tu niipite. And that goes even to our judiciary. They shouldn't. Ndio maana tunaitwa, wild goose chase.
You know, Mato,
It never works like that.
one thing about judiciary, they cannot, you see, like during the case of Jackie Maribe, they say that the judiciary let her off. The judiciary works with what you bring them. So she was not charged with, conspiracy. They whatever she was supposed to be charged with is, what is it called? The one for lying. She wasn't charged with it. She was charged with manslaughter, which she was not involved. So the judiciary will only rule on what you present to them. So the judiciary had nothing to do with it. The people who dropped the ball was the attorneys on the side of the petitioner. They were supposed to come to court with enough hard evidence. But in this case, ile nimesema, that's my opinion and I'm not an expert, but time will tell. 2027 is not far. Let us come back here and review our notes and see where we failed and what we should do going forward. But I hope we make the right decision. But me naona hii game kutoka mbali.
Kenya, me what I'm happy about is at Ashley, her point is very valid. But one thing I'm very happy, if they stole the 2022 election, we have people who are insiders, they know what happened. So they know how they stole the votes. So they know how Ruto will try to steal the votes in 2027. So they already have the clue. Even if he's going to steal, we already have the clue. And before we go for that election, mmekuwa mkisema Gachagua akishika mic kunawaka moto. We are going still to see the same things. Because me, one thing, I was supporting Raila Odinga in 2022 elections. But one thing made me angry with Raila Odinga. Aliambiwa that there is people who are coming in to the country and they are trying to interfere with the systems that were put in place. But I never saw anyone coming out, the team which was in Azimio, to condemn na kusema hapana. We cannot agree these guys. Lazima we check which system they are bringing and all these things. But do you think that Gachagua can let it down? Did Raila let it down in 2022? I don't think Gachagua can let it lay bare, or the people who will be standing for elections in 2027. Kwa sababu the starting of the point, hata si mambo na ati we are going to take the crowds. Every politician in Kenya, every politician, and you go and check them. Even it was in an NTV documentary. Every politicians need to have crowds so that they can show that they are winning the masses. Every politician, even the ones even the MP, go to your local MP. He needs to show the other opponent that he has masses. And there is no day, and I'm telling you, there is no day that people are not going to come out to take the money that they are going to be given when they are coming for these campaigns. Because people mentality in Kenya is, hatujafika hiyo mentality at the West, ati no, you not come to bring us these votes. We are still in a third world. The same thing that this blue guy said. We are still in a third world mentality. Hiyo
Actually,
mentality iko ndani yetu.
bro, I agree with you, but disagree with you at the same time. I think Africa, and especially East Africa, and especially mostly, let me come down to Kenya. I think tumefika hiyo place yenye unasema we are not there. I think right now there's no fool in Kenya. I think with also our democracy, what we've had, and that is why you find in even this fight with Tanzania, is because they cannot understand us. They don't understand how we can go against tunaweza tupa kiatu and all that. I'm saying this in a very funny kind of way, but I hope you understand the analogy. I think by the way hapo mali unasema hatujafika, I think tushafika. I think saizi ukiona watu, people like me personally, yours lovely, nakataana na baba mtu nimesupport my whole life, nikikataana na ODM, I think tumefika hiyo area unasema hatujafika. I think we are there.
And Kenya, to ask you one question, why is it all these empowerment programs, they are based in one area? You know, if it was based in the whole Kenya, I could be saying, hey, Ruto has a target. There is something that he's targeting. He's targeting something vile ataweza ku. But why is it based only in one area? Because it is only in one area. Tunapata hizi vitu za empowerment unazipata ziko Kiambu, kama ziko Kiambu unazipata ziko Murang'a, kama ziko Murang'a unazipata ziko Nyeri. Why is it based only in one certain region? Because me, I know empowerment, if it is empowerment they are doing, and this is not empowerment, this is stealing of funds. Why is it not usikia ati zinaenda places mingi? Isipokuwa sasa hiyo nimeona ya Joho, I saw it lately. Why is it not going diverse to everywhere? Why are we not seeing these empowerment programs in Eldoret? Why are we not seeing this empowerment program in West
Wewe
Pokot?
kwanza hata unaharibu sasa. You're asking the biggest places. Let me help you. Why can't you ask? Na ulikuwa hapa niliuliza hiyo swali mapema. Ask. Stop asking Eldoret. Stop asking Kikuyu land. Stop asking Machakos Kambani land. Why not ulize hiyo swali ukiipeleka Marsabit, Moyale, Wamasaini? Ask ulize huko kwingine. I mean this other, when you talk about Kikuyu land, I mean kila mtu tushazoeana nini. We only talk about Kenya ni kama it's ni ya Kisumu, Eldoret, Kikuyuni and whatever, and we forget that the country is bigger than those tribes. That question, you should base it to maybe Moyale or Marsabit, watu wenye wako huko mbali huko, and they are Kenyans.
That's why I was saying this is not an empowerment program. That's why you have asked the question, why is it not in Marsabit, in Moyale, or in the other parts of Northeastern and the other marginalized communities? This is not an empowerment program. This is a program that has seen that Ruto has lost his favor in the places that gave him votes. There is places that he knows that they were part of him being the president. That's why he's trying to divide. There is no Ruto anajaribu ku divide Mount Kenya, and that is what he's trying to do. And if we fall to that trap ya kudividiwa, we are going to have a very hard time. But saying about money people are going to go for money. Even if I was at home, ukuje utuambia tutatupatia kipesa, I will just take it, because even if I don't take it, if you go to another place, but they'll still take it. But I will take it, but I cannot give you my vote in 2027. No, I know where I'm going to throw my cast. Even if you come, because everywhere, every election in every country, not live even Kenya, in every country, is a must you show that you have the masses. Because that's why you see people like, we have people like Mwaore. He was called Mwaore, this who was running for the president. You are seeing he does not have masses. People started saying, no, this is not even a forest race. This is a two-horse race. Why? Because the masses were showing that we have either Raila or we have Ruto, because of the masses they had. Why was Raila going to Kasarani Stadium if we don't need the masses? He was going to Kasarani Stadium so that he can show his weight. That's what even Gachagua is doing. Yeye kuform chama yake akaenda akaform chama yake. Why is he saying that in 4th June we are going to go to Kasarani, or where he's going to take it? Because he wants to show that he has the political weight. Lazima pia uoneshane you have the political weight. We have an MP an MCA in my constituent in my place. Apple. He has been talking about, I want to be an MCA, I want to be, but he's not pulling the masses. Every time there is an election, he's always losing. Because also this story about the masses, I don't know what happens in Kenya. It's like it ends at somebody's brain. Ni kama ukiona watu wakiwa na masses unasema na ule jamaa anaweza chukua hii because of the masses. But now what will come about? There is new dimensions which have entered into play. It's not the same game anymore. And I appreciate vile Mkenya umesema. We are not in the past. Vile umesema ati I'm not supporting Raila, vile I've been supporting him before. There is a new play that is coming in. A play that they never anticipated. And the play they never anticipated is these guys who are called the Gen Z. They never anticipated that young people are going to rise this way. It has been a headache for them, and it has been a headache for William Ruto, because William Ruto knows the old people, I can go and lie to them there, I can lie to them, and the people who are above the ages of 35 ama 40, I can do this and this, but they are not anticipating these guys. These guys have come with, and you umeona mpaka the time after the 25th demonstration, Ruto alienda reset factory kwa sababu alishindwa, how will I deal with these guys? He even hid in State House because he never knew what these guys are planning, what these guys are doing. Right now, those Gen Z are quiet. What are they planning? Ruto can be planning, we are doing empowerment. What are the Gen Zs planning? He does not know. What are you planning yourself? What are you planning? Jupia, hata kama unasema Ruto is planning, what are you planning for yourself? What are you planning you are going to do in 2027? That's why I talked here, I said, if we are planning, it's better you plan with even the people in your family. Tell them huyu mtu amefanya mpaka maisha imekuwa ngumu. We cannot even put food on the table. So what we are going to do, my wife, we need to go and vote out this guy. That is also a plan. The plan cannot start from up there. The plan needs to start from here down. Tunafaa tuanze, the plan starts with the family members to the friends which are who are around you. We need to start that plan. In 2022 I talked to my friends na nikawaambia, some were supporting Ruto and they told me, brother, hebu niambie huyu jamaa. I told them, this guy, me, I've not seen his track record. I've not seen anything that he can do for us. I tried to convince them, and I'm telling you, among those 10 or 15 people I tried to convince, I know about like 5 people. They tried to change their minds. So it's all about changing our minds. Mambo ya empowerment, mambo ya watu kuenda huko, that is not even an empowerment. That is trying to trick one community because they have seen they have lost with it and they know what you can do. So mambo yote, it will go all boil down to what we are going to do as a decision in 2027. If we can talk about these masses, Ruto lazima atakuwa na masses, even if we argue or we go where, na lazima atawalipa. That's why he's looking for all this money for 2027 campaign. The mass is going to pour money the same way he poured money in 2022. He'll be going even naming churches. Leave the roads vile mnasikia itoke sijui Modogashi iende wapi. Now he'll be naming even churches by name. Thank you.
Before I bring Ashley tuanze kufunga sasa, nimekuwa nikiimba hapa tunafunga, but I like the way you've come hard on that one now. But the thing is that I agree and disagree with you in one place. I think, my brother, now being very, very serious, I think you're right. On a normal day, that is what would have happened. On a very normal day, and especially in the community, maybe the way and the politics that has been there since independence or even pre-independence. I don't know what that was. If it was mababa zetu na mama zetu. We don't know what they used to do out there then. Now we are in a whole different kind of movement, not even a movement, a whole different kind of species. I don't think anyone, and this is world over. I don't think kuna mtu anaweza danganya mtu saizi. So I don't think it will happen like that again. I think at this point where we are the politics of the world, and mostly Africa, and to be specific, East Africa, and to be more specific, Kenya. I don't think we are going back to that. I think hii kitu imeisha hivyo. The politicians that actually want to wear and want to, the people who want to go to school and do nursing and then come out and become what we call become the parastatal heads of things that they never went to school for and they never practiced what they went to school for. I think that time is over. And if you know some of them, tell them that time is over. This is not the time to come and shout on a podium, have a red carpet, and think that everything is rosy. I think this time it's over. And so people are going to be very careful going into that politics, because that politics is going to be, we are going to make it a very expensive affair that you don't want to be in it. Stay on your private practice. That's where I can see Africa, and not just Africa, the world going, but mostly Africa, and mostly East Africa is starting to tell them, listen, if you are a lawyer, stay in your law practice unless you want to be a public servant. And if you're going to be a public servant, we're going to mess with you until you take the least payment so that you can stay in your public, in your thing. We're not going to have the Oscar Sudis of the day. come in here wanatusomea wearing millions of money that everyone wants to be a politician because why? Not to be a public servant, but to go make money. And whose money? And you're taking it blatantly, looking at us in the face, ask wangapi, 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 inua mkono, inua mkono, inua mkono, inua mkono. That's your interview for you to go get millions of something that you've never schooled for. It's kind of like a question I normally ask. When did Murkomen touch a gun? Does he even know how to shoot a gun? How is he now national security PS? I mean, some people, you don't even understand what they're doing. So yes, we are getting there, that no one will be. In fact, hii kitu ya kupanda juu ya magari, I can't wait, and I hope I live long to see it, that hii kitu ya kupanda magari is not there anymore, ati ya kwenda kuita sijui umati and paying them to come and do whatever. I mean, we've lived in countries, and I know most of you guys can attest to this, countries that you never even see public ati sijui ati barabara imefungwa sijui sijui someone is there talking to people. It doesn't happen. Take it to Nyayo Stadium or something. We don't see those things. I mean, you don't even see these guys campaigning. It's just posters. So basically what I'm trying to say is that we are heading there, and we will get there. And the people that we have today, the Gen Zs, the millennials, and even hawa wakubwa wenye saa zingine wameanza kuelewa sasa that everything is running away. Story ya kuvaa kuja kusimama mbele ya watu, kwenda kusimamisha watu, hiyo kitu inakuja kuisha. You will campaign with posters, and we don't want to see you. And if you're campaigning for something, you better be an expert of that. And that's why I agree with you, my brother. Otherwise, other than that, Aki, whoa, yeah, please, nataka kufunga funga, please. I'm gonna give everybody just 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute na nifunge, cause Njiru naye alipotea kama kawaida, na tumekuwa hapa, but it's been a very good discussion. 1 minute kila, tafadhali. 1 minute, 1 minute, nafunga, niko kazi kesho. Haya, wacha nianze na huyu
I can
hajaongea.
start. Me, Ashley, can I start?
Ngoja
1
Ashley,
minute.
huyu ni nani anajiita?
There is a lady there who has not talked. Can you allow her
Yeah,
also?
and first said something.
Hi guys, nimekuja kuwasalimia pangu nikisema I am in support of the government and I am behind Kidhiki Kindure, and I think us Kenyans should change and respect our leaders. We, Nziro,
Usireact please. Wachana nayo. Aki woi, I have to go. Najua mahali mnaenda kwa huyo. Asmed, wacha kuja kusumbua watu nini? Umekuja usumbufu
good night
wewe.
guys.
Please, Aki, please don't react. Do not. Twende kwa next.
Kenyans should stop being sadists. They have to support Ruto. Ruto is doing some good. Ruto, by the way, ameleta so much development in Kenya. You guys who are saying SHA is not working, nataka muniambie why munasema it's not working online, but you guys are using SHA behind the curtain. So mimi maoni yangu naona to support serikali. Ruto is a very good guy. By the way, anafanya kazi. Mimi hata Kidhiki Kindure, you know, he's a professor and he's learned. So I don't even have to follow him, whatever he's doing, but I know he's doing a good job. And I love him. I love Kidhiki Kindure, and I'm going to vote for Ruto because I love him. Thank you.
So even us, we love him. He's a very good guy. Even we love Kithure Kindiki, and he's a good person. And we are going to vote him. Anyways, moving on. Nani huyu nani? 1 minute kila mtu. Me, I'm not there.
Wacha niongee ndio niende. It's good that we are laughing about it, but these things are very dire. SHA is not working. I know you are joking, unfazed, but people are dying. I happened to have helped somebody go through the process of SHA, and that's when I knew it wasn't working, because they only take you inpatient. But as an outpatient, even if you have paid the premiums, you don't get covered for inpatient care. You only get covered for outpatient care, you only get covered for inpatient care. And in order for you to get covered for inpatient care, you have to pay the premium for the whole year. If they are lenient, if they are a bit flexible, they will ask you to pay prepaid in advance premium for 6 months before you are admitted. Now, supposing that you're very poor and you have no one who can help you, that says that you're going to die, because you will not be admitted and they cannot treat you as an outpatient because you have to pay out of pocket. The only people who receive in an outpatient coverage from SHA are civil servants. So let us not say it's not working. It is working, but there are conditions, and those conditions are not conducive for the most vulnerable. So I don't know whether Ruto is trying to eliminate the poor in the society by making them not have access to health care. So even when Karago said that his brother was covered, he was giving us a truth, half truth. Ni kama vile Sheletani aliambia Eve, if you eat of the tree, you will have knowledge, but he did not tell him the whole truth. So he's acting like someone possessed. It is true that it worked, and the reason it worked is because he was impatient, so he qualified, but he also had to pay premium from the whole year. If he did not have someone to help him, if he was not able himself, he could not have been there. He could have maybe ended up dead or home and without medical care. So that is how SHA works. And I have that information firsthand. So let us not joke about things that mean life and death, guys. So I won't even say what I was going to say. I'm just going to say last and not least about the integrity of the KIMS kits. Remember about algorithm. These things are under Ruto. That's KIMS kit and everything. So those can be manipulated. And I know even Gen Z might come and want to manipulate. So I foresee even a 2007 scenario where Kibaki tried to manipulate and Raila tried to manipulate, as it is said. I have no evidence, and then there was nobody actually knows who won, because both sides too tried to mess with the election. 2027 may be that repeat 20 years later. I want to ask those people who can pray to pray, because we will need to see God in our country, that things will go as like God will intervene and change the situation, because what we are looking for is very grim unless there is an intervention from a superior power. Thank you.
Thank you. We always love you around here. Nani mwingine akona yake? One minute tafadhali. Anyone?
Okay. Me mine is short. Me ta summarize na hii statement. Ignorance yetu isikuwe downfall yetu as a nation. Ignorance of a few millions of people is quite downfall over 56 million people. That's all I have to say. Tusikubali ignorance. Ka tunaweza elimisha our brothers and sisters, juu tumecheka hapa, lakini mi naona it's serious. Yani kuna watu macho yao haijafunguka to see, hajaona the light, they're still in darkness. Sijui ka ni illiteracy, they're not educated, or they're not seeing what things are going on ground, but tuchanue mandugu zetu bana, hii ignorance isitumalize. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Ojwang. I really appreciate. Mwingine kuna mtu ako na one yake? Asema amefungiwa.
Me Mkenya, I just want to appreciate everyone in this channel. By the way, I like Ashley's arguments. I like them so much. But what I'm going to tell her, asikuwe pia ana worry sana about how we are going to be rigged or something. Let us focus on the main goal. The main goal is tujaribu to educate the people who are not educated about this guy, the people who are still not, who have not known this guy for the truth. And we try for our best, kila mtu ajitokeze, that time coming, jaribu kupiga kura, we remove this guy. When that time comes, we are going to discuss about if we see, unajua hata ikitaka kama atakuwa kirig, the signs are going to be there. So at that time, we are going to deal with those issues, because even now we cannot deal with them, because we need to deal with them when we have a proper IBC, and still we don't have a proper IBC. I don't know if elections even are going to be held in 2027. We might be talking about them in 2027, but I think we have 2 months only. And these 2 months, I think we are remaining only 2 months. If these 2 months, the IBC is not set up, even the election in 2027 will be, maybe we are talking about something that will not happen. Maybe it will be done in 2028. So let us continue educating our people, telling them, enlightening them about this guy, about how the government is doing. We need to educate also. We have to have a session about finance bill, so that we can talk about this thing in depth. It is coming. The last one was hell. We are still waiting for this one. We see those things. Nimeona pia wamekuwa wakifungia watu, they don't give their views. Yesterday they were in bunge. I saw they were not even giving people some time to air their views. So what I can say, let's have civic education. Let's have this talk. It's very healthy, so that we can be able to educate some people who also come to the channel. And let us not lose faith. Everything will be okay. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. I think that's a very good point and a place to close in. Unless kuna mtu ako na la ziada, I think this is where we say tupatane baadaye, and it's been a good conversation. I think this is a conversation that sometimes everybody just needs to have, because kuna watu pia watatusikiza, and this is the civic education that we need to have in our country. I want to appreciate everybody that has taken their time to be here with us. Kutoka wenye walianza na Njiru, though Njiru anapenda kutupotelea sana, but until now, it's still a country's conversation that we need to have. And we will have this conversation until its end, because this is not just for us. It's for us, our mothers, our kids, and even our grandchildren. Ladies and gentlemen, this has come to an end of this conversation. I want to appreciate everybody that has been here with us. Asanteni sana on behalf of Njiru and on behalf of everybody. Asanteni. Kama kuna mtu tumeshika mahali pabaya, shauri yake na utusame. Na kama pia we kuna mahali umetushika vibaya, pia si tunakusame. We keep on moving. Ladies and gentlemen, if we don't talk, we will fight. We try not to fight. We'd rather fight we'd rather fight in the words and the wisdom that God has given all of us. Asanteni sana. Kila mtu tupataneni baadaye, na Mungu awe kwa neema zenyu. Asanteni. God bless you wherever you are. Kwaherini.